Chapter 2505, One-Man Army. As the bodies of Mythology's 8 empowered experts started disintegrating into particles of light, time inside the Starlight Bar seemed to freeze as everyone stared at Shifeng's figure in stunned silence. Only much later did everyone snap out of their daze. So strong. So, this is the true power of a fully unlocked mana body? When everyone looked at the gash before Shifeng, which was 4 meters deep and extended over 30 meters, they no longer had any words to describe their current feelings of shock and admiration. Although every one of Mythology's empowered experts was ridiculously strong and more than capable of annihilating all the spectating players inside the bar, in front of Shifeng, Mythology's 8 empowered experts were as frail as little children. They didn't even manage to put up any resistance whatsoever before getting Anahil happy-faced. The strength Shifeng displayed thoroughly shattered everyone's understanding of the strength of Tier 3 classes. At the same time, all of the independent experts present gained newfound hope. Originally, in a fight between Tier 3 players, the outcome would generally be determined by the number of Tier 3 players each side possessed. An individual Tier 3 player couldn't change the outcome of a team battle involving Tier 3 players. Hence, everyone believed that if Tier 3 independent players wished to avoid getting suppressed, they had no choice but to join a superpower. However, Shifeng had thoroughly shattered this belief. In front of him, feared and revered Tier 3 players were nothing. Even a group of Tier 3 experts would fall to him in just a few moves. Shifeng had proven that, even if one was alone, one could still play the role of an army. Just like the heroes of legends, he had the strength to change the fate of an entire kingdom or even an empire. Meanwhile, so long as they fully unlocked their own mana bodies, they, too, could replicate Shifeng's feats. Commander, with that kind of combat power, don't you think that Black Flame is stronger than the 5 great super guild's true monsters? The ruthless man from Stormheart asked Crow, his eyes filled with reverence as he gazed at Shifeng. Since Shifeng had single-handedly defeated 8 peak experts with combat power rivaling Grand Lord-ranked archaic species of the same level, his strength could definitely rank at the top among the experts on the Western continent. The feat he accomplished today would start a new chapter of development in God's domain and maybe even the virtual gaming world. Throughout the long history of the virtual gaming world, the various superpowers had constantly oppressed the experts belonging to non-superpowers. There was no way to reverse the situation. This was especially true with the 5 great super guilds that stood above even the various superpowers. The 5 great super guilds were not existences that individuals could hope to challenge. However, Shifeng had broken this curse time after time. First, Shifeng had made Netherworld Empire concede by using a divine dragon. Now, he had defeated Mythology's monstrous team with his own strength. Such amazing battle records would definitely be immortalized in the annals of the virtual gaming world. I don't know whether he is stronger than the 5 great super guilds' true monsters or not, but after today's battle, Black Flame's name will most likely spread throughout the Western continent. No one would dare have any ideas about the Starlight Fortress anymore, Crow said, excitement flashing across his eyes as he looked at Shifeng. The 5 great super guilds were the absolute titans of the virtual gaming world. Many newly risen superpowers might have challenged the 5 great super guilds before, but it had been over 2 decades since a non-superpower had dared to do so. Now, not only did Shifeng challenge Mythology's prestige, but he had even routed the Great Super Guild. Just this point alone was more than enough to make Shifeng the topic of discussion for the Western continent's independent players and shake the foundations of the entire continent. This was because Shifeng's feat had illuminated the path for players that did not belong to the various superpowers. Moreover, with the strength Shifeng had just displayed, Crow believed that no one could threaten the Starlight Fortress so long as Shifeng was present. In fact, Crow suspected that, even if today's matter spread, no one would believe it. The benefits provided by a fully unlocked mana body are actually that excellent? While the spectating players inside the bar were filled with shock and excitement over this matter, Thalia was gaping at Shifeng in surprise and confusion from behind him. In God's domain, any powerful skill or spell possessed a long cooldown, even Tier 0 skills and spells. However, Feng had executed the same devastating attack 11 times in a row, with almost no gap between each attack. He couldn't have executed a combat technique, as combat techniques relied on the movements of the physical body to execute powerful attacks. Moreover, combat techniques would not attract mana or make it manifest as a giant greatsword. The only explanation Phythalia could think of for this situation was that Feng's attack was a special effect resulting from fully unlocking his mana body. If that was the case, then what Divine Tribe needed to do from now on wasn't to devote its efforts to raiding super, large-scale team dungeons or increasing the number of Tier 3 experts it had, but figuring out how to unlock the mana body of players. Otherwise, just one expert with a fully unlocked mana body could dictate the direction of a guild war. In fact, just the presence of one such expert might make raiding current super large-scale team dungeons possible. Meanwhile, the mythology members still inside the bar were momentarily dumbfounded by this situation. They had never imagined that Feng would actually be powerful enough to destroy Sandstorm's group with just 11 attacks. Sandstorm and the others each boasted more than twice the defense of ordinary Tier 3 MTs. Their HPs also exceeded 2 million. They could survive against actual mythic monsters for quite some time. However, Feng had taken no more than 8 seconds to finish them off. He defeated Sandstorm's group so quickly that the rear-line healers couldn't save them. Vice Commander, 8 of our advanced battle arrays have already shattered. We only have 1 remaining. Should we continue fighting? A Tier 3 Ranger asked Silver Ghost. The advanced battle arrays they prepared were no ordinary items. Not only did producing these battle arrays require a lot of precious materials, but using them was also remarkably expensive. This time, the guild had decided to supply their team with 9 sets of advanced battle arrays only to ensure that they secured the Starlight Fortress and gained the initiative when the Demon God's Shrine activated. Meanwhile, they had used 8 sets right off the bat, leaving only 1 set for Silver Ghost's use. Every mythology member present knew full well how strong Silver Ghost was. In the entire Trump Card Legion, aside from the commander, nobody else was a match for Silver Ghost. In fact, even Trembling Hand, the ex-first vice commander of the Legion, lasted only 20 moves against Silver Ghost. Everyone else couldn't even last 10 moves. Silver Ghost's presence was also the reason for their confidence in the success of the operation this time. However, the combat power Feng displayed was simply too frightening. They could not help having doubts. Just as Silver Ghost was about to reply, a deafening roar that shook everyone down to their very souls suddenly sounded from somewhere far away from the Starlight Bar. It's come already? What a pity. Save the battle array for now. We're retreating. Silver Ghost said, sighing as he glanced at the shattered roof of the bar. He then turned to Feng and said, Mythology will give up on the Starlight Fortress this time. However, we will meet again, Guild Leader Black Flame. As soon as Silver Ghost finished speaking, a spatial tear opened up before him. Even though the Divine Dragon had already used spatial imprisonment on the space around the Starlight Bar, it actually failed to stop the spatial tear from forming. When this spatial tear appeared, Mythology's members promptly hurried into it and disappeared from the Starlight Bar. Meanwhile, shortly after Silver Ghost left, a large group of Tier 3 experts suddenly turned up around the Starlight Bar. These Tier 3 experts numbered more than 400, and their appearance made the players inside the bar nervous. It seems we came a little too late, Hell Rush said, cursing silently when he saw that no Mythology member remained inside the miserable Starlight Bar. To be certain of dealing with Mythology's 30-plus experts, he had gone to great lengths to gather more Tier 3 experts from Netherworld Empire. However, he never thought that he would still arrive a step too late. You did arrive a little late. The battle just ended, and Mythology's experts have left already, Phythalia said, nodding. However, I believe they won't come to harass the Starlight Fortress anymore, at least not in the near future. They won't come back soon. Hell Rush was a little confused by Phythalia's words. From what he understood of Mythology, the guild definitely wouldn't rest until it achieved its goals. Emicham. You can see what happened yourselves. Phythalia did not wish to dwell on the matter. Instead, she sent Hell Rush and the others the battle video she recorded. This was because even she herself couldn't understand many aspects of this battle. It would be much better for Hell Rush and the others to watch it themselves. In the video, Shifeng could first be seen sending Sandstorm flying with a normal attack. Then, he could be seen thoroughly overwhelming Mythology's 8 empowered peak experts. Throughout the whole exchange, he looked like a god, an existence that players could not resist. Whether it was Hell Rush and the other Hell Legion members or McCaffrey and Crimson Witch, who had made contact with Shifeng shortly after he arrived on the Western continent, every one of them nearly had their eyes fall out of their sockets. For a moment, they all wondered if the Shifeng portrayed in the video was the same person they knew. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. It had only been a while since they last met Shifeng, yet not only did Shifeng manage to fully unlock his mana body during this period, but he had even gained enough strength to defeat 8 peak experts possessing the strength of Grand Lord ranked archaic species all by himself. Was he still human? Meanwhile, during the time Hell Rush and the others were flabbergasted over this matter, battle videos showing Shifeng's fight in the Starlight Bar started spreading like the plague. These videos soon landed in the hands of the Western continent's various superpowers. What's going on? Mythology was defeated? Chapter 2506, Fame spreads news of Mythology's defeat was like a magnitude 8 earthquake. None of the various superpowers could believe it. Previously, Netherworld Empire's concession had already been plenty shocking to them. However, Netherworld Empire's decision was still understandable, as the Divine Dragon really wasn't an existence that players could oppose. Now, despite Mythology having gained a method to evade the Divine Dragon's detection, it had still failed to gain control over the Starlight Fortress. Moreover, Mythology's failure wasn't even due to the Divine Dragon, but Shifeng, a Tier 3 player. How could they possibly bring themselves to believe this news? This was one of the virtual gaming world's 5 great super guilds they were talking about. It had already been many years since an individual player could resist the assault of one of the 5 great super guilds. Every person who had attempted to do so had been thoroughly suppressed, left with no choice but to submit to the will of the 5 titans. Now, however, not only did Shifeng stand in Mythology's way, but he had even single-handedly killed 8 of Mythology's monstrously strong experts. The various superpowers' upper echelons immediately took action. They not only abandoned all plans to make things difficult for the Starlight Fortress but also forbade the expert teams they had dispatched to Star Valley from causing any trouble inside the Starlight Fortress, especially when Shifeng was known to be present inside the fortress. The reason for their decision wasn't just Shifeng's repulse of Mythology's assault but his monstrous strength. Let alone killing a few Tier 3 experts, even annihilating a 100-man team of Tier 3 experts would be child's play for him. Shifeng was truly a one-man army and an existence that had to be feared. In addition, the Starlight Fortress was currently the only captured fortress in Star Valley. If the various superpowers wished to develop properly in the Forbidden Land, then having access to the Starlight Fortress was a must. If they ended up barred from the fortress, they would definitely die of regret. As for taking direct action to capture the fortress, that was utterly impossible. After all, if even Mythology was helpless against the Starlight Fortress, what could they possibly do? For a time, the various superpowers experts that arrived inside the Starlight Fortress could be seen behaving obediently like harmless sheep. Meanwhile, inside the Starlight Fortress's Fortress Lord's mansion, Shifeng was currently swamped with work. Due to Mythology's defeat and the various superpowers becoming meek, the number of players willing to visit the Starlight Fortress had skyrocketed. These new visitors included many merchant players. Some trading firms had even sought to partner with Zero Wing and offered to rent the Starlight Fortress's shops at a high price. The entire Starlight Fortress became very crowded. Guild Leader, according to our latest statistics, the Starlight Fortress's player population is nearing 500,000 already. Rough estimates put us at a daily net profit of over 250,000 magic crystals, Aqua Rose reported, her eyes practically glowing as she looked at the latest statistics report in her hands. At this rate, it will only take us a few more days before we can repair the large battlefield inside the Fortress Lord's mansion. Then, our people will be able to use it for all sorts of combat training and greatly improve their control over mana. Although the Starlight Fortress was an ancient fortress, it couldn't be expanded. In other words, it was impossible to raise the population limit of the fortress. However, it was still possible to conduct repairs on the fortress's basic facilities and increase the fortress's abilities. Among the various facilities available inside the Starlight Fortress, the one that was most useful to players was the large battlefield. Unfortunately, it cost 1.5 million magic crystals to repair it. Originally, it should have been impossible for Zero Wing to repair the large battlefield in the near future. However, now that the Starlight Fortress had such a large player population, the amount of time it would take to gather funds for repairs should be significantly shorter. The large battlefield was something like a special dungeon on the first underground floor of the Fortress Lord's mansion. Inside this large battlefield, players could fight against all kinds of simulated monsters in the Starlight Fortress's ancient environment. By training inside the large battlefield, players could make tremendous progress in improving their mana control. After all, fighting in a life-or-death battle was many times more efficient than sparring with other players in a combat room. So long as this large battlefield was repaired, Zero Wing could continuously transfer its core experts over from the Eastern Continent to undergo training here, allowing them to unlock their mana bodies several times faster than experts of the various superpowers. The population has increased to such an extent already? Shifeng was a little surprised by Aqua Rose's report. Although he had long since known that his battle with mythology and the activation of the demon god's shrine would trigger a period of rapid development for the foreseeable future, he never thought that the fortress would develop this quickly. It's a pity that the Starlight Fortress is only a small fortress. Otherwise, we would earn many more magic crystals, Aqua Rose said with some disappointment. Magic crystals were becoming increasingly important to current players. This held true even on the Eastern Continent. The reason for this was the demand for magic crystals for the production of high-level weapons and equipment. Now, despite Zero Wing having gained an opportunity to earn a large amount of magic crystals, this opportunity was restricted due to the Starlight Fortress's limitations. A small fortress is already more than enough for us. After all, our foundations on the Western Continent are too shallow. Even if a medium, or even large, fortress were presented to us, we wouldn't be able to manage it, Shifeng said when he saw the disappointed look on Aqua Rose's face. I understand this, as well. The limitation of sending only 10 players to the Western Continent per week is really restricting. It would be great if we could increase that number slightly, Aqua Rose said. She had experienced the Western Continent's benefits already. The development of mana control here was especially excellent compared to the Eastern Continent. If possible, she really wished she could transfer all of Zero Wing's main force members over. With the help of the Starlight Fortress, Zero Wing wouldn't have to worry about its Tier 3 members lacking strength. Let's not rush the matter of sending more people over for now. Since we can activate the large battlefield soon, have Yen Tianqing side make the necessary preparations to start an Adventurers Alliance branch here. Members of the Alliance can accumulate points by completing Alliance-issued quests. Afterward, they can use these points to exchange for time inside the large battlefield or other items. In fact, if their rank in the Alliance is sufficiently high, they can even exchange their points for a private house inside the Starlight Fortress, Shifeng said. It would take too long for Zero Wing to send an adequate number of members over to the Western Continent. Moreover, as players continuously leveled up, more Tier 3 players would fully unlock their mana bodies. Shifeng might be able to defend the Starlight Fortress all by himself now, but he couldn't do so forever. After all, he had plenty of other matters to attend to. He couldn't stay cooped up in a single location for long. If he wanted the Starlight Fortress to experience long-term stability or Zero Wing's development on the Western Continent to accelerate, he needed sufficient manpower and resources. Previously, he had still been troubled as to how to go about doing so. However, with the Starlight Fortress's current popularity and the soon-to-be-repaired large battlefield, attracting a large number of independent experts to join or ally with Zero Wing was definitely feasible. Meanwhile, with a sufficiently large number of experts on its side, Zero Wing would have an easy time establishing itself on the Western continent and securing a sizable chunk of the Western continent's resources. Guild leader, Hell Rush just sent a message stating that Netherworld Empire's higher-ups have agreed to our offer. They are willing to accept our employment, but they have one condition we absolutely must meet: all of the Hell Legion's members should fully unlock their mana bodies within 1 month. Otherwise, they want 20% of the Starlight Fortress's shares as compensation, Aqua Rose reported, frowning. Fully unlocking one's mana body was easier said than done. She and the others had managed to accomplish this feat only because they had the fortune of entering the Starlight Fortress's Legacy Gate and Legacy Room. Meanwhile, Netherworld Empire was asking Zero Wing to help the Hell Legion fully unlock their mana bodies. No matter how she looked at this situation, it was simply impossible. It seems they have finally thought things through. Shifeng smiled when he heard Aqua Rose's words. All right, agree to their conditions. Originally, he had considered Netherworld Empire's agreement to his offer unlikely. After all, the Hell Legion was Netherworld Empire's strongest trump card legion. Not only did the legion consist of 300 Tier 3 experts, but these players were experts among experts. Fortunately, it seemed that the performance he had put on with mythology was quite effective. The Holy Annihilation mana technique was incredibly powerful. Just the first sword, Light Shadow, already allowed him to exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. However, the complexity of Light Shadow was far greater than even bronze combat techniques. The burden it placed on its user's concentration was likewise much greater than that of a bronze combat technique. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. After executing Light Shadow 11 times in a row, he had expended more than half of his concentration already. Had he executed Light Shadow a few more times, he might have entered a state of mental exhaustion. Then, his opponents could have slaughtered him. Guild leader, we're talking about helping them fully unlock their mana bodies in 1 month, Aqua Rose said worriedly. If Netherworld Empire's demand were simply to upgrade the Hell Legion's level or equipment standard, she wouldn't have been too concerned. However, players mainly had to rely on themselves to unlock their mana body. There were too many variables that could affect this process. Meanwhile, as more time passed, the number of Tier 3 experts Zero Wing possessed would continuously increase. There was no need for Zero Wing to be in such a rush to gain Tier 3 experts, using even the Starlight Fortress as a wager. Relax. The process of unlocking the mana body isn't as difficult as you think, Shifeng said, chuckling as he looked at Aqua Rose. Moreover, many matters in God's domain need to be done sooner rather than later. A delay would mean missing out on many opportunities. In any case, now that Netherworld Empire has agreed to our offer, it's time we return to the Eastern continent. If it were before he had fully unlocked his epic mana body, he really wouldn't be confident of fulfilling Netherworld Empire's condition. However, after absorbing the bountiful knowledge in Eliade's memory crystal, helping the Hell Legion's experts fully unlock their mana bodies within 1 month wasn't a difficult task at all. After all, every one of the Hell Legion's experts was a genius even in the eyes of the various superpowers. Chapter 2507, Returning to the Eastern Continent. We're returning so soon? But we just managed to stabilize the situation here. The Starlight Fortress has also just entered a phase of rapid development. If we leave now, I'm afraid problems will crop up in no time at all. Aqua Rose could not help being confused when she heard Shifeng say that they were returning to the Eastern Continent. The Starlight Fortress aside, what should we do about the Hell Legion's 300 experts? Do you intend to have them guard the Starlight Fortress, Guild Leader? Currently, the importance of the Starlight Fortress was not the slightest bit inferior to the Eastern Continent's Stone Forest City. In fact, the fortress was generating a much larger income in magic crystals than Stone Forest City. It would be a huge waste if they simply packed up and left after making a quick buck. However, the most important aspect of the Starlight Fortress wasn't the magic crystal income it generated but its environment. The Starlight Fortress's ancient environment made it the best location for developing one's mana control on the Western continent. Although the Starlight Fortress can bring us a ton of wealth and resources, it is just a tiny area on the Western continent. If we wish to have a truly stable foothold on the Western continent and gain a constant supply of resources from it, we need a kingdom or empire of our own. With just the number of players the Starlight Fortress is capable of attracting, securing a place of our own on the Western continent will be a pipe dream, Shifeng explained, smiling. Therefore, before the Eastern continent superpowers shift their development focus toward the Western continent, we need to occupy as many teleportation portals on the Eastern continent as possible and send our members over. Otherwise, with just the one portal we currently possess, securing our hold over the Starlight Fortress will be our limit. Originally, he had not planned on extending Zero Wing's development to the Western continent, merely on gaining some additional resources for the guild. After all, travel between the two main continents was simply too difficult. With Zero Wing's current ability, developing on both continents simultaneously was impossible. However, after acquiring the Starlight Fortress and the Silver Divine Dragon, as well as witnessing the power of mana techniques, he had changed his mind. During his previous life, the various superpowers had not placed much importance on mana techniques. Hence, he had thought that mana techniques were nothing to write home about. However, after witnessing and learning the Heavenly Blue Saint Eliade's mana technique, he understood just how much help mana techniques could provide players in challenging their future promotion quests. This was especially true for the Tier 4 promotion quest. Mastering a proper mana technique should reduce the difficulty of players' Tier 4 promotion quest by at least 30%. Even if players failed to master a mana technique, the knowledge they gain should still improve their combat power by a significant margin. After all was said and done, Tier 3 was only a transitional phase for the various powers of God's domain. Ultimately, the ones who would truly decide the strength of a power would be the experts standing at the peak of the game. This was also the reason why first-rate powers could never compete with the various superpowers. Meanwhile, the Starlight Fortress was currently the best location for players to develop their mana control. However, the current teleportation portal Zero Wing controlled only allowed a maximum of 10 players to be teleported to the Western continent each week. Just transferring all official and reserve members of Zero Wing's main force to the Western continent would take several months. By then, everything would be too late. Time waited for no man. With God's domain's current popularity, the development of powers was absurdly fast. This was especially true for the superpowers. With the number of experts and territories the various superpowers occupied, so long as they had sufficient funds and resources, their development speed could be far superior to the current Zero Wings. Hence, what Shifeng needed to do now was occupy more teleportation portals on the Eastern continent, thereby increasing the number of players Zero Wing could send to the Western continent. That way, the guild would be able to secure resources and advantages from both continents. At that time, the development speed of its experts would easily outstrip that of the various superpowers' experts. Aqua Rose's eyes glowed with excitement at Shifeng's words. If Zero Wing truly became capable of teleporting a large number of experts over to the Western continent, then the guild would no longer have to worry about clashing with the various superpowers in the future. It might even become a true superpower. After all, the various superpowers might be superior to Zero Wing when it came to the number and quality of expert players, but in terms of guild resources and income, Zero Wing was not the slightest bit inferior to ordinary superpowers. Guild leader, in that case, why do we need to employ the Hell Legion? In any case, the Starlight Fortress shouldn't face any problems in the short term. During this time, so long as we can continuously transfer large batches of players over to the Western continent, including the 10 of us here, we won't need the Hell Legion to defend the Starlight Fortress at all, Aqua Rose explained. She did not doubt Shifeng's ability to find more teleportation portals. After all, he had created plenty of miracles before. However, she still felt that employing the Hell Legion was a huge waste. After all, the Hell Legion operated only on the Western continent. Meanwhile, unlocking the mana body was a difficult task. Rather than waste time helping other people unlock their mana bodies, it would be much better to help their own guild's Tier 3 experts instead. That way, the guild would receive even greater benefits. The Hell Legion is currently one of the strongest legions in God's domain. How can I possibly waste their strength on guarding a fortress? I plan to bring them back with us, Shifeng explained, chuckling when he saw the look of confusion on Aqua Rose's face. There was no need for him to worry about the Starlight Fortress's security for the near term. After all, he had just defeated mythology. Before the various superpowers gathered sufficient power, they wouldn't dare do anything against the Starlight Fortress unless they no longer wished to mingle in Star Valley. They're returning with us? Aqua Rose was momentarily stunned when she heard Shifeng's words. But we can send back only 10 people each week. The Hell Legion has 300 members. They were talking about 300 players. They would need 30 weeks just to get the entire Legion to the Eastern continent. Of course. Why would I employ them otherwise? Shifeng retorted, smiling. The ancient teleportation portal might be our only way of traveling from the Eastern continent to the Western continent, but we're not limited to just one method of travel if it's the other way around. Other powers could only rely on ancient teleportation portals to travel between the two main continents. However, Zero Wing was a different story. If that weren't the case, he would never have made such a promise to Netherworld Empire. Is it really possible? For a moment, Aqua Rose felt as if Shifeng was joking. Relax. However, there's also no need for us to rush to return right now, either. We still need to wait for Divine Tribe to finish collecting the rare materials we need, Shifeng said confidently. After witnessing the Starlight Fortress's effects and obtaining the Heavenly Blue Saint's legacy, he had given this matter careful thought. Although he didn't know why, traveling between the two main continents was incredibly difficult. However, for some reason, players in the various other worlds had a very easy time traveling to the two main continents. Taking advantage of this point, he was fully capable of bringing everyone to an otherworld first, then returning to the Eastern continent via said otherworld. Opening a path to an otherworld might be difficult for other people, but it was a simple task for Shifeng. This was because he possessed the legendary item Moloch's Ring. With Moloch's Ring, he could open a gate of darkness and arrive at the central area of the Dark Denver. The Gate of Darkness did not place a limit on head count. It merely had a time limit of 3 minutes, which was definitely enough to let 300 players pass through the gate. Originally, Shifeng had wanted to avoid using Moloch's Ring. After all, the more times he used the ring, the stronger it would become, and the less time he would have to prepare before it tried to devour him. However, if using the ring once meant that he could bring 300 Tier 3 experts back to the Eastern continent, he would be more than happy to do so. Following which, Shifeng spent another day or so waiting inside the Starlight Fortress. During this time, he not only signed an employment contract with Netherworld Empire but also had Yan Tianqing and Iluofei familiarize themselves with the Starlight Fortress's Fortress Lord's mansion and various other matters. He planned to have the two of them remain behind to manage the Starlight Fortress. As to why he made such a decision, it was so that Zero Wing could manage the Starlight Fortress properly, as well as ensure the development of the Adventurer Alliance branch that would be established here. After all, when it came to managing adventurer teams, the two of them had a much better understanding than he did. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. While he was doing all that, Phythalia and many other Divine Tribe experts had brought a ton of rare materials and non-bag space materials unique to the Western continent over to the Starlight Fortress, the value of this batch of materials exceeding 3 million magic crystals. Shifeng stored all of them inside his epic spatial bag. Once he brought these things back to the Eastern continent, he would definitely make a killing. Guild leader, the Hell Legion and Fire Dances group have already gathered, Aqua Rose reported as she met Shifeng on the second-floor hall of the Fortress Lord's mansion, a hint of skepticism in her tone. Even now, she still couldn't bring herself to believe that Shifeng could transport over 300 players back to the Eastern continent. Alright. Let's return to the Eastern continent. Shifeng could not help smiling when he saw Aqua Rose's expression. He then started incanting and summoned a gate of darkness in the second-floor hall. After the gate opened, he ushered everyone into it. In no time at all, the crowded second-floor hall emptied out. Chapter 2508, Changes to the Dark Den. In a rainforest at the periphery of the Dark Den central area, a huge gate made entirely of black fog suddenly appeared. The frightening amount of energy the gate radiated prompted the demonic creatures nearby to retreat involuntarily as they stared nervously at the 6-meter-tall gate. After the gate opened up, figures of players walked out of it in quick succession. What kind of place is this? The gravitational force here is so strong. It practically rivals the Star Tomb's first floors. Thunder Beast, who had just set foot into the rainforest, exclaimed in surprise. The dense power of darkness enveloping this rainforest aside, just the high-gravity environment here was more than enough to have a Tier 2 player's combat power. Even Tier 3 players, like Thunder Beast himself, were affected quite significantly. The mana here is also very dense, close to 50% of the mana found inside the Starlight Fortress. If we can engage in combat here long-term, it'll definitely provide significant help toward honing our mana control, a Tier 3 elementalist said excitedly. Although the Starlight Fortress's ambient mana was much denser than this rainforest's, combat was prohibited inside the fortress. However, in God's domain, if players wished to improve themselves, the fastest way to do so would be by participating in life-or-death battles. Fighting in mana-dense environments was particularly effective, as players would have a much easier time controlling their mana, which would, in turn, allow them to practice and familiarize themselves with their mana control more efficiently. At this point, the eyes of the Hell Legion's members glowed with excitement. This was because the rainforest teemed with monsters above level 100. This place was an excellent location for not only training their mana control but also grinding for levels. Hell Rush and the others immediately understood why Shifeng was so confident that he could help them fully unlock their mana bodies in 1 month. If they could fight in such an excellent environment, fully unlocking their mana bodies in 1 month would indeed be feasible. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose, who had followed Shifeng to the Dark Den, was similarly surprised by this situation. She never thought that Shifeng had actually kept such an excellent training ground hidden. The monsters here might not be very strong, with the majority of being level 100 chieftains and the strongest being level 100 plus great lords, but the environment here made it the perfect location for newly promoted Tier 3 experts to train in. Guild leader, you're too biased. You actually saved such an excellent location for others. If Zero Wings members had grinded here as soon as they hit level 100, we might have been able to double the number of Tier 3 experts we have by now, Aqua Rose grumbled. Aqua Rose's complaint rendered Shifeng, who had just set foot into the rainforest, at a loss for words because this place was completely different from the central area he knew. Previously, when he used Moloch's ring to teleport to the Dark Den's central area, he had arrived very close to the World Summit. Now, however, he couldn't even see the World Summit from where he stood. Moreover, his surroundings abounded with demonic creatures. The mana density here was also considerably high. In addition, the world here seemed to have built up some resistance toward him, as he found that he currently couldn't exhibit his full strength. Does the teleportation gate change destinations according to my tier or level? After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng concluded that his hypothesis was very likely to be correct, because he had arrived at different locations during his first and second use of the Gate of Darkness. Only, the difference was not particularly obvious, as he was teleported close to the World Summit on both instances. On the third instance, however, he was teleported to a completely foreign location, although still in the Dark Den's central area. Shifeng quickly shook his head, dismissing this matter. He was using the Dark Den as a transit point to travel to the Eastern continent. As they were going to leave the Dark Den very soon, it did not matter what kind of location they arrived in. Unlike the Bible of Darkness's Gate of Darkness, Moloch's Ring's Gate of Darkness was a two-way teleportation gate. In other words, so long as he opened Moloch's Ring's Gate of Darkness, anyone who was a part of his team could move freely between the two locations connected by the Gate of Darkness. Hence, what he needed to do next was simple. He just had to use White River City's return scroll in the Dark Den and return to White River City. Afterward, he would use Gate of Darkness once more and let Hell Rush and the others, who did not possess White River City's return scrolls, cross over to White River City. Even if this method wasn't viable, he could still use the Bible of Darkness. Although the Bible of Darkness's Gate of Darkness had a 30-person limit, it was still a better option than relying on ancient teleportation arrays. Right now, however, as Moloch's Ring was still on cooldown, Shifeng had the Hell Legion's members grind the surrounding demonic creatures and explore the rainforest. Although they wouldn't be here for long, the Dark Den was still a place created by gods. Even without the World Summit, there were still plenty of treasures and opportunities here that could not be found in the outside world. If they were lucky, they might gain a significant harvest. At the very least, it would be much better than sitting around doing nothing for an entire day. Guild leader, there's a town that's protected by a magic barrier right outside the rainforest. By the looks of it, quite a lot of players are gathered there, Fire Dance, who was scouting the vicinity, reported through the team chat. A town protected by a magic array? Fire Dance's report piqued Shifeng's interest. Is it one of the Dark Den's shelters? From what he knew, the Dark Den should have only shelters, not towns or cities. Shelters operated differently from the NPC towns and cities found in the outside world. Every shelter had its own unique abilities and produced its own specialty products. The higher ranked a shelter was, the better its specialty products. Meanwhile, with the shelter Fire Dance reported being in a level 100+ map, its rank was definitely very high. Moreover, aside from specialty products, the Dark Den was also rich in gemstones, which were in short supply on the main continent. Guild leader, should we head over? Fire Dance asked. Of course, Shifeng said, nodding. This is an opportunity to make a fortune. Previously, Shifeng had been incredibly busy. In addition, the Bible of Darkness was necessary to suppress Moloch's Ring, so he couldn't pass the Bible of Darkness to somebody else. As a result, aside from the occasional offline reports he received from Blue Frost and the others, it had been a very long time since Zero Wing had direct contact with the Dark Den. Shifeng had earned a lot of magic crystals and coins via the Starlight Fortress. Just the magic crystals he currently had on hand exceeded 600,000, while his coins totaled over 200,000 gold. He could use this opportunity to purchase a bunch of items to resell on the eastern continent. Moreover, attribute gemstones were much more valuable than magic crystals and also much more useful to players. Following which, Shifeng led Aqua Rose and the other members of Zero Wing toward the shelter Fire Dance found. The Hell Legion's members showed no interest in the shelter at all, opting to remain behind. They only wanted to continue grinding and honing their mana control. After all, Shifeng had already told them that they would be leaving this precious training ground soon. Hence, they needed to cherish this opportunity and improve themselves as much as possible. The shelter Fire Dance found was at the foot of a mountain range, with mountains at 3 of its 4 cardinal directions. Since shelters were under constant assault from demonic creatures, it was undoubtedly strategically located. As Shifeng's group arrived within several hundred yards of the shelter, he finally got a clear look at it. Although this shelter wasn't particularly large, only the size of an advanced town in the outside world, the defensive magic array protecting it was incredibly powerful, capable of resisting the attacks of Tier 4 monsters for a very long time. In a level 100+ map, a shelter with a defensive magic array of such caliber would definitely be considered a very safe location. This was also the reason why plenty of players resided in this shelter. Shifeng estimated that the shelter could easily accommodate over 200,000 players. A player population of 200,000 might not be anything significant compared to the towns found in the outside world, but in the Dark Den, with its low player population, this was a very frightening number. Moreover, the residents of this shelter were very strong. Even the lowest level player Shifeng had spotted was level 104. At level 106 and level 107, the higher level ones could rival the levels of the various superpowers peak experts found in the outside world. The shelter's players were also considerably well equipped, with the weakest piece of equipment on them being level 100 mysterious iron rank and the majority being level 100 secret silver equipment. Some experts were even fully geared in level 100 fine gold weapons and equipment. However, for some reason, most of the weapons and equipment of these players stopped at level 100. Extremely few players sported level 105 equipment. In fact, even level 105 mysterious iron equipment was incredibly rare. When Shifeng's group arrived at the shelter's entrance, a level 106, tier 3 female swordsman who looked both beautiful and capable suddenly approached them. "I believe you are Vice Guild Leader Blue Frost's teammates. I have been waiting for you for a long time now," the female swordsman said excitedly. "May I know when Vice Guild Leader Frost will arrive?" Blue Frost? Shifeng could not help growing confused at this situation. The female swordsman before him was considerably strong. Not only was she at the Flowing Water Realm standard, but she was also just one small step shy of the Void Realm standard. When the female swordsman saw the confusion on Shifeng's face, she pointed at the six-winged emblem he wore and asked strangely, "Are you not Vice Guild Leader Frost's companions?" Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. At this stage of the game, Tier 3 players were still incredibly rare, and Tier 3 players wearing Zero Wings Guild emblem were even rarer. Hence, she had concluded that Shifeng's group should be Blue Frost's companions. "We are indeed companions, but probably not in the way you think we are," Shifeng explained. "So, Vice Guild Leader Frost's team still couldn't make it in time?" The female swordsman grew a little dejected when she heard Shifeng's words. Meanwhile, as soon as this female swordsman finished speaking, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came from a short distance away. "Graceful, I told you long ago that rather than inviting Zero Wings Blue Frost, it would be much better to invite Crimson Emperor's Vice Guild Leader Fantasy, yet you refuse to listen. Now, we're doomed." Chapter 2509, Struggle Over a Bronze Teleportation Gate. Purple, why are you here? When the female swordsman named Graceful Monarch turned toward the clear and pleasant voice, joy and surprise flashed across her eyes. In the next moment, a beautiful level 107, Tier 3 female elementalist, dressed in light blue robes and holding a dark, purple wooden staff, walked over to Graceful Monarch. Similar to Graceful Monarch, this female elementalist was almost at the Void Realm. However, in the female elementalist's presence, the surrounding mana was much tamer than before, looking as if it had found its owner. The appearance of this female elementalist immediately caught the attention of the surrounding players. Everyone turned to look at her, many of the female players present eyeing her with awe and worship. "What? Purple Rakshasa? She actually came here? It seems our extreme light shelter has hope of protecting our bronze teleportation gate this time. That's only natural. After all, Purple Rakshasa is one of the Dark Den's 3 great elementalists, just like Shelter One's Blue Frost. Although she just got promoted to the position recently, she's not the slightest bit weaker than Blue Frost. With her youth, she might even surpass Blue Frost and become the #1 elementalist in the Dark Denver." As the various experts present looked at the luxuriously dressed Tier 3 female elementalist, they broke into a heated discussion among themselves. The originally tense atmosphere enveloping the shelter also lightened considerably due to her appearance. Purple Rakshasa? When Shifeng looked at the female elementalist who looked like a prideful female leopard, he, too, was surprised. He never thought that he would meet her, one of God's domain's famous 12 sacred elementalists. During Shifeng's previous life, Blue Frost had served as one of the capable generals of Fantasy Shrine and received the first-rate guild's full support. This was the reason why he had managed to become a Tier 5 expert in God's domain. Purple Rakshasa, however, had spent her entire career in God's domain as an independent player, yet not only did she manage to reach Tier 5, but she had even become one of the publicly acknowledged 12 sacred elementalists. Back then, aside from Tier 6 god-ranked experts, there was nobody capable of doing anything against Purple Rakshasa. The only unfortunate thing was that Purple Rakshasa had not come across sufficient fortuitous opportunities. Otherwise, she might have become a Tier 6 mage god. While Shifeng's group was observing Purple Rakshasa, the latter had simply glanced at Shifeng's group before returning her attention to Graceful Monarch, mindless of the fact that Shifeng's group of 10 consisted entirely of Tier 3 players. Currently, Tier 3 players might still be very powerful, but they were no longer as rare as before. Moreover, there were stark differences between players even after reaching Tier 3, unlike when players were still at Tier 2. The reason for this was the difference in mana body rank. If players merely completed the most basic trial when challenging their Tier 3 promotion quest, their strength would not increase by much. Meanwhile, the majority of the Tier 3 experts she normally saw had gotten promoted to Tier 3 using this method. Such Tier 3 experts might be unreachable existences in the eyes of ordinary players, but for experts of her caliber, such Tier 3 experts were no different from ordinary Tier 2 experts. They merely had a few more basic attributes than their Tier 2 counterparts. The Extreme Light Shelter's bronze teleportation gate is our lifeline to the outside world. If we really let guilds from the outside world monopolize it, then local players like ourselves will be doomed. I naturally have to put in some effort into defending it, Purple Rakshasa said as she faced Graceful Monarch. I understand. But both Blue Frost and yourself are elementalists. The combat power you two can exhibit in a team battle is several times greater than what physical classes like myself are capable of. If we have the two of you helping us, the Extreme Light Shelter will have a much greater chance of successfully defending the bronze teleportation gate, Graceful Monarch said, sighing. If the upcoming battle were merely a small-scale team battle, she would be confident of the Extreme Light Shelter emerging victorious. Unfortunately, the battle over the bronze teleportation gate's management rights was a large-scale war that would involve hundreds of thousands of players. It was not a battle that melee players like herself could hope to make a difference in. However, it was a different story for magical class players. This was especially true for Blue Frost and Purple Rakshasa, two of the Dark Den's 3 great elementalists. Both of them possessed plenty of Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells, which would be extremely valuable in the upcoming war. It was no exaggeration to say that just one of them could contribute as much as several dozen melee experts like Graceful Monarch herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought out Blue Frost to manage the bronze teleportation gate together. Blue Frost's team is indeed very strong. This is especially true if those several lunatics are participating, as well. However, if you think you can win against the outside world superpowers in the upcoming war by relying just on them, you're in for a rude awakening. You don't know how powerful the outside world superpowers are, Purple Rakshasa said, shaking her head. Even with my current self, I can barely hold my own against 2 or 3 peak experts belonging to superpowers simultaneously. As for the various superpowers domain realm monsters, I'd have trouble surviving against one of them. However, each of these superpowers has several domain realm monsters. They have several experts that even you can't defeat? Graceful Monarch's eyes widened in shock when she heard Purple Rakshasa's words. After all, Purple Rakshasa could trounce over a dozen Tier 3 experts by herself. Even the peak experts of first-rate guilds were no match for her. Graceful Monarch found it truly hard to believe that the outside world superpowers had multiple experts that surpassed Purple Rakshasa. Emicham. I met a lot of experts during my last visit to the outside world. I have to admit that the combat standards there are much higher than the Dark Den's. We only have an advantage when it comes to Tier 3 skills and spells, as well as level 100 weapons and equipment, Purple Rakshasa said humbly. What should we do, then? If what you say is true, our shelter doesn't stand a chance, Graceful Monarch said, frowning. Although she had long since known that the outside world superpowers were not simple, she never thought that they were this strong. Hence, like I said before, partnering with Vice Guild Leader Fantasy is our best option. With Crimson Emperor's help, we can easily secure our hold over the Bronze Teleportation Gate and gain more time for preparations, Purple Rakshasa advised. She then glanced at Shi Feng's group before continuing, otherwise, even if Shelter 1's experts arrive, we will still lose the gate. It seems we have no choice but that, Graceful Monarch said, consenting to Purple Rakshasa's suggestion. She knew that the Elementalist never lied. Hence, when she saw the serious expression on Purple Rakshasa's face, she understood that the chances of the Extreme Light Shelter winning without Crimson Emperor's help was minuscule. Following which, Graceful Monarch had Purple Rakshasa contact Crimson Emperor's side before turning her attention to Shi Feng's group. I apologize for mistaking your identities before. I also hope that you don't take Purple Rakshasa's words to heart. She's not looking down on Zero Wing. It's just that the Extreme Light Shelter's future is at stake right now. As compensation, read latest chapters at Wuxia World. I can represent the Extreme Light Shelter in offering you a 20% discount on all expenditures inside the shelter today. However, as the Extreme Light Shelter will be fighting a war soon, I advise you not to stay for too long. Otherwise, you're likely to get embroiled in the fight. If that happens, you'll have a difficult time leaving, Graceful Monarch said in an apologetic tone to Shi Feng. Meanwhile, just as Shi Feng was about to say something, Purple Rakshasa suddenly walked over with an excited look on her face. Graceful, good news. Vice Guild Leader Fantasy and her team has arrived already. She says that she'll be here soon. At that time, you can negotiate the partnership with her, Purple Rakshasa said, looking at Graceful Monarch. Shortly after Purple Rakshasa finished speaking, a group of players appeared on the street some distance away. Standing at the head of this group of players was a female cleric with a charming appearance. The arrival of this group of players caused an uproar among the nearby players. This was because every member of this 100-man team was actually a Tier 3 player. The number of Tier 3 experts in this team almost equaled the total Tier 3 player population of the Extreme Light Shelter. Chapter 2510, Zero Wings Guild Leader, Black Flame, 100 Tier 3 experts. So, this is the strength of a super first-rate guild? That cleric walking in the lead is amazing. Not only is she geared in a complete set of level 105 fine gold set equipment, but she even has 3 epic weapons and equipment. With this kind of equipment, she can probably suppress Purple Rakshasa with basic attributes alone. When the residents of the Extreme Light Shelter saw Crimson Emperor's members, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets from shock. Aside from all 100 members of Crimson Emperor's team being Tier 3, just the weapons and equipment Crimson Emperor's members sported were enough to blind the eyes of everyone in the shelter. After all, not to mention level 105 secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment, barely any level 105 weapons and equipment existed in the Extreme Light Shelter. Moreover, the majority of them were even mysterious iron rank. However, even the weakest piece of equipment on Crimson Emperor's members was level 105 secret silver rank. Unprecedented shock filled Graceful Monarch's heart at this scene. At the same time, she finally understood why Purple Rakshasa had strongly recommended that the Extreme Light Shelter partner with Crimson Emperor. The Extreme Light Shelter was one of the top 10 shelters in the entire Dark Den, with a large number of expert players based in it. However, when compared to Crimson Emperor, the Extreme Light Shelter was like a candle flame before a raging firestorm. The difference in Tier 3 experts aside, just the difference in combat standards was already more than enough to instill despair in Graceful Monarch. From what she could tell, even the weakest expert among Crimson Emperor's team was at the Flowing Water Realm, with many of them experts at the Void Realm. In fact, Graceful Monarch couldn't even fathom the depths of the female cleric at the lead. However, her instincts told her that this female cleric was definitely far stronger than herself. She doubted she could last more than 5 moves against this female cleric. Graceful Monarch had to admit that Purple Rakshasa was right. It really would be meaningless even if Zero Wings Blue Frost arrived. After all, they could most likely resolve the struggle over the Bronze Teleportation Gate, this time with just Crimson Emperor's people. A short moment later, Crimson Emperor's members arrived before Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa. The combined aura released by 100 Tier 3 experts was enough to stifle the breath of the surrounding players. Graceful, let me introduce you. This person here is Illusory Words, a Vice Guild leader of Crimson Emperor. Previously, it was only thanks to Vice Guild leader Illusory that I managed to complete that epic quest of mine. Without her help, I wouldn't have been able to develop as quickly as I did, Purple Rakshasa said in a respectful tone. So long as we have Vice Guild leader Illusory's help, we definitely won't have a problem defending the Bronze Teleportation Gate. Purple Rakshasa had personally witnessed Illusory Words' strength before. Back then, with just her own strength, Illusory Words had suppressed a Grand Lord of the same level. If not for the excessive HP of level 100 plus Grand Lords, Illusory Words would have been more than capable of soloing it. Illusory Words' strength was something Purple Rakshasa had been seeking to attain all this time. Compared to Illusory Words, the Dark Den's top-ranking experts, such as Blue Frost, were nothing. Greetings. I am Graceful Monarch, the commander of the Extreme Light Shelter's #1 adventurer team. Graceful Monarch said, introducing herself. I believe you already know about the struggle over the Bronze Teleportation Gate. On behalf of the Extreme Light Shelter's various adventurer teams, I hope that you can assist us in defending our Bronze Teleportation Gate. The Extreme Light Shelter is willing to offer 30% of the gate's slots to Crimson Emperor for the successful defense of the gate. May I know what you think of this proposal, Vice Guild leader Illusory? The main function of the Bronze Teleportation Gate was to facilitate travel between the Dark Den and the outside world. However, the gate limited travel to a maximum of 1,000 players daily. It naturally held an incredibly huge temptation for the Dark Den's players and the players of the outside world. As a result, the gate had become the Extreme Light Shelter's main source of income. However, as luck would have it, powers in the outside world had somehow obtained a key that could control the Bronze Teleportation Gate and gained the right to contest for the gate's authority. Fortunately, the Extreme Light Shelter was the one responsible for activating the Bronze Teleportation Gate and held a dominant position over it. Hence, the Extreme Light Shelter could send as many players as it wanted to defend the gate. On the other hand, the key allowed its user to send only a maximum of 5,000 players to contest for the gate. Originally, Graceful Monarch had been relatively confident that the Extreme Light Shelter could protect the Bronze Teleportation Gate all by itself. She had recruited the help of Shelter 1-0 Wing merely as a precaution. However, after seeing Crimson Emperor's team, she came to understand how mistaken she was. In front of a true superpower, the 100-plus Tier 3 experts the Extreme Light Shelter possessed were nothing but a joke. As for Tier 2 players, they were nothing more than cannon fodder before Tier 3 players. The most they could do was whittle down the stamina of the enemy's Tier 3 players. However, if the Extreme Light Shelter's Tier 3 experts couldn't stand up to the enemy's Tier 3 players, then the efforts of the Shelter's Tier 2 players would be for naught. After Graceful Monarch finished speaking, she looked at Illusory Words nervously. Conceding 30% of the gate's slots was already the Extreme Light Shelter's various adventurer teams' bottom line. After all, aside from the slots for the various adventurer teams, the shelter had to sell some to earn the resources and coins for its own development. However, Crimson Emperor would be pivotal to a successful defense of the Bronze Teleportation Gate. The Extreme Light Shelter wasn't the only shelter with a teleportation gate connecting the Dark Den with the outside world. However, its Bronze Teleportation Gate was currently the sole teleportation gate to have a key fall into the hands of a superpower in the outside world. The keys for the other teleportation gates had yet to be discovered. Meanwhile, for a teleportation gate that had its key discovered, the shelter that ruled the gate would face a power struggle once a month. Moreover, the timing of the struggle was the same for all teleportation gates. In other words, Crimson Emperor would be able to help only one shelter at a time. The Extreme Light Shelter might be the only shelter available for Crimson Emperor to partner with right now, but that wouldn't be the case in the future. It was only a matter of time before a power in the outside world discovered the keys of the teleportation gates of the other shelters. At that time, Crimson Emperor would have more, and possibly better, partners to choose from. During the time Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa were quietly waiting for Illusory Words' reply, the latter actually had her eyes directed behind Graceful Monarch. To be precise, she was looking at the departing backs of Shifeng's group. Vice Guild Leader Illusory, is something wrong with those people? Purple Rakshasa asked when she noticed Illusory Words staring at Shifeng's group with a strange expression. It's nothing. I just felt that those people looked somewhat familiar. However, it shouldn't be possible for them to appear here, Illusory Words said, shaking her head. She felt that she was overthinking things. According to her guild's investigation, Shifeng's group was currently on the Western continent. With the Western continent's resources at hand, why would they come to such a small world to compete for resources? Are you talking about them? They are experts belonging to Shelter 1's Zero Wing. They should be here to trade with the Extreme Light Shelter, Graceful Monarch said as she turned to look at Shifeng's group, which had already moved over 300 yards away from her position. Previously, I invited Blue Frost, Zero Wing's Vice Guild leader, to help in defending the Bronze Teleportation Gate. Unfortunately, it seems that Vice Guild leader Frost got pinned down by some problems on his side. Otherwise, with the help of his team, we'd have a much easier time defending the gate. Shelter 1's Zero Wing has only a few noteworthy experts. Everyone else is not worth mentioning whatsoever. If Zero Wing's members really participate in the defensive battle this time, they'll be fortunate to stay alive, Purple Rakshasa said nonchalantly as she glanced at Shifeng's group. It is simply impossible for Zero Wing's Tier 3 experts to bring about any significant changes to the defensive battle this time. In normal times, Tier 3 experts would indeed be very amazing. However, the defensive battle this time would be extraordinary. Ordinary Tier 3 experts would be no different from Tier 2 experts. No, that might not be the case, Illusory Words objected, shaking her head. Wearing a look of admiration, she continued, if it's that person from Zero Wing, then Zero Wing can easily win the defensive battle by itself. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, does Zero Wing really possess such an expert? Graceful Monarch asked curiously. Graceful Monarch had a relatively good understanding of Shelter 1's Zero Wing. Among the guild's members, the strongest was Blue Frost. However, he was only slightly stronger than the current Purple Rakshasa. In front of Illusory Words, he wouldn't last more than 10 moves. Hence, Graceful Monarch found it very difficult to believe that Zero Wing possessed an expert capable of turning the tide of the defensive battle this time all by themselves and earning the admiration of an expert of Illusory Words' caliber. Purple Rakshasa similarly wore a skeptical look at Illusory Words' statement. Upon seeing that neither Graceful Monarch nor Purple Rakshasa believed her, Illusory Words chuckled and said, of course, it does. That person is Zero Wing's current guild leader, Black Flame. Chapter 25:11, Shocking Appearance at the Shelter, is Zero Wing's guild leader really so amazing? Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa could not help the skepticism on their faces when they heard Illusory Words' statement. They felt that the cleric was joking. Both of them were familiar with the strength of Shelter 1's Zero Wing. They also knew that Zero Wing was a large guild in the outside world. Naturally, the guild leader of Zero Wing should possess extraordinary strength as well, otherwise, an expert of Blue Frost's caliber wouldn't have joined it. However, no matter how they thought about it, they simply could not imagine one individual being capable of turning the tide of the upcoming defensive battle. After all, the defensive battle this time was a large-scale war, not some simple skirmish out in the fields. The opponents they had to face wouldn't be limited to just expert players but would include powerful war weapons and tools as well. In the face of powerful war weapons and tools, Tier 3 players were no different from Tier 2 players. Unless players had an invulnerability skill, they would almost certainly die upon getting attacked. Emichim. He is very amazing. It's no exaggeration to call him a true monster, Illusory Word said, nodding. Upon seeing Graceful Monarch's and Purple Rakshas's skeptical looks, she smiled helplessly and continued, with my present skills, I wouldn't last more than 3 moves against him. Even you can't last more than 3 moves. Both Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa were astounded at this revelation. Although they couldn't fathom Illusory Words' strength, instinct told them that they had only one viable option if they went up against the cleric. Escape. Aside from escaping, no other option would keep them alive. In fact, the outcome would be the same even if both of them went at her together. However, a monster like Illusory Words was actually saying that she couldn't last more than 3 moves against Zero Wings Guild leader. How could this be possible? If you meet him one day, you'll naturally know whether I am telling the truth or not, Illusory Words said, chuckling. She did not bother elaborating. In response, Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa still maintained a dubious attitude to Illusory Words' statement. However, they did not pursue this matter. Instead, they shifted the conversation to the details of the upcoming defensive battle. During the time Graceful Monarch and the others were discussing among themselves, Shifeng had left the Extreme Light Shelter together with Fire Dance and the others, completely ignorant of the words that Illusory Words had said about him. Guild leader, are we leaving so quickly? I saw many attribute gemstones on sale at very low prices here. There are even tier 3 skill and spell books available. It's a huge waste to leave this place so soon, Aqua Rose said when she noticed that Shifeng had no intention of lingering in the Extreme Light Shelter. It would have been fine if she hadn't entered the Extreme Light Shelter. However, after entering it, she discovered that the shelter was a treasure trove. Not only were attribute gemstones 50% cheaper than on the Eastern continent, but even tier 3 skill and spell books, which were incredibly rare on the Eastern continent, were available. Although these tier 3 skill and spell books were all for ordinary skills and spells rather than control or AoE skills and spells, if put up for auction in the various kingdoms and empires, they would still cause a huge uproar. Tons of people would vie to purchase them. After all, the power of tier 3 skills and spells were significantly stronger than their tier 2 counterparts. They would be of great help to players when dealing with both players and monsters. Yes. We need to leave at once. Those attribute gemstones and tier 3 skill and spell books might be precious, but we have much more important things to do, Shifeng said. The Dark Den was a special otherworld. Originally, he thought that it would still be some time before the main continent's various powers started extending their hands toward the Dark Denver. He never imagined that not only had the main continent's powers discovered the Dark Den so soon, but there was even a means of travel between the Dark Den and the main continent already. Others might not realize the implications of this matter, but Shifeng, who had a profound understanding of God's domain, knew just how frightening this matter was. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the various powers would go crazy upon realizing the Dark Den's benefits. Skill and spell books at the tier 3 standard and above were incredibly rare in the outside world. Players wouldn't necessarily obtain one even if they rated level 100 plus super large-scale team dungeons. Most other worlds shared the same problem. However, the Dark Den was an exception. Let alone tier 3 skills and spells, even tier 3 taboo skills and curses were relatively easily obtainable here. Meanwhile, aside from unlocking the potential of one's mana body, the next fastest way to improve one's combat power would be to learn more tier 3 skills and spells. Nowadays, competition in God's domain was intensifying, and the various powers were all frantically searching for ways to increase their own strength. With such a perfect opportunity to elevate the combat power of their tier 3 experts, the various powers would naturally go crazy. While there still weren't many passages linking the Dark Den and the main continent in existence, Shifeng needed to occupy as many advantages in the Dark Den as he could and accelerate Shelter 1's development. Only by doing so would he be able to provide Zero Wings experts with a continuous supply of tier 3 skill and spell books. Currently, although Shelter 1's development was progressing relatively smoothly, it barely ranked within the top 10 shelters of the Dark Denver. It was quite inferior even to the Extreme Light Shelter. Normally, it was incredibly difficult to accelerate the development of a shelter, as it depended on the effort and contribution of the shelter's residents. To accelerate a shelter's development, one had to raise the quality of the players residing in the shelter. For other powers and players, this might be quite a challenge. For the current Shifeng, however, it wasn't a difficult task at all, because he was already an intermediate master magician, with the ability to construct and strengthen town and city magic arrays. So long as he strengthened Shelter 1's magic array and improved its defensive capabilities, the shelter would become a much safer place for players. Then, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking talented players developing in Shelter 1. While Shifeng was trying to find a secluded location to use the 7 Luminaries ring to teleport to Shelter 1, a series of explosions came from outside the Extreme Light Shelter. They were so loud that they echoed throughout the entire Extreme Light Shelter. What's going on? Shouldn't there still be several hours before the defensive battle starts? Look over there. A group of people seems to be fighting there. Isn't that hovering elementalist Shelter 1's Blue Frost? Who are those people around him? They're so amazing. They actually managed to reduce one of our Dark Den's 3 great elementalists to such a miserable state. The players standing guard on the walls of the Extreme Light Shelter gaped in shock as they looked at a nearby plane. This was because Blue Frost and 24 or so other Tier 3 experts were currently surrounded by a force of several hundred players. Moreover, not only was Blue Frost's side at a complete disadvantage, but by the looks of it, it was also only a matter of time before Blue Frost's side got annihilated. Those were Tier 3 players they were talking about. At this stage of the game, Tier 3 players were existences capable of instant killing Tier 2 players. This was especially true for a Tier 3 expert like Blue Frost. He could instantly kill a group of Tier 2 players if he wanted to. Now, however, Blue Frost and his team were actually on the defensive, and didn't even have any room to retaliate. Since when did the Sentinel Shelter's people become so strong? Graceful Monarch, who had hurried her way to the top of the shelter's walls, was surprised when she saw the players attacking Blue Frost's team. Others might not be familiar with the several hundred players attacking Blue Frost's team, but she was. These players were experts belonging to the Sentinel Shelter's #1 adventurer team, whom she had clashed with recently. However, back then, the overall strength of this adventurer team was significantly weaker than Blue Frost's team. The adventurer team also had only a little over a dozen Tier 3 experts. There was no way it could match up with Blue Frost's team at all. Now, however, every one of the Tier 2 experts from the Sentinel Shelter had seemingly activated a berserk skill. They not only possessed frightening basic attributes but could also fly for short periods. Blue Frost's team couldn't shake off these Tier 2 experts even if they wanted to. Wait, that's not right. All those people from the Sentinel Shelter are demonized. Moreover, their demonized ranks are considerably high. Purple Rakshasa revealed a somber expression when she saw this scene. Demonized players were extremely rare in the Dark Denver. After her Tier 3 promotion, she had come across a demonized player only once. Although the demonized player was also Tier 3, his combat standard was only at the Refinement Realm standard. However, she had ended up fighting a bitter battle and had even nearly lost her life to the demonized player. Now, however, the Sentinel Shelter actually possessed several hundred Tier 2 demonized experts and over a dozen Tier 3 demonized experts. The Sentinel Shelter originally possessed relatively great strength already, ranking among the Dark Den's top 15 shelters. Troubled Times, the commander of the Sentinel Shelter's #1 adventurer team, was even one of the rare few peak experts in the Dark Denver. As for the remaining Tier 3 experts belonging to Troubled Times' adventurer team, even the weakest among them was at the Refinement Realm standard. With all of these players demonized, Purple Rakshasa couldn't imagine how Blue Frost's team could survive this battle. While everyone from the Extreme Light Shelter was discussing this matter, Blue Frost and his teammates continuously lost HP. Frost, have you still not come to your senses? A level 108, Tier 3 Berserker asked as he quietly watched Blue Frost frantically fending off one attack after another. The higher-ups have a very high opinion of you and your teammates' potential, hence, they specifically instructed me to avoid harming you all. Why do you think the Tier 3 players on our side still haven't made a move until now? Troubled, I admit that you're far stronger than us now, but don't even think about getting us to submit. Moreover, we have long since joined Zero Wing. Why must you keep on targeting us? Blue Frost retorted as he looked at Troubled Times. That's right. Zero Wing has treated us well. How can we possibly betray Zero Wing to join you? Evening Lotus, the female cleric standing beside Blue Frost, said in a determined tone. It seems you people have resolved yourselves to die. Troubled Times frowned when he heard Blue Frost's and Evening Lotus's words. He then started walking toward Blue Frost and said, in that case, I'll let you all know just how laughable Zero Wing's strength is before us. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After saying so, Troubled Times's body expanded in size, and his skin blackened. Two horns also suddenly sprouted from his forehead, and the aura his body exuded turned violent. Upon sensing the change to Troubled Times's aura, Graceful Monarch and the others spectating from a distance gasped. They never thought that Troubled Times had actually grown this strong. Just the aura he released already surpassed that of ordinary Grand Lords. Right now, he most likely could wipe the floor with a 100-man team of ordinary Tier 3 players. However, as Troubled Times walked towards Blue Frost's team, a deep voice suddenly appeared from the void. It seems you're very confident in your strength. In that case, let me see if you really are as strong as you say you are. As soon as this voice appeared, everyone turned to look at its origin. Everyone's eyes landed on a spatial gate that had appeared in midair. To be precise, everyone was looking at the cloaked man carrying two longswords walking out of the spatial gate. Chapter 25:12, You're not qualified. Who is that guy? He actually arrived here via a spatial gate. How extravagant. Is that guy tired of living? Can't he see that even an expert like Blue Frost is getting cornered? Does he think Troubled Times is a reasonable person? The spectating players inside the extreme light shelter were stunned when they saw Shifeng suddenly appear in the middle of the battlefield. They never imagined that such a situation would occur. Even from several yards away, everyone could clearly sense the frightening aura Troubled Times exuded. The strength he possessed had definitely reached inhuman levels. There was no doubt that the current Troubled Times could defeat Blue Frost in just a handful of moves. In fact, Troubled Times was most likely more than capable of soloing Blue Frost's entire team. Yet, there was actually someone who experienced Troubled Times's domineering strength and still dared to provoke him. A measly Tier 3 player dares oppose our commander? Bastard, you're 100 years too early. I'll let you know now what true strength is. The level 108, Tier 3 shield warrior standing behind Troubled Times bellowed in anger, then raised his shield and axe and charged at Shifeng, determined to let the swordsman know just how powerful the sentinel shelter was. This person actually dares provoke Troubled Times just so that he can become famous. With this, nobody in the entire dark den can save him. The sentinel shelter definitely won't stop hunting him down until he's back to level 0. Wait, that's not right. That person seems to be wearing Zero Wing's guild emblem too. He should be here to rescue Blue Frost's team. What's the point of coming out now? Can't he see just how frightening Troubled Times is right now? Let alone Blue Frost's team, even our Extreme Light Shelter's #1 adventurer team would be no match for Troubled Times. What can a lone person like him possibly hope to accomplish? At this moment, some players with good eyesight noticed the silver, six-winged emblem pinned on Shifeng's black cloak. However, even after seeing this guild emblem, nobody felt optimistic about this situation. Everyone merely sighed at or ridiculed Shifeng's actions. Before today, with Zero Wing's help, Shelter 1 definitely had a chance to grow into one of the Dark Den's top 3 shelters. However, now that Shelter 1 was faced with the overbearing Sentinel Shelter, it was fated to fall into oblivion. He shouldn't have gone, Graceful Monarch, who was spectating atop the Extreme Light Shelter's wall, muttered to herself. She was initially surprised when she saw Shifeng making an appearance on the battlefield. Afterward, however, she could not help but shake her head and sigh. In the eyes of Tier 2 experts, Shifeng, who was a Tier 3 player, would indeed be considered very strong. However, his current opponents were the Tier 3 demonized experts from the Sentinel Shelter. It seems he has quite the backbone. Purple Rakshasa was surprised as she watched Shifeng land before troubled times. However, if even Blue Frost is struggling against the Sentinel Shelter, what can that guy possibly hope to accomplish? Nobody had a better idea of exactly how powerful demonized players were than she did. Demonized players' basic attributes and physique far surpassed those of regular players of the same tier. One could say that, at this point in time, aside from illusory words, nobody in the entire Extreme Light Shelter could pose a challenge to the Sentinel Shelter. Unfortunately, there was no reason for someone of Illusory Words' stature to interfere in such an affair. However, when Purple Rakshasa turned to Illusory Words, who stood beside her, she noticed a heavy and shocked expression appear on Illusory Words' face. It was as if the cleric had just seen a ghost. "Why is he here?" Illusory Words muttered, her eyes wide with astonishment. Right now, the shock she felt was obvious even to the ordinary players present. Vice Guild Leader Illusory? Purple Rakshasa could not help growing curious as she looked at Illusory Words. Previously, Illusory Words had maintained her composure when bathed in troubled times' imposing aura. Now, however, Illusory Words actually looked shaken after seeing an ordinary Tier 3 swordsman who exuded not the slightest bit of aura. This situation was simply unbelievable. "Vice Guild Leader Illusory, do you know that person?" Graceful Monarch asked. She, too, could clearly sense Illusory Words losing her composure. Previously, Graceful Monarch had already carefully observed Shifeng and understood that he possessed considerable strength. However, it was not at a level where experts of her caliber needed to pay much attention. The only thing she found noteworthy about Shifeng was that he was an expert of Zero Wing. However, if even Blue Frost, a Vice Guild leader of Zero Wing, had failed to gamer Illusory Words' interest, how could a measly Tier 3 expert from Zero Wing possibly do so? "I do. Of course, I do," Illusory Words said, a smile blooming on her face when she saw the curious gazes Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa were directing at her. "He's the person I told you about before. He's Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame." As soon as Illusory Words mentioned the name of Black Flame, Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa were momentarily stunned. "Vice Guild Leader Illusory, you're saying that he is Zero Wing's guild leader?" Purple Rakshasa instinctively denied the truth of Illusory Words' statement. "How is that possible? I met him before. Let alone the aura of a Tier 3 player, even the mana fluctuations he is giving off are very weak for a Tier 3 player. How can he possibly be the monster you mentioned? In God's domain, all expert players would exude an aura of strength. After they reached Tier 3, the mana fluctuations their bodies caused would also become much more difficult to hide. Moreover, even if a player managed to conceal those mana fluctuations, an expert's instincts would still warn them if they were standing before an opponent with monstrous strength. Take Illusory Words, for example. Despite Illusory Words having concealed her strength completely, Purple Rakshasa's instinct still warned her against fighting the cleric. However, Purple Rakshasa could not sense anything from Shifeng. In her mind, Shifeng was the textbook example of an ordinary Tier 3 player. "So, he is that rumored guild leader of Zero Wing?" Graceful Monarch muttered doubtfully as she looked at the distant Shifeng. Similar to Purple Rakshasa, she found Illusory Words' statement incredible and suspected it was a joke. The Black Flame Illusory Words mentioned was Zero Wing's guild leader. Even if he wasn't as strong as Illusory Word said he was, he should, at least, be stronger than Blue Frost and his teammates. Otherwise, with the personalities of Blue Frost and the others, they definitely wouldn't be willing to submit themselves to his command. On the other hand, someone of Illusory Words' stature had no reason to play jokes on experts like them. While Purple Rakshasa and Graceful Monarch were half-doubting Illusory Words' statement, Blue Frost suddenly exclaimed in bewilderment. "Guild leader?" Although Blue Frost did not speak very loudly, his words swept through the battlefield, and subsequently, the extreme light shelter, like a typhoon. What? He really is Zero Wings Guild leader? Purple Rakshasa and Graceful Monarch goggled in shock upon hearing Blue Frost's words. They never thought that Shifeng, who looked like the average passerby, would actually be the person responsible for recruiting experts like Blue Frost and his teammates, as well as the monster that Illusory Words admired. Originally, they thought that, with the several hundred yards separating Illusory Words and Shifeng, the cleric might have recognized the wrong person. However, such a mistake was definitely impossible for Blue Frost. Setting aside the fact that Blue Frost possessed the extraordinary body of a Tier 3 player, he was one of Zero Wings' vice guild leaders. He might as well resign from his position if he couldn't recognize his own guild leader at that proximity. Everyone from the Sentinel shelter was also dumbfounded at this scene. They never thought that this rude intruder would actually be Zero Wings' guild leader. Are you kidding me? How can this weak bastard be Zero Wings' guild leader? They knew very clearly what kind of strength and potential Blue Frost and his teammates possessed. In their opinion, the person responsible for recruiting Blue Frost's group had to be a dragon among men. Otherwise, how could that person have persuaded an expert of Blue Frost's caliber to join Zero Wing? Upon sensing the skeptical looks everyone was giving him, Shifeng could not help a bitter smile. Previously, he had become so famous that everybody knew about him. Now, however, this group of people was actually questioning his identity. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, so, you're Zero Wings Guild leader. However, what about it? Whether it is you or Blue Frost's group, none of you will be leaving this place alive. The level 108, Tier 3 shield warrior who was charging at Shifeng remained unfazed, even after finding out Shifeng's identity. Instead, he proceeded to activate Brutal Collision and rammed his shield at Shifeng. However, before the level 108 shield warrior could reach Shifeng, a lithe figure suddenly appeared behind the shield warrior, catching him unawares. The snowy short sword this lithe figure wielded then transformed into a black streak of light that pierced through the shield warrior's armor and stabbed straight into his heart. By the time the shield warrior reacted to the attack, a bloody rose had bloomed on his chest. Damage exceeding -400,000 also appeared above his head, the attack plundering all of his HP. You're not qualified to fight our guild leader. Chapter 25:13, Power of One Strike. When the level 108, Tier 3 shield warrior's body collapsed to the ground and disintegrated into particles of light, the entire world seemingly froze momentarily as silence enveloped the battlefield. Only after some time had passed did everyone react to the situation. He died? Impossible. Everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at the lithe figure standing behind the shield warrior's corpse. This was especially true for the players from the Sentinel shelter. Their mouths were hanging wide open in shock because nobody knew better than they did just how much HP and defense the fallen shield warrior possessed. It was no exaggeration to say that even if a Tier 3 Berserker were allowed to freely attack the shield warrior using skills, the Berserker would need at least 10 attacks to kill the shield warrior. Now, however, let alone 10 attacks, the shield warrior had failed to sunv even one. The Sentinel shelter's healers didn't even have a chance to heal the shield warrior. That's a Tier 3 demonized shield warrior we're talking about. Is she even human? Purple Rakshasa could not help her astonishment as she stared at Fire Dance, who was slowly walking up to Shifeng. Purple Rakshasa had clashed with a Tier 3 demonized expert before, so she knew exactly how powerful Tier 3 demonized experts were. Their high defense and HP aside, just their physique granted them reaction speeds far superior to Tier 3 human players. However, Fire Dance had attacked and instantly killed the demonized Shield Warrior without the Shield Warrior even reacting. Fire Dance's reaction speed and attack power were simply unheard of. She's actually so strong? When Graceful Monarch looked at Fire Dance's distant figure, shock and excitement flashed across her eyes. Power. Violence. The suffocating strength Fire Dance displayed was something Graceful Monarch was constantly seeking to attain. Graceful Monarch never thought that she would get to witness this domineering display in person. Moreover, the monster that had carried out this display of power had actually been standing beside Shifeng all this time. At this moment, let alone Graceful Monarch and the other distant spectators, even Blue Frost and his teammates, who stood behind Shifeng, were stunned by this situation. They never imagined that the people from Zero Wing's main branch would be this powerful. Meanwhile, Troubled Times, who had been silently observing Fire Dance all along, similarly wore an astonished expression on his face. I truly did not expect Zero Wing to have such an expert hidden. No wonder you dare to hinder us, Troubled Times said as he shifted his gaze back to Shifeng. However, if you think you can stop the Sentinel Shelter with just this much strength, I'm afraid you're sorely mistaken. As soon as Troubled Times finished speaking, the 17 Tier 3 experts behind him promptly took on a demon form. The frightening aura they released enveloped the entire battlefield and evoked dread even in experts like Blue Frost. Although these Tier 3 demonized experts numbered only 17, the combined pressure they gave off easily surpassed that of the Sentinel Shelter's several hundred Tier 2 demonized experts. It seems Troubled Times is getting serious. A somber expression appeared on Purple Rakshasa's face when the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 3 experts demonized. The Shield Warrior that previously took action was only at the refinement realm. His combat standard was also the weakest among the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 3 experts present. Meanwhile, if every one of the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 3 experts attacked together, even Fire Dance would not be a match for them. After all, this was a team battle, not a one-on-one duel. Not only could players reduce their defensive blind spots by working with teammates, but they would also have a much easier time striking at the enemy's weak points. Not to mention, the assassin class was at its strongest when it was in stealth. So long as an assassin was discovered, their combat power would be halved. Meanwhile, at this point, Troubled Times and the others had already noticed Fire Dance's existence. She wouldn't have another opportunity to launch a sneak attack. In the next moment, the 17 Tier 3 demonized experts rapidly closed in on Shifeng's group, their positioning leaving Fire Dance no chance to fight them one-on-one. At the same time, every one of them used their trademark moves. Tier 3 spell, Shadow Puncture. Tier 3 skill, Chaotic Slash. Tier 3 skill, Shadow Raid. Tier 3 spell, Flame Dragon Bind. Over a dozen skills and spells flew at Shifeng's group. Seeing all these powerful attacks approaching them, Blue Frost and the Zero Wing members with him could not help but despair. Not only did every one of these skills and spells possess power close to the Tier 4 standard, but these skills and spells also overlapped into a perfect assault that had no holes to exploit. It simply wasn't an attack that players could block or dodge. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Fire Dance did not use Vanish or Wind Steps to defend herself even after seeing these perfectly coordinated attacks. Instead, she simply stood beside Shifeng, showing no intention of taking action whatsoever. It was as if the coordinated attacks of the Tier 3 demonized experts did not exist in her eyes at all. Just when the demonized experts' skills and spells were about to reach Shifeng and Fire Dance, Shifeng suddenly took action. Sword's Orbit. A galaxy of stars immediately appeared, with Shifeng as the center, the stars striking down the approaching skills and spells, one after another. From afar, the attacks seemed to disappear automatically upon reaching within 10 yards of Shifeng. Let alone damaging Shifeng, none of them managed to cause him to stumble by even one step. Impossible. He blocked them all. Upon seeing Shifeng shattering their assault, the Tier 3 demonized experts were dumbfounded. After all, not only did their attacks carry great power, but there were also more than 20 of them timed to hit Shifeng and Fire Dance simultaneously. Every one of these attacks was also aimed at the pair's defensive blind spots. Unless Shifeng and Fire Dance used an invulnerability skill, they should have taken damage. It's my turn now. Since the Sentinel Shelter's players had stopped attacking, Shifeng unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and brandished the magic weapon at the 17 Tier 3 demonized experts. Lightning Flash. In the next moment, pitch-black sword lights wrapped in dense mana struck the demonized experts like pitch-black lightning arcs. Pung! 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 A series of explosions reverberated throughout the battlefield. At the same time, the 17 Tier 3 demonized experts went flying backward, each of them losing over -100,000 HP. When they landed, their hands and weapons they wielded trembled uncontrollably. Is he a monster? The spectating players gasped upon seeing this scene. Those were 17 Tier 3 demonized experts. If they moved together as a team, no existence in the Dark Den could hinder their advance. Even the mighty Tier 4 mythic monsters were no exception. Now, however, Shifeng had actually repelled all these experts with a single move. Moreover, he had even injured them quite heavily. Before everyone could snap out of their daze, Shifeng brandished Killing Ray once more. This time, though, he directed his attack toward Troubled Times over 30 yards away. First sword, Light Shadow. Immediately, the phantom of a gigantic greatsword appeared in midair. When it descended on Troubled Times, it looked as if a mountain was falling toward the berserker. The AoE of the attack was so large that evasion was impossible. Moreover, space shattered wherever the gigantic sword passed. Troubled Times's complexion turned grim when he saw this attack. He hurriedly raised his war axe and met the oncoming attack head-on. Shatter. Tier 3 Taboo Skill, Heaven Breaker. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. In the next moment, Troubled Times's axe also cut space and landed directly on the Phantom Greatsword. Boom! Along with the sound of an explosion, the ground shook violently. And as if a violent storm had just passed, dust filled the air, preventing those standing on the battlefield from opening their eyes. When the dust settled and the situation on the battlefield became clear again, everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, the almighty Troubled Times came into view, partly embedded into the ground, his kneecaps no longer visible. At the same time, the ground within a 10-yard radius of the berserker had also sunk by over a meter. As for Troubled Times himself, he had also lost more than 1/5 of his HP. Chapter 25:14, Not to be trifled with. As the dust settled on the battlefield, the watching players from the extreme light shelter, who had assumed that Shifeng's group was in for a bitter battle, were dumbfounded as they stared at Troubled Times embedded in the ground. Is he really a Tier 3 player? They had all felt Troubled Times' aura after he had taken on his demon form. It was strong enough to rival Grand Lords of the same level. Combined with the Berserker's profound combat techniques, he could kill Tier 3 experts with little to no effort. Tier 3 players had no hope against him. Only experts who had reached Tier 4 would have the power to suppress a monster like Troubled Times. And yet, Shifeng, who looked ordinary and didn't even have the aura of a Tier 3 player, had overwhelmed the Berserker with brute strength. Everyone watching felt as if the main god system were joking with them. He's actually this strong? When Purple Rakshasa and Graceful Monarch saw Troubled Times's embedded figure, their minds went blank. Although illusory words had told them that Shifeng was monstrously strong, even going so far as to insist that she was no match for the Swordsman, they hadn't believed it. First, Shifeng had repelled 17 Tier 3 demonized experts with one move. Then, he had used another move that tore space apart and left Troubled Times heavily injured. The man's strength was simply unheard of. With just this ridiculous strength, Shifeng was more than capable of making fools of 100 Tier 3 players. When demonized, Troubled Times enjoyed inhuman basic attributes. If any other Tier 3 player had stood against Shifeng's attack, they would have instantly perished. In other words, Shifeng was powerful enough to instant-kill Tier 3 players. There was almost no difference between Tier 2 and Tier 3 before him. At most, Tier 3 players were slightly stronger ants. Purple Rakshasa and Graceful Monarch now, more or less, understood why Illusory Words admired Shifeng, declaring that he alone could change the tide of the upcoming war. Sure enough, he's grown stronger. While Illusory Words watched Shifeng, who stood proudly among the Sentinel Shelter's players, she couldn't contain her bitter smile. After the battle on Dragonheart Island, the various superpowers had recognized Shifeng as a peerless monster, one not to be provoked, but they had continued their development since then. Adding to the fact that they had stronger foundations than Zero Wing, Illusory Words had been sure that she should have caught up to Shifeng a little. She had never imagined that the distance between her and the Swordsman had grown. She had been humble when she had told Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa that she wouldn't last more than 3 moves against Zero Wing's guild leader. In truth, she had been confident that she shouldn't have any issues taking 5 or 6 hits from Shifeng. She had recently obtained a bloodline, and her life rating was beyond that of an ordinary Tier 3 player, after all. Her basic attributes had also substantially increased. But now, she realized how sorely mistaken she had been. When Shifeng's attack had torn apart space itself, she realized that his strike had Tier 4 power. Combined with the attack's large AoE and high attack speed, she knew she didn't have a prayer of dodging or blocking the attack without an invulnerability skill or spell. Naturally, Blue Frost and his teammates were dazed after seeing the outcome of the exchange between Shifeng and Troubled Times. They didn't react like Zero Wing members at all. "Blue, is that really our guild leader?" a level 108, Tier 3 Guardian Knight prodded Blue Frost. When they heard the question, several other recent additions to the guild turned to their vice-guild leader with curious looks. Aside from Shelter One's good development prospects, they had joined Zero Wing because of Blue Frost's individual strength. They didn't view Zero Wing's larger branches in the outside world as important. Many of the Dark Den's shelters had allied with powers from the outside world, too. Aside from financial support, Shelter One didn't receive any benefits from Zero Wing's main branch. Their connection was far weaker than the other shelters that had outside power support. This was precisely the reason that they doubted the main branch's strength. After witnessing Shifeng's display, however, even a fool could tell that Zero Wing was no simple guild. With such a powerful guild leader, they were confident that Shelter One would eventually grow into one of the Dark Den's top 3 shelters. He's our guild leader, Black Flame, Blue Frost muttered, replying to his teammate's question, but as he stared at Shifeng, he couldn't help but question his own memory. The power the Swordsman had just used was too overwhelming. The man was nothing like the Shifeng he remembered. When Shelter One's Zero Wing members heard the confirmation, their eyes lit with excitement. Before they could celebrate, however, Troubled Times pulled himself out of the crater around him, glaring at Shifeng with a grim expression. If he hadn't blocked that attack with a Tier 3 taboo skill, he would have lost more than half of his HP. "It seems that I've underestimated you, Frost. With such a guild leader to back you up, you're out of my reach, but don't think this one failure will be enough to stop the Sentinel Shelter's advance. Demon players will only grow stronger as time passes. Our next meeting will be the end of Shelter One," Troubled Times said, sneering at Blue Frost. He then shouted to his teammates, "Everyone, retreat." Following their orders, every player from the Sentinel Shelter turned and fled. They gave Shifeng and Fire Dance no opportunities to strike. When Blue Frost heard Troubled Times' warning, however, he paled. Meanwhile, the Extreme Light Shelter's members couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. As Troubled Times had said, demon players and ordinary players were on different levels. Demon players could continue to upgrade their demon rank, bolstering their combat power as time passed. Shifeng might be able to stop the Sentinel Shelter's demon players right now, but how long could he continue to do so? Moreover, Shifeng was Zero Wing's guild leader. He couldn't stay in the dark den indefinitely. Once he left, Shelter 1, which constantly fought the Sentinel Shelter over resources, would suffer. You're not wrong, but that only holds true if you escape with your lives. Shifeng growled, watching troubled times preparing to flee. Demon players could increase their combat power by raising their demon rank, but they had a fatal flaw. They couldn't afford to die. Once a demon player died, they'd lose a significant fraction of the strength and reputation they had built up. It was a problem that constantly plagued demon players. I admit that you're exceptionally powerful, Guild Leader Black Flame, but if we focus on escape, how many of us can you really kill? You're better off saving your energy. The moment Troubled Times finished his statement, he split into 5 clones of himself. All 5 clones then split up and fled in different directions. As he did, the rest of the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 3 experts used their trump cards as well, either boosting their movement speeds or creating a group of doppelgangers to cause confusion on the battlefield. It was obvious that the Sentinel Shelter's experts were quite adept at escaping and surviving. None of them were afraid of Shifeng or Fire Dance's pursuit. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, is that so? Even as Troubled Times ran, Shifeng showed no intention of chasing him down. Rather, he chuckled and asked, "What if we invite 2 Tier 3 magical classes to join the fray?" Suddenly, Troubled Times realized that something felt off. Magical classes were more suited for team battles than physical classes. They could exhibit far more combat power on the battlefield, which was why Graceful Monarch had gone out of her way to invite Blue Frost to the Extreme Light Shelter. Suddenly, space roughly 100 yards away from the battlefield began to blur. A translucent barrier of water then appeared, in front of which stood 2 women in elegant mage robes. All of the mana within 300 yards of the women gathered to them. The mana density around them became so high that it formed a thin layer of mist in the area. This is that a fully unlocked mana body? Chapter 25:15, Apex Sword. Seeing the mana on the battlefield gather around Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud, Troubled Times, expression darkened further. The mana body was the very symbol of Tier 3, and any player that reached Tier 3 understood one thing: they had no control over their mana bodies. They needed to learn about and adapt to their mana bodies first. Only then could they gain full control over their mana bodies and exhibit the true strength of a Tier 3 class. However, it wasn't easy to unlock a mana body's full potential. Very few Tier 3 experts had even begun. And yet, 2 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies had joined the fight, and both were magical class players. What? This can't be true, can it? They've already unlocked their mana body's full potential? What kind of guild is Zero Wing? Intense shock flashed in Graceful Monarch's and Purple Rakshasa's eyes as they stared at the distant Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud. Zero Wing was already amazing to have a monster like Shifeng, but now, they learned that the guild had 2 magical class experts with fully unlocked mana bodies, as well. What was up with this? Even at this stage of the game, it was incredibly unlikely that the various superpowers would have a single expert with a fully unlocked mana body, yet Zero Wing had 2. How did they do it? Even Illusory Word stared with wide, shocked eyes. She couldn't bring herself to believe what she was seeing. Since more of the various superpowers members had begun to reach Tier 3, these superpowers had shifted their focus toward helping their Tier 3 members unlock their mana body's potential, rather than nurturing more Tier 3 players. Controlling one's mana body wasn't like controlling the physical body, however. Players' mana control needed to be excellent to accomplish the task. Unlocking one's mana body required such high mana control that even magical class players, who often manipulated mana, only had a small edge over physical class players. Unlocking a mana body's potential was a gradual process. Players needed to conduct repeated experiments, slowly learning how their mana bodies operated. This process was impossible to skip since every player had a different mana body. The current top player in Crimson Emperor had only unlocked 35% of their mana body's potential, and the guild's remaining Tier 3 experts hadn't even unlocked 1%. As one unlocked more of their mana body, the process became more difficult. Based on Crimson Emperor's estimates, a Tier 3 player should need 2 or 3 months, at least, of relentless effort to unlock their mana body's full potential, notwithstanding any fortuitous encounters. And now, Illusory Words learned that Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud had both fully unlocked their mana bodies. How could she possibly believe this? Moreover, the mana the two women commanded was truly frightening. Despite standing several hundred yards away, Illusory Words could sense the torrent of mana flowing toward them. It felt like watching whales take a breath of air. Those two women were practically moving mana engines. Before anyone could recover from their daze, Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud had finished chanting the final verses of their incantations. As they did, a blue, twofold magic array appeared above the battlefield, covering a 100-yard radius. Meanwhile, several hundred silver magic arrays manifested around Violet Cloud. Tier 3 Super Spell, Frostburst Waterfall. Shadow Rage. With the help of their mana bodies, the women's spells drained all of the mana in a 400-yard radius. Suddenly, countless ice shards rained down from above, and as they passed, space froze. Any Tier 2 demonized player these ice shards encountered transformed into ice sculptures and died instantly. When the ice touched a Tier 3 demonized expert, they plundered 1/3 of their HP. While Aqua Rose's ice covered the battlefield, the Shadow Blade's Violet Cloud's Shadow Rage danced among the fleeing demon players. Not only had her mana body strengthened her Shadow Blades, but the fragmented legendary ranked Magic Light Pendant did so as well. 300 Shadow Blades, with power approaching the Tier 4 standard, struck the Sentinel Shelter's fleeing members. The blades were so powerful that not even Tier 3 experts could block them without taking some damage. The Tier 2 players didn't even have time to resist before they died. For a time, the several hundred fleeing players from the Sentinel Shelter transformed into ice sculptures or were shredded by the Shadow Blades. They all transformed into particles of light. Not even the running Tier 3 experts could escape death. Despite the world of ice and light the battlefield had become, none of the Extreme Light Shelter spectating players found the scene beautiful. They only felt fear and dread as they gazed at the destruction. Everyone already knew that magical class players could exhibit far greater combat power on a battlefield than physical class players, but they couldn't help the shock they felt as they watched the two women destroy their enemies. Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud had only used a total of 2 spells, after all. Despite such a large-scale bombardment, not only hadn't the women's attacks harmed their allies, but they had also drastically reduced the number of players from the Sentinel Shelter. Only 4 seconds had passed since they had cast their spells, yet they had slain over 200 players. Moreover, the death toll climbed as more time passed. Not even a 100-man team of Tier 3 experts would prove this effective. Every player that had come from the Sentinel Shelter was a demonized player. Even their Tier 2 members had combat power nearly on par with the Tier 3 players after transforming into their demon form. Just landing a hit was a struggle for Tier 3 players, much less killing them. Moreover, demonized players possessed far higher HP, defense, and magic resistance than human players. At most, a Tier 3 skill or spell would deal high damage to these players. It would take a lot more to instant kill them. However, Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud spells had instant killed the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 2 players, giving the enemy healers no chance to help them. Moreover, the absurd damage the spells dealt wasn't the most frightening aspect about them. What truly amazed everyone was the fact that those spells seemed like they had a life of their own, always targeting players' blind spots. Only Refinement Realm experts and above had any chance of blocking them. Everyone else would have to bear the full brunt of the projectile's hits. Black Flame. Troubled Time's eyes bulged as he watched one subordinate after another fall. Every player he had brought with him was an expert from the Sentinel Shelter, and they all played crucial roles in the shelter. The berserker skidded to a stop and pulled a gigantic, pitch-black crystal from his bag. Maddened, he shouted, "Since you won't let my people live, I'll take you down with us." With that statement hanging in the air, Troubled Times shattered the crystal. Suddenly, dark clouds formed above the plain, and a colossal spatial tear split the sky. A gigantic hand, as large as a mountain, then reached through the tear. Both Blue Frost's team and the players from the Extreme Light Shelter watched in horror. What? The Demon King's hand? How does he have that tool? Is Troubled Times insane? Does he want everyone to die? It's over. We're all dead. The players from the Extreme Light Shelter cursed Troubled Times for his cruelty. The Demon King's hand was every Dark Den player's nightmare. An independent player had once gotten their hands on this tool, and to avenge his fallen comrades, he had used the Demon God's hand to destroy the shelter responsible. The Demon King's hand had only attacked once, crushing the shelter into dust. The attack was a massive AoE. Although Troubled Times had summoned the Demon King's hand several hundred yards from the Extreme Light Shelter, it was still well within range. Even illusory words felt the presence of death surround her, not to mention the shelter's residents. Unfortunately, it was too late to run. The spell had already taken shape, and even space would freeze under a Tier 5 spell's influence. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. She couldn't even use instantaneous movement to flee. Even if she could, she wouldn't have time to escape the spell's AoE. Instantaneous movement would only teleport her several dozen yards away. The Demon King's hand? Even Shifeng's expression darkened when he saw the descending hand. He immediately activated disintegration power, forcing himself to Tier 4 before he leaped into the air, raising Killing Ray above his head with both hands. Block it. First Sword, Light Shadow. Chapter 25:16, Legend of the Dark Den. As Shifeng jumped into the air, the phantom of a gigantic greatsword encompassed his sacred sword. Shifeng swung the ghostly weapon at the descending Demon King's hand, stupefying the spectating players who had begun to despair. Is he really trying to block the Demon King's hand? Graceful Monarch was shocked as she watched Shifeng leap into the air. The Demon King's hand had Tier 5 power. Not even the Extreme Light Shelter's defensive magic array could stop that attack. At this stage of the game, this spell was unstoppable. It was why everyone had been overwhelmed with hopelessness the moment Troubled Times had used the Demon King's hand. Graceful Monarch had never expected Shifeng to confront the Demon King's hand instead of fleeing. The man was simply ludicrous. The only thing anyone could do was shake their head as they watched. No player could hope to block the Demon King's hand attack, players could only flee for their lives. The moment the Demon King's hand appeared, however, space within several thousand yards froze. Without a high-tiered magic scroll, which could break through frozen space, players could only rely on their own 2 feet to escape. Of course, trying to cross several thousand yards on foot in a few short seconds was a joke. So what if you can suppress the Sentinel Shelter? Against the Demon King's hand, you're nothing more than a pest. Troubled Times, shrouded in a black barrier, sneered as Shifeng tried to attack the colossal, pitch-black hand. You'll die alongside the Sentinel Shelter's people. The Demon King's hand was his greatest trump card. He hadn't wanted to use it, but he could just let Zero Wing get away with annihilating his team. There was only one way to stop the Demon King's hand: one would have to kill the user before they shattered the black crystal. Once the crystal shattered, not only would the energy within summon the Demon King's hand, but it would also surround the user in a protective barrier, keeping the user safe from the wrath of the Demon King's hand. By the time Troubled Times finished his statement, the Phantom Great Sword had collided with the descending, black hand. The Demon King's hand was the size of a mountain, and although the Phantom Great Sword was quite large, it was little more than a toothpick against the colossal palm. It was utterly insignificant. Boom! The instant the two attacks met, the sky shattered, and a massive spatial tear stretched for several hundred yards. The sound of an explosion echoed throughout the map, and the intense shockwave shoved back the players below, making them stumble. Once the shockwave had passed, the watching players looked up and realized that the gigantic hand had come to a grinding halt as if it had encountered an invisible wall. Suddenly, a figure shot down from the sky, crashing into the ground like a meteor with enough momentum that the impact created a crater that was several meters deep and over 24 meters wide. Everyone froze in shock. They only snapped out of their dazes after 4 seconds had passed. He did it? He actually blocked it. But that's the Demon King's hand. It's as powerful as a Tier 5 attack. Is he even human? The Extreme Light Shelter's players cried out in shock. For a moment, they even forgot to celebrate the fact that they had just survived the Demon King's hand attack. So, that is Zero Wing's guild leader. Astonishment flashed in Purple Rakshasa's eyes as she stared at the pitch-black hand as it gradually faded out of existence. Shifeng was simply too strong. She had met plenty of experts after leaving the Dark Den, but none were a match for Shifeng. His strength was beyond words. The Demon King's hand was every Dark Den player's nightmare. When facing the attack, players could only wait for death to claim them. There was nothing else they could do. And yet, Shifeng had just stopped the Demon King's hand. No one would believe her if she told them about this incident, but she had seen it with her own eyes. Is he really Black Flame? Illusory Words was just as flabbergasted. She could hardly believe what she had just witnessed. They were talking about a Tier 5 attack. Not even one of the outside world's guild cities would survive such an attack, much less a stronghold like the Extreme Light Shelter. If the Demon King's hand had been successful, nothing would have remained of the city's defensive magic array and walls. However, Shifeng had blocked the attack and saved them all. Only the 5 great super guild's true monsters were likely capable of accomplishing such a feat impossible. How can anybody block that thing? Troubled Times was dazed as he watched the Demon King's hand dissipate. His mind instinctively refused to accept the situation. A Tier 5 Demon King's attack could even vaporize Tier 4 players, much less Tier 3 experts. It shouldn't be possible for current players to block the attack. But no matter how hard the Berserker rubbed his eyes, he couldn't change the fact that the gigantic, pitch-black hand was fading away. It was obvious that the hand had exhausted the energy that had summoned it, and it couldn't sustain itself on this plane of existence. While everyone struggled with their shock and elation over the Demon King's hand's disappearance, a figure pulled itself from the massive crater in the middle of the battlefield. It was none other than Shifeng, who had intercepted the attack. He was clearly in a miserable state. Not only was he heavily injured, but he also had less than 10% of his HP remaining. The sacred sword in his hand trembled violently as if crying in agony. He's not dead? He survived? How high are his defense and HP? Everyone's jaw dropped when they noticed Shifeng emerge from the crater. The fact that the swordsman had stopped the Demon King's hand was already unbelievable, yet now, they learned that he had actually survived the endeavor. He had just taken on a Tier 5 attack, which was even powerful enough to severely injure Tier 4 mythic monsters if they took it head-on. Current players should have no hope of surviving such a blow. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Guild Leader. When Blue Frost and his comrades saw Shifeng, they were elated, and pride shone in their eyes. They had just witnessed a legend in the making. And their guild, Zero Wing, was responsible for it. Both Shifeng and Zero Wing would become legendary names throughout the Dark Den as word of this spread. Chapter 25:17, Fame spreads across the Dark Den. Everyone was astounded that Shifeng had survived after countering the Demon King's hand, but the player in question only breathed a deep sigh of relief. Thank goodness the Demon King's hand's power is barely at Tier 5. If it had been stronger, not even Void Shield would have saved me. Glancing at his HP bar, Shifeng realized he had very nearly lost his life. Had an expert with a fully unlocked mana body summoned the Demon King's hand instead of Troubled Times, he wouldn't have even had a chance to resist. In God's domain, magic tools' effects varied depending on the state of a player's mana body. When a player with a locked mana body used a magic tool, its effects would be minimized, but if a player used their mana body's mana to activate a magic tool, they could elevate its power. If a Tier 5 expert had used the Demon King's Hand, they would have likely boosted its power to the peak of Tier 5. Fortunately, Troubled Times hadn't unlocked his mana body's full potential yet. With his disintegration armor's help, Shifeng had forced himself to Tier 4, but his strength was nowhere near Tier 5, even after using Holy Annihilation's first sword. At best, his light shadow had peak Tier 4 power. To attack with Tier 5 strength, he'd have to master the second sword, Holy Devour. A large part of the reason for his miserable state was the fact that he hadn't yet perfected light shadow. Although, he still wouldn't have wielded Tier 5 power even if he had perfected the technique, pushing it to its limits. It only would have saved him from most of the damage he had suffered encountering the Demon King's Hand. But that counterattack was his current limit. Even after forcing himself to Tier 4, executing light shadow perfectly was practically impossible. Mana techniques weren't like combat techniques, they focused on mana manipulation. With a combat technique, the stronger a player's physique was, the easier it would be to execute. In other words, higher-tiered players had an easier time using their combat techniques. However, the opposite was true for mana techniques. The higher-tiered a player was, they would have access to more mana to control, and as a result, controlling mana became more difficult as players reached higher tiers. Just using light shadow at Tier 4 had depleted more than half of his concentration. His consumption rate had been many times higher than when he used the technique at Tier 3. "Since you're done, Commander Troubled, it's my turn." Shifeng snapped, shifting his gaze to the dazed berserker a short distance away. Shifeng hadn't been loud, but when the Sentinel Shelter's survivors heard him, their scalps went numb as fear overcame them. Even Troubled Times' instincts screamed at him to run, and he took an involuntary step back for each step Shifeng took toward him. This swordsman was monstrously strong. The man had actually survived a hit from the Demon King's Hand. Troubled Times couldn't even imagine what he could do against Shifeng. Although he knew that Shifeng was on his last leg after countering the Tier 5 attack, and he could probably kill the swordsman with a normal attack, he was afraid. He was even terrified of trying. No one could guarantee that Shifeng didn't have another trick up his sleeve. Moreover, demon players paid a much greater price than human players when they died, especially demon viscounts like Troubled Times. The crowd only gasped as they watched. He can still fight in such a state? Graceful Monarch's mind was blown when she sensed Shifeng's aura, which was growing stronger, not weaker. Even she was confident that she could easily defeat Shifeng in his current state, not to mention the demonized Troubled Times, but when she looked at the swordsman as he slowly approached Troubled Times, her instincts warned her to flee. "Black Flame, I surrender. But, don't you dare assume that Sentinel Shelter will just give up. It won't be long before our shelter takes Shelter 1 for our own." Troubled Times growled, mustering some courage. The berserker then pulled an ancient, silver magic scroll from his bag and activated it without hesitation. The spell immediately rent space before him. Rather than an endless void, however, players saw a burning forest within the tear. They also caught glimpses of a city enveloped in darkness among the burning trees. A boundary breaker scroll? Shifeng was slightly surprised to see the spatial tear. He had never thought Troubled Times would have such a precious scroll. The boundary breaker scroll was one of God's domain's super-rare ancient magic scrolls. As long as one had a location's coordinates, they could teleport to that location from anywhere in the game, even from another world or continent. The scroll would even prove effective in frozen space. It was an invaluable tool that players could even use to flee from Tier 5 monsters. Players and powers in the past had even spent 5,000 gold on a single boundary breaker scroll, and even then, very few players had been willing to sell their scrolls. "Just you wait, Black Flame. The next time we meet, your Shelter 1 will fall." Troubled times promised, sneering at Shifeng. He then jumped through the spatial tear, vanishing from the dark Denver. Every player from the Extreme Light Shelter and Blue Frost's team was stunned. None of them had expected Troubled Times to escape after his ruthless rambling. Moreover, he had fled without a second thought. Troubled Times was known for his courage in the dark Denver. If he had the slightest chance of victory, he'd continue to fight to the bitter end, and yet. Was that really Troubled Times? His reaction wasn't unusual. If I were in his shoes, I would have fled from the guild leader as well. Not even a Demon King's hand could defeat Black Flame. What could Tier 3 players like us possibly do to him? Black Flame is amazing. With a guild leader like that, Zero Wing will never have to worry about its development. I wonder if Shelter 1's Zero Wing is still recruiting members? If it is, I'm definitely applying. After a brief moment of silence, a commotion erupted throughout the Extreme Light Shelter as everyone discussed Troubled Times' escape. They also expressed their admiration for Shifeng, and quite a few players, who had been developing in the shelter for some time, began to consider moving their bases to Shelter 1 and joining Zero Wing. Shifeng's presence was even more than enough to deter superpowers from attacking Shelter 1. Furthermore, Shifeng wasn't Zero Wing's only monstrously strong player. If they could learn from these monsters, they'd quickly grow stronger. He still got away in the end? Blue Frost frowned as he watched the spatial tear disappear. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Although he was surprised with how decisively Troubled Times had fled, the man's actions had been well within reason. Shifeng's strength had just been that astonishing. There was nothing surprising about how much Troubled Times feared Shifeng, going so far as to run, even knowing that Shifeng had almost no combat power remaining. While almost everyone viewed Troubled Times' ruthless promise as nothing more than an attempt to salvage his reputation, Blue Frost knew that he hadn't been joking. The Dark Den offered demon players an unimaginably advantageous environment, and now that Troubled Times had seen the depths of Zero Wing's strength, he would be absolutely confident of overcoming the guild the next time he attacked. Moreover, the fact that the Berserker had used one precious tool after another proved that a great power supported the Sentinel Shelter. If they didn't deal with this properly, Shelter 1 would face true danger. Escape? Do you think you can flee from me so easily? Shifeng chuckled as he watched the spatial tear finally close. Chapter 25:18, Kill no matter the distance. Have you locked onto him, Fire? Shifeng asked, turning toward Fire Dance a short distance away. Players had many ways of escaping to live another day in God's domain, and when one wanted to hunt a fleeing player, they could rely on tracking scrolls, skills, and spells. Of all of the main classes, the assassin was the most adept at tracking and taking out targets. Once an assassin reached Tier 3 and unlocked their mana body's full potential, their tracking abilities would undergo a qualitative transformation. They could use their own mana to lock on to another player's mana signature. Unlike tracking scrolls, this method didn't add any debuffs to the target, making it nearly impossible to detect. Unless the targeted player could remove the mana the assassin had left on them, they couldn't shake off the tracker. Rest assured, guild leader, my mana is on him. Even if he runs to the edge of the world, I can find him, Fire Dance confirmed, nodding. She had locked on to every Sentinel Shelter member's mana signature even before she had killed the Tier 3 Shield Warner. Even if Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud hadn't taken action, none of the Sentinel Shelter players participating in the fight had had any chance of escaping with their lives. Guild leader, do you really intend to chase after Troubled Times? The spatial tier's destination is a city enveloped in darkness energy. There's a 90% chance that it is in demon players' territory. Those demon players are extremely biased against other races. Even if you manage to make it there, you'll have a hard time reaching Troubled Times, Blue Frost hurriedly interrupted, attempting to dissuade Shifeng from hunting down the Berserker in question. Although Troubled Times still posed a threat to Shelter 1, the Sentinel Shelter would need some time to recover from losing so many of its top experts. Meanwhile, Shelter 1 could use this chance to grow stronger. After today's battle, Zero Wing's fame would spread across the Dark Den, after all, and a large number of players would show up to join Shelter 1. The shelter wouldn't have to worry about its development speed. Once they upgraded Shelter 1 to a large shelter, Troubled Times would have a hard time threatening the shelter. Of course. These players have chosen to be one of Zero Wing's enemies, and I need to ensure that they know the price for doing so. Shifeng resolutely declared. Another time, he might have let the matter slide. But times had changed. As the Dark Den had more contact with the outside world, more superpowers would have designs on the other world. If superpowers wanted to develop in the Dark Den, they'd need a shelter first, but reaping the other world's benefits would take ages if they had to construct and grow a shelter from scratch. Hence, they would try to take over already developed shelters. Now that the Sentinel Shelter was the first power to target Shelter 1, he had to teach them a lesson and use them as an example, showing other powers that Zero Wing was not to be provoked. If he didn't act now, more powers would target his shelter in the future. I understand. I'll see to the necessary preparations, but now that the various powers are fighting over the bronze teleportation gates, traveling to the main continent is incredibly challenging. I'm afraid that we'll need some time before we can go after Troubled Times, Blue Frost said. Blue Frost understood what Shifeng intended when he heard the man's reply. It was clear that Shifeng wanted to make an example of Troubled Times, but traveling between the Dark Den and the main continent wasn't easy. Thus far, the bronze teleportation gates were the only reliable way to do so, but Shelter 1 wasn't a high enough rank to own such a gate. They would have to borrow a large shelter's bronze teleportation gate. Unfortunately, these gates' available slots were limited, and most had already been distributed. Traveling to the main continent any time soon wouldn't be a simple task. As soon as Blue Frost finished speaking, however, a crisp, pleasant voice interjected. Guild Leader Black Flame, if you wish to visit the Demon City, I can help you with that. A horned eagle slowly descended from above, and the pleasant voice had come from none other than Illusory Words. You know where it is? Shifeng asked, surprise flashing in his eyes. He knew that demon players' territories were on the main continent, but they were akin to secret lands. Not only were they incredibly difficult to find, but their locations were also relatively unstable. Because of this, even the various superpowers had struggled to exterminate demon powers during his previous life. It would be more precise to say that I came from that city, Illusory Word said, smiling. If that's the case, what's your price? Shifeng asked. He doubted that Illusory Words would help him for free. The woman was one of Crimson Emperor's vice guild leaders, after all, and although their two guilds weren't enemies, they weren't friends either. I don't need payment. Consider it Crimson Emperor's attempt to befriend Zero Wing, Illusory Words replied with a smile, shaking her head. All right. As long as Crimson Emperor doesn't provoke Zero Wing will avoid clashing with Crimson Emperor, Shifeng agreed with a nod. I'll have to thank you then, Guild Leader Black Flame. I will report this to my superiors later, Illusory Word said. She breathed a sigh of relief the moment Shifeng agreed to her proposition. Before you go there, however, I must warn you. Demon's Heart, an up-and-coming dark guild, rules over that demon city. The guild had been developing rapidly in the Ten Saints Empire. It's almost like it just appeared out of thin air. Even the super guild Battle Wolves has suffered heavy losses against Demon's Heart. Since Troubled Times has the city's coordinates, I assume that he has quite a close relationship with the Dark Guild. That demon city happens to be Demon's Heart's main headquarters. Demons control the entire map, in fact. The demonic residents target and attack any non-demon player they find. You should avoid exploring too much of the map if you wish to slay Troubled Times. While Illusory Words had explained the situation, Blue Frost, who had initially approved of the hunt, revealed a grim expression. They might not have had an issue if Troubled Times' relationship with Demon's Heart had been only on the surface, but it'd be a different story if he were close with the Dark Guild. Even super guilds had a headache when it came to Demon's Heart. If Troubled Times hid within the Dark Guild's headquarters, trying to hunt him down would be suicidal. Demon's Heart? So, that's why he was so confident. Realization dawned on Shifeng. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Demon's Heart had been one of the 6 great dark guilds in God's domain during his past. The entire guild consisted of demon players, and although it didn't have as many players as other superpowers, every member had extraordinary combat power. Ordinary players had had no chance against them. Many super guilds had suffered huge losses at the hands of Demon's Heart back then. The Dark Guild had even slain several super guilds' guild leaders. It was practically as powerful as the 5 great super guilds. As far as Shifeng could remember, Demon's Heart had begun to grow stronger around this time during his previous life, too. If Troubled Times thinks he can take Zero Wing on just because he's got a powerful backer, he is sorely mistaken. When Shifeng recalled Troubled Times' bold exit, he sneered. He turned to Illusory Words, asking, "Vice Guild Leader Illusory, how many people can you help me transport to the main continent? I don't have many slots available. May I know how many people you wish to take with you, Guild Leader Black Flame? If I don't have enough, I can borrow some slots from other guilds," Illusory Words offered after giving the matter some thought. A little over 300. Chapter 25:19, Descending Toward Demon Territory, over 300? Illusory Words could not help but be stunned when she heard how many players Shifeng planned to take with him. As far as she was concerned, Shifeng would be lucky to take 20 experts with him. They were talking about infiltrating demon territory, after all. Not only did powerful monsters wander the map, but there were also many powerful demons and demon players in the area. Human players wouldn't make it to the map without Demon's Heart's permission. Even Tier 3 experts would have a hard time surviving in the map. Once a human player was discovered, they'd be persecuted by an endless number of demon players. Meanwhile, one would have to be stealthy and wait for the opportune moment to strike if they wanted to slay a specific player in the map. Shifeng, however, wanted to take over 300 players with him on his hunt for Troubled Times. Evading detection in demon territory would be nearly impossible with such a large group. "Are you not capable of transporting so many people?" Shifeng asked when he noticed Illusory Words' astonished expression. Since he was heading back to the main continent, Shifeng couldn't leave the Hell Legion stuck in the Dark Denver. Moreover, he wanted to make an example of Troubled Times. If he killed the Berserker off in secret, the man's death wouldn't become the deterrent he wanted. He needed the kill to have enough fanfare that it would prevent other powers from targeting Shelter 1 in the future. Although demon territories were akin to forbidden lands for ordinary expert teams, his was no ordinary team. It was Netherworld Empires, one of the 5 great super guilds in God's domain, strongest trump card legion. The very idea that the Hell Legion couldn't move throughout demon territory was a joke. "It's possible, but I'll need some time. Would you be willing to wait a while, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Illusory Words asked after snapping out of her daze. "How long will you need?" Shifeng asked. "I should be able to arrange it within roughly 6 hours, Illusory Words confidently replied. "All right. I'll have to trouble you then, Vice Guild Leader Illusory." Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief when Illusory Words said she'd only need 6 hours or so. Fire Dance had used her mana to lock onto Troubled Times, but the technique wouldn't last long. At most, her mana would remain on her target for 2 days. After that, her mana would leave Troubled Times, and hunting him down would be almost impossible. Once Illusory Words and Shifeng had finished their discussion, the Vice Guild Leader left the extreme light shelter atop her flying mount to see to the necessary preparations. Meanwhile, Shifeng led Blue Frost and the others into the shelter to rest while he waited for Illusory Words to contact him. While they rested in the extreme light shelter, news of Zero Wing's battle with the Sentinel shelter spread like wildfire. For a while, all of the Dark Den was in an uproar over the event. No one had ever thought a player could counter a demon god's hand and scare the Sentinel Shelter's strongest expert, Troubled Times, away. While this news spread, word of Shifeng's hunt for Troubled Times shook the Dark Den's various shelters. It was a hot topic among countless players in the otherworld. What? Zero Wing is going to hunt down Troubled Times? How ruthless. But I like it. If Zero Wing succeeds, the Sentinel Shelter is as good as finished. That shouldn't be possible. Troubled Times is no fool. Once he discovers a marker on him, he'll just wait in the city until it disappears. Zero Wing won't be able to reach him. That's why the guild is taking over 300 players on the hunt. I bet that Zero Wing won't hesitate to kill him even in a city. Troubled Times is pitiful. With so many experts going after him at the same time, he has no chance of surviving. I don't think Troubled Times will lose everything. I'm sure he'll take all of those experts with him to the grave. It really makes you wonder what Zero Wing is thinking by pulling such a crazy stunt. Zero Wing's generosity equally shocked and confused the Dark Den's players. They had never thought that Zero Wing was ruthless enough to gamble the lives of 300+ experts just to take out a defeated general. Even if Zero Wing succeeded, the guild would suffer massive losses. Lava Valley, Demon City, several middle-aged men, one of which was none other than Troubled Times, the commander of the Sentinel Shelter's #1 adventurer team, sat around a table in one of Demon City's high-class bars. Commander Troubled, the Zero Wing you spoke of is insane. The guild actually plans to come here just to deal with you. It's just 300+ experts. If they dare come to this city with so few players, they'll be wiped out before they even reach the city gates. I know, right? We're in demon territory. Zero Wing's experts won't even get past the several large adventurer teams in the surrounding area. Even if they're lucky enough to make it here, Demon's Heart controls this city. Even dragons would have to lay low here. When the middle-aged men around Troubled Times heard this, they all laughed. The Sentinel Shelter was no match for Zero Wing in the Dark Den, but it would be a different story in Demon City. Even if Zero Wing's 300+ experts magically appeared in the city, they couldn't touch Troubled Times. Attacking a player in Demon City meant declaring war against Demon's Heart. Right, Elder Heart, when will Vice Guild Leader Light return? Troubled Times asked a level 108, Tier 3 Elementalist. Does he need anything of me? The Vice Guild Leader is currently meeting with an important person, so he told us to rest for now. He's already commissioned the city's large adventurer teams to deal with the Zero Wing issue, rest assured. I doubt you'll even get to see Zero Wing's experts by the time this has been settled, the elementalist named Furious Heart replied, smiling. The city's large adventurer teams are getting involved? The news allowed Troubled Times to breathe a sigh of relief. Demon City's large adventurer teams wouldn't be able to harm Shifeng in the outside world. At best, they might take out Zero Wing's other experts, but in demon territory, non-demon players were severely suppressed. They wouldn't be able to use their berserk skills. In other words, the terrifying berserk skill Shifeng had used in the Dark Den wouldn't be available to him. Shifeng would have to face a large number of demon players and a few that had basic attributes on par with or greater than Troubled Times. While Troubled Times chatted with Demon's Heart's elders, a 5-meter-tall, space-time gate appeared in a volcanic region within the Lava Valley's outer area. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Numerous figures burst forth from the gate, and leading the group was none other than Shifeng. I'm finally back. Shifeng gave a rueful sigh when he felt the familiar mana around him. Sure enough, one can only fully exhibit their full strength in a familiar environment. He couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable both on the mana-deficient Western continent and in the mana-rich Dark Denver. The instant he returned to his own continent, however, he felt his mana affinity improve. Everyone's through, Guild Leader. What should we do next? Blue Frost asked Shifeng. He felt a little nervous around the Hell Legion's members, who had concealed their appearances under black cloaks. Good. Since everyone's here, it's time we pay Demon City a visit. Shi Feng declared with a grin. He then had Fire Dance lead the way toward troubled times. Chapter 25-20, A group of monsters. The moment Shi Feng gave the command, the Hell Legion began to move into formation. Once everyone was ready, they boldly marched toward the nearby forest. Illusory Words and her teammates, who had just emerged from the space-time gate, were stunned at the sight. What do you think is going through Black Flame's mind? Vice Guild Leader, a Tier 3 male assassin from Crimson Emperor, asked when he saw that the Hell Legion had no intention of hiding their movements. The Burning Forest is a main area for demon players, and he decided to go straight through it, rather than around. At this rate, it won't be long before demon players discover his team, and without an invitation from Demon City, every demon player they come across will attack. The Burning Forest served as a natural barrier around Demon City. Not only were all of the forest's monsters above level 100, but almost every level 100+ demon player in Lava Valley grinded in the Burning Forest. Demon players had incredible innate perception. They often noticed normal players long before normal players noticed them. In addition, demon players could earn demon reputation to increase their demon rank by slaying non-demon players of equal or higher levels. This was why demon players were so eager to target non-demon players. Moreover, non-demon players were invaders when in demon territories, and demon players would gain far greater rewards for killing them. Even the 10 Saints Empire's various superpowers didn't dare set foot in the Lava Valley's Burning Forest without a proper invitation. Demon players would avoid conflict with guests of Demon City. Attacking one of the city's guests was akin to declaring war against the city's various powers. Doing that would be disastrous for any demon player developing in Demon City. Of course, Shi Feng and his team hadn't received an invitation, and by marching into the forest, they were offering themselves up on a silver platter. It'd be a miracle if they even left the Burning Forest alive, not to mention reach Demon City. In general, over 100,000 players operated in level 100 maps, and the Burning Forest was the only level 100 map near Demon City. Far more players would be grinding in the area than in other level 100 maps. I don't know what he's thinking, but I know that the players with him are extraordinarily strong. They may have hidden their statistics and auras with black cloaks, but I can feel that they're all bona fide Tier 3 players, Illusory Word said, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes as she watched the Hell Legion march into the forest. In total, Shi Feng's group had over 300 Tier 3 experts. Not even Crimson Emperor had so many at this stage of the game. Zero Wing has that many Tier 3 experts? The male assassin's jaw dropped. Only super guilds had such a large number of Tier 3 experts at this point. How could Zero Wing, a guild that had only established itself in God's domain and had no backing whatsoever, have as many Tier 3 experts as a super guild? While Illusory Words and the male assassin shared their shock over the number of Tier 3 experts Zero Wing had just sent into the Burning Forest, a young man in white robes and surrounded by the power of darkness stepped through the space-time gate, sneering when he overheard the two players' conversation. The fact that Zero Wing has over 300 Tier 3 experts is indeed surprising. Unfortunately, that force isn't nearly enough to get through the Burning Forest, the young man said, realizing that Shi Feng's group had already disappeared into the woods. This is just a repeat of Battle Wolves' attempt to invade Demon City. Not only had Battle Wolves dispatched over 300 Tier 3 experts, but it had also sent an army of over 100,000 Tier 2 experts. In the end, Battle Wolves' army had been annihilated before it had reached the city. I've also heard that Demon's Heart has hired the city's large adventurer teams to stop Zero Wing's force. Those adventurer teams don't have a lot of members, but every one of them is strong enough to deter superpowers. If they work together, Zero Wing won't stand a chance. Neither the male assassin nor Illusory Words tried to argue with the white-clad youth. He had only spoken the truth. In fact, the boy's evaluation of Demon City's large adventurer teams was a little humble. Battle Wolves' army had suffered tremendous losses against those large adventurer teams, and they had undoubtedly grown stronger since slaughtering the guild's members. As the white-clad youth and illusory words quietly discussed the situation, a party of demon players had discovered Shifeng's team. Why have so many human players come to the burning forest? Are they the bounty targets Demon's Heart announced? And here I thought Demon's Heart was joking. I hadn't actually thought that these human players would dare enter our territory. Quick! Send word to the large adventurer teams. If we take too long to report this, someone else will and claim the reward. The demon party's members were ecstatic over discovering Shifeng's group. They immediately reported their discovery to the large adventurer teams within the forest. Just as they were about to contact one of the adventurer teams, however, over 100 figures descended from above, landing a short distance from Shifeng's team. They all wore jet black plate armor and wielded standard weapons. They also radiated dense power of darkness and emitted an intense pressure that even deterred Tier 3 experts from approaching. Crap! How is our luck so bad? I didn't know there was a demon patrol squad nearby. I guess we won't get credit for the discovery. After all, when the demon party members saw the figures in black, they could not help but shake their heads and sigh dejectedly. The burning forest was demon territory, and demon squads patrolled the area. Every one of these squads consisted of up to 3 Tier 4 Great Demons and 100 Tier 3 Advanced Demons. They also maintained a 10-level gap above Demon City's mainstream players. They weren't a force players should take lightly. These demon patrol squads were a large part of the reason that the Battle Wolves crusade on Demon City had failed before it had even reached the city gates. Now that one of these squads had discovered Shifeng's team, annihilation was almost certain. Furthermore, these demons had wings and were capable of flight. Even if Shifeng's group could fly, they wouldn't escape. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The watching demon players expected Shifeng's group to turn and flee, but they didn't. Rather, they took the initiative to charge at the demon patrol squad as if they had just found their prey. The Guardian Knight leading the charge bashed his shield into one of the level 115, Tier 4 Great Demons, which subsequently lost its balance and stumbled half a step back. That Guardian Knight's strength was unbelievable. A 3-meter-tall man and his emaciated companion proceeded to pin down the other 2 Tier 4 Great Demons. The Tier 3 Advanced Demons wanted to help, but other members of Shifeng's team got in their way. Shifeng's team suppressed the Demon Patrol Squad, which normally had an overwhelming advantage over players. The demons struggled against the players attacking them, unable to cooperate while their HPs visibly plummeted. In less than 30 minutes, the entire Demon Patrol Squad had been eliminated. Not a single demon had escaped with its life. Chapter 25-21, Turmoil in the Burning Forest. As they watched the Demon Patrol Squad become nothing more than EXP for Shifeng's team, the demon players gaped in shock. Who are those people? The spectating demon players in the distance were both shocked and curious as they watched Shifeng's team. The Demon Patrol squads formed a solid defensive barrier that prevented intruders from reaching Demon City. They were akin to NPC City's soldiers. Not only did they have an arsenal of powerful skills and spells, but they could also fight as a team. They were nothing like ordinary demon players. However, these demons were little more than ordinary monsters before Shifeng. Are we still going to wait for the adventurer teams, leader, a level 105, Tier 2 Ranger asked, turning toward the Tier 3 assassin that led their party. Not even Demon City's large adventurer teams would have an easy time against a team that could annihilate a demon patrol squad so effortlessly. Otherwise, those adventurer teams wouldn't share much of their spoils with an ordinary party. Moreover, they'd have to risk their lives to keep an eye on Shifeng's team until the adventurer teams arrived. They were demon players and had far sharper senses than human players, but there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be discovered. On the off chance that Shifeng's team noticed them, the consequences would be dire. The risk simply wasn't worth the reward. Of course. Demon's Heart is offering extraordinary rewards. Even if we help kill one player and earn only 10% of the rewards, we'll still get a demon crystal. Once we have 120 demon crystals, we can challenge a noble in the city. It would take ages to collect that many if we just try to grind for them ourselves, the Tier 3 assassin said. We will have to be careful and maintain some distance from those players, of course. We don't need to follow them closely, we can just follow their tracks. Silently, the rest of the party nodded in agreement. They all thought that their party leader's plan was viable. With their superior senses, they could avoid detection, even if Shifeng's team were powerful, as long as they kept their distance. As soon as the Tier 3 assassin finished speaking, however, the cold blade of a dagger burst through his chest. A critical damage of over -900,000 then appeared above his head. Before the Tier 3 assassin could speak, a snowy white blade slit his throat, devouring the last of his HP. Leader? The party's remaining 5 Tier 2 members were flabbergasted. What had just happened? A second ago, their party leader had been alive and kicking, and in the next, he was dead. Their party leader was a Tier 3 assassin, and even in Demon City, he was quite the famous expert, yet he had just died so suddenly. As their leader dropped to the ground. An assassin? Crap. We've been discovered. Run. By the time the 5 demon players reacted, the alluring woman vanished like a ghost. She reappeared before the 5 demon players, and a streak of snowy white light immediately swiped at them. A series of damages exceeding 1 million appeared above each demon player's head, robbing them of all of their HPs. How foolish. You radiate so much mana that you're practically walking lanterns in the dark. You dare follow us with such skills? Fire Dance shook her head disdainfully at the demon players' confused looks. She thought they had severely underestimated her. What Fire Dance didn't know is that in this era, when Tier 3 players were still extremely rare, everyone busily researched how they could best use their Tier 3 skills and spells. No one had time to spare on improving their mana control. Guild leader, I've taken care of the nearby demon players, Fire Dance reported to Shifeng after ensuring that she didn't detect any hostile players' mana signatures nearby. Good. Continue patrolling the area. If you run into too many demon players, call the Hell Legion's assassins for help, Shifeng said, nodding. He then returned his gaze toward the loot the demon patrol squad had dropped. He hadn't expected the squads to drop anything good. They were on par with NPC city's soldiers, after all. NPC soldiers didn't drop anything noteworthy even when players killed them. Contrary to his expectations, however, the demons had dropped considerably valuable loot. The weapons and equipment were subpar, all level 110 plus standard secret silver and fine gold equipment, but the demons had dropped dark magic gold. Dark magic gold was an exceptionally rare epic material. Not only could one use it to increase their success rate when crafting weapons and equipment, but there was also a chance of imbuing the resulting items with power of darkness. It was a material all master forgers sought. He had obtained 14 ingots of dark magic gold after slaying 1 demon patrol squad. If the master forgers of his previous life found out about this, they'd likely hunt the Burning Forest's patrol squads into extinction. However, the Hell Legion's members were even more ecstatic than Shifeng. The demons they had killed had awarded an abundance of EXP, and during the battle, they had gained a lot of insight into mana control. Although the demons' mana control couldn't compare to actual NPCs, it was far better than dumb monsters. They usually only fought dumb monsters, they had almost no chances of battling NPCs. Why wouldn't they be excited to pit their skills against demons that were as intelligent as true NPCs? Initially, the Hell Legion hadn't been particularly eager to attack Demon City, but this discovery had lit an enthusiastic fire in their hearts. While exploring the Burning Forest, the Hell Legion made no attempts to avoid demon patrol squads. Instead, they actively started to search for them. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Burning Forest, a 1,000-man team assaulted a monster nest under the protection of a level 110 mythic boss. Although the team only had 1,000 players, over 80 of them had already reached Tier 3. Not even first-rate guilds could field such a team at this stage of the game. The several players leading the team easily suppressed the mythic boss, allowing the rest of the team to deal with the Great Lords and Grand Lords. Excellent. The monsters that ran ahead have been taken care of. All Tier 3s, attack the boss, a valiant, level 108 man in black robes and wielding a golden staff shouted as he fought the mythic boss. The 80+ Tier 3 experts suddenly turned away from their targets, shifting their attention to the nest's boss. In less than 6 minutes, the mythic boss, which nearly everyone feared at this stage of the game, collapsed, dropping a pile of loot around its corpse. Although the independent teams watching from afar were tempted by the large number of items the mythic boss had dropped, none of them dared to steal the loot. The adventurer team raiding the monster nest was one of Demon City's large adventurer teams. The small organization was only inferior to the city's 2 guilds. Anyone that tried to steal from that adventurer team shouldn't dream of surviving in Demon City for long. Commander, Black Blind Man just sent a message stating that his party has discovered Demon's Heart's targets, a level 107, Tier 3 assassin quietly reported to the valiant man leading the team. They're already here? The valiant man grinned. Notify everyone. We'll head that way immediately. Black Blind Man is a cunning bastard. There's no way he stopped after notifying our team. If we take too long, there won't be anything left. Black Blind Man also warned that these players are incredibly strong. They actually had the upper hand over a demon patrol squad, the Tier 3 assassin said. They overpowered a patrol squad? I suppose they must be powerful. It's no wonder why Demon's Heart has offered such an excellent bounty, the valiant man said, nodding. Where are the targets now? He was very familiar with the demon patrol squad's strength. No ordinary 100-man Tier 3 team could take them on. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. I don't know, the Tier 3 assassin awkwardly replied. Didn't Black Blind Man follow them? The valiant man asked curiously. He was also very familiar with the player known as Black Blind Man. Not only was the man powerful individually, but he was also one of the top-ranked assassins in Demon City. There was no way Black Blind Man would forego an opportunity like this. He's dead. Chapter 25-22, Great Disturbance, Blind Man's dead? The valiant man, Regretful Wind, was astonished by the report. Someone actually noticed him and killed him, with his cautious nature and tracking skills? Black Blind Man was a relatively well-known assassin in Demon City, and his sharp senses were particularly outstanding. When Demon City's large adventurer teams, including Wind Tooth, targeted a specific player, they often hired Black Blind Man to track the player down. Regretful Wind had never heard of Black Blind Man running into issues when tracking a target. According to Blind Man's teammates, his grinding party had been annihilated without any time to fight back. In a fit of rage, Blind Man logged off and contacted his close friends to notify everyone in the city. He wants Demon City's players to ambush the people who killed him, the Tier 3 assassin said, nodding. Unfortunately, his message is over 10 minutes old, and we don't have any new details about the invaders' whereabouts. Since those players can defeat a demon patrol squad, they must be fairly strong. I guess it isn't surprising to hear that they've killed Blind Man, but we have to hurry. Now that Blind Man has informed the public of the situation, many of the city's players will prepare for battle, Regretful Wind said, frowning. He wouldn't have much of an issue if Black Blind Man had simply informed the city's large adventurer teams. Only a small fraction of Demon City's player population consisted of large adventurer team members. Even if the adventurer teams mobilized all of their members, locating the intruders in the burning forest wouldn't be easy. If everyone in the city knew about them, however, locating the intruders would be a piece of cake, and the Wind Tooth adventurer team would have a lot more competition. Demon's Heart had offered an extraordinary bounty for these players' heads, with each intruder worth 10 demon crystals. Players could slay the monsters in demon territory for demon crystals, but the drop rate was incredibly low. Players could only increase their chances by hunting powerful monsters. Even the city's various large adventurer teams would be lucky to collect 10 or 20 demon crystals per day. Once players collected 20 demon crystals, they could apply for the challenge to earn a noble rank in the city. If they completed the challenge, they'd become one of Demon City's nobles and gain a significant boost to their strength. Even those with noble demon ranks had to acquire demon crystals to elevate their strength and position, although they would need even more demon crystals to do so. With the opportunity to earn 10 demon crystals per player killed before them, none of Demon City's residents would simply stand by and watch. Rest assured, Commander. I've already instructed our team to search the burning forest. It won't be long before we find the invaders. While I was grinding earlier, I also found a secret silver treasure chest and obtained an exotic perception potion. The potion can improve a player's senses and tracking abilities for 6 hours. Normally, players' tracks fade after an hour, but with this potion, I can even follow 4-hour-old tracks. If we make our way to Blindman's last known location, we should easily be able to locate these players, the Tier 3 assassin said, smiling. Even with the rest of Demon City's players after then, ordinary teams will be helpless against players this strong. We have more than enough time to claim the bounty. Good. We'll set off immediately. Once we locate our targets, you'll receive 10% of the bounty for your contributions. Also, instruct our brothers and sisters in the city to bring the trump cards we've kept hidden. Regretful Wind declared. Aren't you giving these newcomers a little too much credit, Commander? We've already stopped the Battle Wolves invasion. How strong could a bunch of nobodies from the Dark Den possibly be? The Tier 3 assassin asked disdainfully. The Dark Den was merely a small otherworld, with a pitifully low number of players. The otherworld's total player population didn't even come close to half of the players in an ordinary kingdom. The only advantages the Dark Den had were its impressive leveling environment and abundance of skill and spell books. There was no way such a small world could produce experts as powerful as those in Demon City. I know, but each of them is worth 10 demon crystals. Letting a single player escape would be a waste, and I doubt that Demon's Heart will be so generous in the future, Regretful Wind said. Regretful Wind had never once been wary of the invaders. Battle Wolves had tried to invade Demon City with over 100,000 experts, yet the Super Guild's army had been obliterated before it had even reached the city. If not even Battle Wolves could make it through the burning forest, what could a few hundred invaders accomplish? What Regretful Wind truly minded was the demon crystals Demon's Heart had offered. I understand. I'll notify our members in the city right away. The Tier 3 assassin then did as he promised. Meanwhile, a great disturbance had rocked Demon City. This is our chance to get rich. 10 demon crystals per person. We won't let anyone get in our adventurer team's way. The intruders have already appeared in the burning forest's outer region. Inform out nearby members immediately. We must find them before other teams do. Invader hunting team recruiting. Anyone who wants to earn demon crystals should apply quickly. As Black Blindman's friends spread the word, everyone in Demon City was in a frenzy. Over 100,000 players rushed toward the burning forest like a bunch of madmen. When Troubled Times, who rested in one of the city's high-class bars, heard the news, his expression turned gloomy. He hadn't thought that Sherfone would actually come here. There's no need to worry, Commander Troubled. Now that this matter has caused such a commotion, the large adventurer teams we've hired won't be the only ones on the hunt. Medium adventurer teams are also on the move. Even if every super guild in the Ten Saints Empire worked together, they'd never get past so many experts. A man in silver armor tried to reassure Troubled Times when he saw the man's concern. That's right. Even if Zero Wing somehow manages to make it to Demon City, Demon's Heart is still waiting for them. We stand by your side. Zero Wing's efforts will be for naught, Furious Heart said. He thought that Troubled Times was worried for nothing. You shouldn't underestimate Black Flame, Troubled Times said. Of course, if everyone here tries to stop him, I doubt he'll accomplish anything. Troubled Times had seen the strength of Demon's Heart's elders personally. They were all true monsters, particularly Furious Heart. The man was only half a step away from becoming a count in Demon City and was far stronger than Troubled Times, who had only recently become a Demon Viscount. Furthermore, Demon players who had the Viscount rank or higher received a strength boost while inside Demon City. While Demon City's players discussed Shifeng and his invading team, several thousand Wind Tooth members arrived in the Burning Forest's outer region. "Commander, I've found traces of their battle, and the tracks are still fresh. They should be nearby," the masked, Tier 3 assassin excitedly reported as he examined the lingering traces Shifeng's team had left behind. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, good. Proceed according to plan, everyone. Regretful Wind commanded, instructing his team to prepare for battle. These players began to follow the Tier 3 assassin's lead while suppressing their auras to the best of their ability to avoid detection. As they followed Shifeng's tracks, they encountered Demon Patrol Squad corpses. 100. 200. 300. By the time Windtooth's members had crossed 3,000 yards, they had found more than 1,000 demon corpses, and the freshest had been from a patrol squad with over 200 demons. Chapter 25-23, Run. Why are there so many fallen demon patrol squads? What happened here? Did those people kill all of these patrol squads? Windtooth's members were curious and afraid when they saw so many demon corpses strewn around them. The Demon Patrol Squad served as a barrier between intruders and Demon City, with 10,000 demons patrolling the Burning Forest. Thus far, however, the adventurer team had found more than 1,000 demon corpses. This was 1/10 of the Burning Forest's defenses. "Commander, there's something you need to see," the masked, Tier 3 assassin, who had scouted ahead, reported in the team chat. All of the team members put up their guard the moment they heard the assassin. Meanwhile, Regretful Wind hurried to the assassin's side. Finding his comrade, Regretful Wind arrived before a forested area laden with player corpses. To his surprise, however, there was no sign of battle. Some of the weapons and equipment the players had dropped hadn't been touched, and after a quick glance around, Regretful Wind counted more than 200 bodies. Based on how organized the corpses lay, it looked as if death had befallen them as the group marched through the forest. It was almost as if the battle had ended as abruptly as it had begun, and none of these players had had a chance to react to the attack. While scanning the dead, Regretful Wind quickly noticed the familiar faces of several Tier 3 experts. He clearly wasn't pleased about it, either. How was Misty Ghost's main force annihilated? Regretful Wind stared at the fallen team in confusion. What happened here? Misty Ghost was a relatively famous medium-scale adventurer team based in Demon City. Although the adventurer team had fewer than 2,000 members, it had over 30 Tier 3 experts, including 1 Demon Viscount and 10 Demon Barons. Even Windtooth would struggle to defeat Misty Ghost. And yet, Misty Ghost's main force had died here. They hadn't even had a chance to fight back. It was unbelievable. "I don't see Misty Ghost's commander, 7 constellations, among the corpses, Commander," the Tier 3 assassin reported after carefully examining the bodies. "He's not here?" Regretful Wind took a closer look at the slain players, as well, and just as the masked assassin had said, 7 constellations wasn't present. He breathed a deep sigh of relief. 7 Constellations was Misty Ghost's sole Demon Viscount and one of the top 10 assassins in the Demon City. Even Regretful Wind would have a hard time defeating the man. If 7 Constellations had died as suddenly as his team, Regretful Wind's prey would be far stronger than he has surmised. "I have found traces of a battle. It's possible that he and his surviving teammates were involved," the masked assassin said as he looked toward the towering trees some distance away. The trees were large enough that it would take several people to wrap their arms around the trunks, but they had been sliced cleanly through. Moreover, lingering life auras clung to the trees. The fight wasn't that long ago. Misty Ghost's members must have encountered the invaders. They might still be fighting as we speak, Regretful Wind guessed, staring at the bisected trees. Notify the team. We're going after them, and we won't bother hiding our presence. Understood. The masked assassin nodded before contacting the team. Windtootha's several thousand members charged past the cut trees, and they made no attempt to hide. It wasn't long before they encountered another group boldly marching through the forest. The group had more than 4,000 players, and Windtootha's members tensed when they saw them. I see you've picked up the scent, as well, Old Wind, the savage woman carrying 2 dark blue axes and leading the group said, smiling at Regretful Wind. This is interesting. Now, all of Demon City's top 3 adventurer teams are here. I suppose this is only the second time since the fight with Battle Wolves, a dignified, debonair man carrying an ancient bow spoke up. When they heard the 2 leaders, Windtootha's members released a held breath. These 2 were the commanders from Crimson Sand and Eternal Night, 2 of Demon City's top adventurer teams. They were also Regretful Wind's old acquaintances. Indeed. The last time we worked together, we helped Demon's Heart secure more territory, Regretful Wind said. Smiling, he continued, well? How are we going to split the profits this time? Regretful Wind was very familiar with the 2 players before him. Since they had found each other in the forest, Windtooth had lost its chance to monopolize the bounty rewards. But the encounter also eased the pressure on Regretful Wind's adventurer team. No force that could instantly wipe out Misty Ghost's main force should be underestimated. Even Windtooth would suffer tremendous losses if it tried to take on such a force alone. If his adventurer team worked with Crimson Sand and Eternal Night, however, the 3 teams could minimize their losses and maximize their profits. There's not much to consider. We'll split them evenly. I'm sure you find this acceptable, correct? Helpless Smile, the bow-carrying man who commanded Eternal Night, said. Flame Feather, Crimson Sand's commander, nodded in agreement. Deal. That way, we won't have to compete for contribution and can divide the work, Regretful Wind replied without hesitation. If their 3 adventurer teams tried to outdo each other, the fight would descend into chaos. Doing so would only weaken their teams. The gains weren't worth the losses. Rather, they'd all be better off cooperating, maximizing their combat power. None of the 3 teams even considered that they might be ripped off by another. Each of the teams was on par with the others, and they all had around 3 or 4 demon viscounts and 30 demon barons. They each also had around 70 or 80 tier 3 experts. Good. That settles it. When we find the rumored monster, I'll hold him back. Old Wind and Smile, back me up from the sides, Flame Feather said. Regretful Wind was the 3rd-ranked elementalist in Demon City, and one of the publicly acknowledged top 10 experts in the city. Although Helpless Smile wasn't quite as powerful, he still ranked among the top 15 experts in Demon City. In a support role, he was one of the 5 best players in the city. No problem. Neither Regretful Wind nor Helpless Smile objected to Flame Feather's plan. She was the strongest melee player among their adventurer teams, after all. Flame Feather was also the only 3-star viscount in any of their teams, only 1 step away from becoming a count. Shortly after the 3 commanders came to an arrangement, they heard the sound of battle from the nearby forest. All 3 teams immediately charged toward the sound. After crossing about 500 yards, a loud explosion rocked the forest. Boom! A figure suddenly shot past the 3 adventurer teams like a cannonball, crashing into a large tree roughly 100 yards away from Regretful Wind. The tree shattered instantly, falling, while the figure slid down its trunk to the ground. To everyone's surprise, this figure radiated an even stronger aura than a Grand Lord of the same level. Even so, the figure rapidly lost HP, 7 constellations. Regretful Wind paled when he recognized the player. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Flame Feather and Helpless Smile looked at the player with somber expressions, as well. They were all familiar with 7 constellations and the strength he wielded. Demon City didn't have many viscounts, and as such, they all, more or less, knew each other. Despite his noble demon rank, however, 7 constellations had just been defeated. The man hadn't even had a chance to flee. They could only imagine how strong his opponent was. Mon, stir. Run, quickly, 7 constellations hissed between clenched teeth when he saw the nearby adventurer teams. Before he could finish his warning, however, his HP dropped to 0, and his body went as limp as a puppet with its strings cut. Chapter 25-24, She is the Monster? The 3 adventurer team's members were senseless when 7 constellations died. A monster, huh? Regretful Wind frowned, contemplating 7 constellations' dying words. Demon Viscount stood at the apex of Demon City, and 7 constellations was an assassin, a class that boasted its survivability. And yet, he had just died. Moreover, 7 constellations had warned their 3 adventurer teams away. It was clear that in his mind, these 3 teams were no match for the monster he had just faced, even if they worked together. Although that was only the assassin's opinion, his words should be credible. If 7 constellations focused on getting away, not even the top-ranked experts in Demon City could stop him. But he had still fallen. It seems our opponent isn't as simple as we thought. What do you guys think? Regretful Wind asked the other 2 commanders. If they fought an opponent that even 7 constellations feared, the outcome wouldn't be as pleasant as they hoped. It's no wonder why Demon's Heart has offered such a gracious bounty, Helpless Smile replied, staring at the assassin's corpse. But this isn't the first time we've faced monstrous experts. Besides, if we flee, we'll become laughingstocks in Demon City by tomorrow. Although Helpless Smile felt the weight of 7 constellations' warning, it wasn't enough to order a retreat. Even if these intruders are powerful, there's no guarantee that we can't defeat them, Flame Feather agreed with a nod. Fighting spirit burned in her eyes as she launched into another charge. Don't forget, we have the home ground advantage. Our opponent may be a monster, but we'll still make him suffer. Monster-like experts were something to be feared. Ordinary Tier 3 experts had no hope against such players. However, their adventurer teams had fought monster-like experts before, particularly during the fight with Battle Wolves. Yet, these monstrous experts hadn't been powerful enough to save the guild from its miserable defeat in the Burning Forest. Furthermore, their adventurer teams had grown stronger since then. She was confident that they could hold their ground against monster-like experts and that they still had a chance at victory. The members of all 3 adventurer teams nodded in agreement with Flame Feather's sentiment. Achieving victory might be difficult if their teams fought alone, but they had all agreed to work together. Not even the 10 Saints Empire's superpowers would dare to take on their combined force, much less a measly team of 300+. It wasn't long after she finished speaking, however, that everyone noticed a lithe figure beside 7 constellations' corpse. The figure silently looted the assassin's body as if she didn't have a care in the world. What amazing concealment techniques! Surprise flashed in Regretful Wind's eyes when he saw the woman who had abruptly appeared. As demon players, their perception of non-demon races' life signatures was incredibly powerful. Even an assassin in stealth would have a hard time hiding from demon players, especially with less than 100 yards between them. However, they couldn't seem to detect a trace of the female assassin's presence. The woman's mastery of concealment arts was unrivaled, even in Demon City. Is she the monster 7 constellations warned us about? Helpless Smile's expression tensed as he watched the alluring woman a short distance away. If he encountered the assassin normally, she'd kill him 9 out of 10 times. He finally realized, more or less, why 7 constellations had failed to escape. Interesting. I'm going to fight her. Flame Feather declared, her fighting spirit reaching its peak. She then activated demonification and charged at the female assassin, wielding her axes. As the only 3-star demon Viscount, activating her demonification would not only strengthen her physique by a large margin, but her basic attributes would also undergo a qualitative transformation. In her demon form, every action she took could transform the terrain around her. With just her Tier 2 demon charge, Flame Feather had bathed her surroundings in a sea of fire and shook space itself. Another ambush? Sensing Flame Feather charging toward her, Fire Dance stored the dagger she had just picked up from 7 Constellation's corpse and unsheathed the short sword hanging at her waist. In that case, I'll bury you alongside them. Fire Dance then swung 1,000 transformations through the empty air before her. Tier 3 skill, Triple Flash. 3 streaks of black light shot toward Flame Feather, one after another and as fast as lightning. However, Flame Feather's enhanced physique allowed her to brandish her axes during her charge in turn. Tier 3 skill, Demon Storm. Boom. 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 A series of explosions echoed throughout the forest, and the powerful shockwaves knocked down trees while stirring dirt and debris into the air. Among the chaos, Flame Feather stumbled 3 steps back as a damage of over -50,000 appeared above her head. The difference between the two women's strengths was clear. What? Flame Feather was pushed back even in her demon form? The scene astonished Helpless Smile. He was perfectly aware of how powerful Flame Feather became after activating demonification. She was undoubtedly the strongest player among 3 adventurer teams. In her demon form, Flame Feather's Tier 3 skills were nearly as powerful as Tier 4 attacks, yet she had just lost a competition of strength against this human assassin. Amazing. It's no wonder why 7 Constellations called you a monster and assumed that we're no match for you, Flame Feather said, the flame of passion in her eyes burning even brighter than before. She launched into another charge, continuing, if I were alone, I wouldn't be a match for you, but in this forest, I'm not your only opponent. Regretful Wind finished activating his demonification as Flame Feather finished her statement, and he began to chant an incantation. When he completed it, he slammed the butt of his staff on the ground, and a golden, twofold magic array appeared under his feet. Tier 3 spell, Earthen Roar. Suddenly, the earth beneath Fire Dance's feet burst, exploding with countless streaks of light. Meanwhile, Helpless Smile didn't waste time. After activating demonification, he pulled the string of his ancient bow and launched 6 arrows into the sky, which formed a 6-pointed star above the assassin. Tier 3 skill, Demon Thorns. As the star-shaped magic array took form, pitch-black magic arrows descended, each with the power of a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species. Under Helpless Smile's control, a total of 18 magic arrows fell, diverting Fire Dance's attention away from Flame Feather. The nearby adventurer team members gaped, impressed by their commander's coordination. They had never guessed that those 3 would be so strong when they worked together. How was this still a battle between players? It was basically a fight between monsters. Not even Battle Wolves monster-level experts could stop their 3 commanders when they cooperated. With attacks coming in from all directions, Fire Dance was forced to activate a life-saving skill. She immediately used shadow steps to appear behind Flame Feather, evading the countless streaks of light. She dodged most of the 18 magic arrows, relying on Wind Step's brief invulnerability to block 5 unavoidable shots. She then tried to block the 2 incoming axes with 1,000 transformations. Boom! Fire Dance didn't have time to use a skill to block the axes, filled with power of darkness, in time, and as her short sword collided with Flame Feather's weapons, she was sent flying, losing 70,000 HP in the process. She didn't even have 1 million total HP, and the strike claimed a visible chunk. All hail the commanders. So what if she's a monster? She's still at a disadvantage against our commanders. The adventurer team members were ecstatic and overcome with pride to see one of their commanders dominate this monstrous assassin. The various superpowers monster-level experts were a nightmare for adventurer teams like theirs. Although their teams had defeated Battle Wolves' monstrous players, that had only been possible because of Demon's Heart's help. To be precise, their 3 adventurer teams had merely played a support role. However, their teams now had the strength to deal with monster-level experts, too. Now that she's alone, we can't let her escape. Flame Feather shouted to Regretful Wind and Helpless Smile. Fire Dance was clearly the invader's cornerstone, and since she was alone, this was the perfect chance to take her out. If they could not defeat her, and she regrouped with her allies, dealing with her would prove far more challenging. Relax. I've already had people set up a spatial barrier. She might be an assassin, but she won't get away that easily. Regretful Wind replied, grinning. After witnessing the initial clash between Flame Feather and Fire Dance, Regretful Wind realized the importance of this battle. Hence, he had instructed his subordinates to set up a magic barrier before he had even joined the fight. He wanted to ensure that they could flee if they were no match for the assassin, and if they were, that they'd have an easier time taking her down. Although they now had the upper hand, killing a monster like Fire Dance wouldn't be easy, but with the magic barrier up, they could buy enough time to complete the task. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Even as Regretful Words finished his statement, a gigantic barrier rose around the battlefield, covering a 200-yard radius. 88 magical class players powered the array, and not even a Tier 4 mythic monster would find it easy to break out of. Good. Now, she's dead. Flame Feather sighed with relief as the barrier took effect. A second after the magic barrier completed, however, an arc of blue lightning struck from a distance. Boom! Everyone heard the sound of glass shattering as the sturdy barrier disintegrated into particles of light. As the adventurer team's members looked around in confusion, a deep voice reached them from the distant forest. It seems you've taken good care of my companion, but since you're looking for a fight, let me join in. Chapter 25-25, True Monster. When the three adventurer teams heard the deep voice, their expressions betrayed their apprehension. The three commanders were particularly tense as they continued their fight against Fire Dance. There's more than one monster? Regretful Wind's expression hardened while he watched the magic barrier fade away. 88 magical class players had powered that barrier. It should even withstand quite a few attacks from a mythic monster. And yet, that barrier had just shattered after a single attack. Another monster-level expert among the invaders was the only possible explanation, and this newcomer definitely had the strength of mythic monsters. He should be even stronger than the female assassin they currently faced. A single team has two monsters? Who are these people? Helpless Smile growled, frowning. He had never expected the invaders to have more than one monster-level expert. The three of them were already having a rough time trying to suppress Fire Dance. If another expert of her caliber joined the fight, they'd be in trouble. So what if there's another monster? Why should we fear them? Resolutely, Flame Feather reminded her comrades, don't forget that we have over 5,000 players, including 7 more demon viscounts and nearly 100 demon barons. What is one extra monster compared to our forces? The only reason the three commanders had attacked was to gauge how much they had improved since the war with Battle Wolves. Furthermore, ordinary Tier 3 experts would only get in their way in such an intense battle. If they had to face two monsters, however, the members of their adventurer teams could keep the second one busy. Even if their teams couldn't kill the other monster, they could buy enough time for the commanders to finish off Fire Dance. Eventually, their adventurer teams would secure victory, even if some of their members died. That's right. However, it seems we'll incur some losses in this operation, Helpless Smile said, nodding. He then gestured to one of his subordinates in the distance and said, Blue, lead our main force members to stop the other monster. Try to buy as much time as possible. Understood, the Tier 3 Shield Warrior, Blue Sea, responded. Mandala, take your group and go with them. Flame Feather ordered a Tier 3 Dark Druid on her team. Poison, I'm giving you command of our members, Regretful Wind shouted to the masked assassin named Poison Heart. If worst comes to worst, use that. Just make sure that you keep the second monster away from us for now. Are you sure that I can use it? Poison Heart instantly grew excited upon receiving permission from his commander. I promise, he won't get anywhere near you. Overhearing the order, both Flame Feather and Helpless Smile glanced at Regretful Wind in astonishment. What? Old Wind, you were the one who bought that thing during the last intermediate auction? Flame Feather blurted. There was only one item she could think of that could easily deal with monster-level experts, and it was one of the items that had appeared in the last intermediate auction in Demon City's auction house. Satan's Remnant Soul. That item was a true treasure. It would allow a player to transform into a Tier 4 Great Demon for a short time. Players would also have access to all the skills and spells in a Tier 4 Great Demon's arsenal. Satan's Remnant Soul's only flaw was its short, 30-minute duration. Even so, every demon player in Demon City had gone crazy over the item. Aside from the strength boost, Satan's Remnant Soul granted players better control over Power of Darkness, albeit temporarily. This experience would be immensely helpful when players took the challenges to increase their demon ranks. Just having a Satan's Remnant Soul in one's bag was a major deterrent for the city's various major powers. No power or adventurer team wanted to incur the wrath of a Tier 4 Great Demon, after all. When the Satan's Remnant Soul had been put up for auction, Demon City's various major powers had bid for it like madmen. Moreover, the seller didn't accept coins, but demon crystals, which were the standard form of currency in Demon City's intermediate auctions. In the end, someone had purchased the Satan's Remnant Soul for an astronomical sum of 1,000 demon crystals, but the buyer hasn't revealed their identity. The mystery of who now owned the item had been a hot topic among the city's major powers. Even Helpless Smile flashed Regretful Wind a surprised look. He had never dreamed that Windtooth had hidden such a powerful trump card. If Eternal Night had clashed with Windtooth, the consequences would have been dire for his adventurer team. That being said, he had to admit that he was glad to work with Windtooth right now. Emicham. I dug up practically everything we had to win it, Regretful Wind proudly confirmed. I had wanted to save it for a fight against a superior mythic, but I don't mind using it to annihilate these invaders. I will say this, however, any invader Poison Heart kills belongs to Windtooth. Since you're willing to go to such lengths, we won't take advantage of you. Don't worry, Helpless Smile agreed, nodding. That's right. We won't ask for any loot from an invader the Great Demon slays. I'd be even happier if the Great Demon takes care of the two monsters, Flame Feather said, laughing. She had been confident that the three of them could defeat Fire Dance eventually with the magic barrier to back them up, but now that the barrier had fallen, they wouldn't be able to stop the assassin if she focused on fleeing. This battle would go much smoother if Poison Heart could take care of the two monstrous invaders. In the fields, monster-level experts posed an extraordinary threat, especially if they had no qualms with hit-and-run tactics. They were an absolute nightmare to deal with. That's reassuring, Regretful Wind said. He then turned toward Poison Heart and said, since the two commanders have agreed, use it, Poison. The Satan's Remnant Soul was precious, and there was almost no chance that another would go up for auction, but obtaining the monster-level experts' weapons and equipment would make it a worthwhile transaction. The superb quality of their weapons and equipment was a large part of the reason that monster-level experts were so much stronger than peak experts. He could likely earn back the cost of using the Satan's Remnant Soul with just one of their weapons or equipment pieces, possibly even more. Poison Heart was elated as he pulled a black bottle from his bag and started to remove the seal. He had hoped he could use the Satan's Remnant Soul to help him become a 2-star Viscount, but because the item was so valuable, he didn't want to use it solely for his promotion. He had wanted to save it until he could use it to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, which was why the item had remained in his bag for so long. Now that he had found the perfect opportunity, he wouldn't hold back. Once Poison Heart had removed the seal, he doubled in size, and 2 pairs of jet-black wings, enveloped in fire, grew from his back. So strong. So, this is the power of a Tier 4 Great Demon. Poison Heart exclaimed as he felt an immense power course through his veins. So much strength. Absolute power. This omnipotent feeling was intoxicating. Sure enough, a great demon is truly awe-inspiring. Poison can now likely slay all of the intruders without our help. Helpless Smile said. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous as he gazed at Poison Heart's new form and sensed the assassin's intense aura. Poison, I'll leave the rest to you. Remember, you need to finish this battle quickly. We won't be able to hold on for long. Regretful Wind shouted to his subordinate before casting another spell against Fire Dance. Leave it to me, Commander. I'll make sure they all die. Poison Heart declared. He flapped his wings and flew straight toward the source of the deep voice. He was so fast that the team's Tier 2 demon players didn't even have time to react. So fast. These invaders are dead now. The 3 adventurer team's members were astonished when Poison Heart vanished in the blink of an eye. Some of them even pitted Shifeng's team. Even working together, their teams wouldn't have been a match for Shifeng's people if they had attacked before the Battle Wolves Crusade, but after that fight, they had gained a bountiful harvest that had helped them undergo qualitative transformations. Now, with the great demon, Poison Heart, by their side, they were all confident that their teams could repel Battle Wolves' army by themselves, let alone a laughable team of 300+ experts. What a pity. It seems your companion is doomed. Flame Feather said, grinning as she brandished her axes at Fire Dance. I think you're the one that should pray for your friend. Fire Dance rolled her eyes at the other woman. I think you've misunderstood something from the very beginning. Misunderstood? And what would that be? Flame Feather asked curiously. I'm not responsible for killing that assassin. In fact, I hadn't even seen him before looting his body, Fire Dance said. I only came to collect the items. The 3 commanders immediately paled. What do you mean? You didn't kill 7 constellations? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Ew, you're not the monster he was talking about. Regretful Wind, Flame Feather, and Helpless Smile simultaneously recalled 7 constellations dying monster. Run quickly. If Fire Dance hadn't seen the assassin before he died, she couldn't be the monster he had warned them about. But before the 3 commanders could respond, they heard a series of explosions from the nearby forest, and the ground under their feet shook violently. After a few seconds, a colossal figure flew toward them, slamming into a nearby tree and felling it. The figure was none other than Poison Heart, who had just flown toward the other monster-level expert a moment ago. Chapter 25-26, Despair of 3 Adventurer Teams, Poison. Regretful Wind was shocked when he saw Poison Heart's miserable figure lying at the base of the collapsed tree. Right now, the assassin was a bona fide Tier 4 being. He was even stronger than Tier 4 players. The man had command of every Tier 4 skill and spell a great demon possessed, which was an advantage that Tier 4 players wouldn't have. And yet, someone had thrown Poison Heart with an attack. When Flame Feather and Helpless Smile saw this, they found the scene incredibly familiar. They had encountered 7 constellations in the same way. Is the monster 7 constellations referred to in that area of the forest? Helpless Smile tensed as he recalled the other assassin's warning. They had gone to great lengths to corner Fire Dance, yet just when they thought they had curbed the monster 7 constellations had warned them about, reality's punchline hit them. Flame Feather was also momentarily dazed over the unexpected revelation, and for a moment, she forgot about her fight with Fire Dance, very nearly letting the female assassin kill her. After a brief moment of silence, a man emerged from between the nearby trees. He was fully clad in pitch-black light armor and hid his appearance under a black cloak. 2 long swords hung from his belt, and the frightening amount of mana he radiated formed a layer of mist around his body. Within the burning forest, he looked like the Grim Reaper, and everyone who saw him felt chills crawl down his spine. The 3 adventurer team's main force members, who had been prepared to follow Poison Heart into battle, glanced back at their commanders. None of them were sure whether or not they should try to confront this invader. If this man had even thrown Poison Heart, who had transformed into a great demon, they'd suffer an even worse fate. It was highly likely that they'd die instantly just like 7 constellations did. The mana he's radiating is practically even denser than Poison Heart's. Is he really just a tier 3 player? Flame Feather exclaimed when she saw Shifeng. Although determining a player's strength by the mana they radiated wasn't possible, the more mana wafting from one's body, the stronger their skills and spells would be. They'd also have higher physical stats and could more easily exhibit combat power beyond their limits. The amount of mana under his control was precisely the reason Poison Heart had felt omnipotent after reaching tier 4. However, this tier 3 swordsman commanded even more mana than Poison Heart did after his transformation. It was unbelievable. Could he have unlocked his mana body's full potential? Regretful Wind thought of a possibility as he sensed the immense amount of mana surrounding Shifeng. He couldn't think of any other reason that would let a tier 3 player command so much mana. Is a fully unlocked mana body really this strong? Helpless Smile wondered, skeptical about Regretful Wind's guess. As demon players, unlocking their mana body's potential proved far more difficult than it was for human players because their body structure was completely different. Hence, Demon City's players hadn't paid much attention to their mana body's potential. They felt that raising their demon ranks was a better use of their time. Not even most great demons they came across had fully unlocked mana bodies. Demon players were also physically stronger than humans, and they controlled more. They simply didn't need to go to the trouble of unlocking their mana body's potential. As long as they raised their demon rank, they were more than powerful enough to suppress human players. But Helpless Smile had never dreamed that human players with fully unlocked mana bodies would be this strong. The amount of mana Shifeng controlled was enough to give him goosebumps. It was easy to imagine how powerful the swordsman's skills and spells would be. This isn't worth the trouble. Demon's Heart didn't offer nearly enough demon crystals for us to take on a monster like that. As Regretful Wind watched this grim reaper approach, he inwardly cursed the Dark Guild. If he had known that he'd have to fight a monster like this swordsman, he never would have led his team here. Even if they managed to defeat Shifeng, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. 3,000 plus demon crystals wouldn't even come close to compensating their losses. What are you afraid of? He's just one person. There's a limit to his stamina. Poison didn't even take that much damage. We can definitely wear him down if our main force members work together. As long as we defeat this assassin, we can take our time with the swordsman. Flame Feather shouted when she realized that the 3 adventurer team's main force members were cowering in fear. Her insistence snapped the main force members out of their daze, and they trusted that the commander was correct. Regardless of how powerful a player was, there was a limit to one's stamina. Shifeng was merely one person. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't kill them all. Aside from the 100 or so demon barons, they had over 5,000 demon experts with them. Their teams were more than capable of whittling Shifeng down. That's right. So what if he is strong? We still have a great demon on our side. We can just keep healing Poison Heart, and that guy won't be able to stop us. Kill him. His weapons and equipment will only strengthen our adventurer teams. Fighting spirit burned within the adventurer team's members, and they immediately moved into formation, slowly approaching Shifeng. No! Run! Everyone, get out of here! Poison Heart, who had just recovered from the crash, shouted, panicking as he watched his comrades move toward the human swordsman. They all turned toward the assassin, confused by the warning. They couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Did the man hit his head that hard? He's not alone. There's an entire team of monsters in those trees. Poison Heart hurriedly added. Before anyone could react, new figures began to appear behind Shifeng. The new arrivals concealed their levels and appearances under black cloaks, but their auras were horrifically intense. The several players leading the group had such a powerful combined aura that the adventurer team's members felt stifled. They felt even stronger than Grand Lords of the same level. Damn it! How is this possible? The blood drained from Regretful Wind's face when he saw the Hell Legion. Everyone, retreat. Retreat immediately. Both Fire Dance and Shifeng had suppressed their auras, so Regretful Wind hadn't been able to tell how strong they were. He could only guess based on his instincts and the mana they radiated. The Hell Legion members didn't bother to hide their auras, however. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. From the power Regretful Wind sensed, at least 5 of those human players were even stronger than Grand Lords of the same level, and even the weakest of the remaining members nearly rivaled Grand Lords. If their 3 adventurer teams tried to fight this group, it'd be a one-sided massacre. Hearing Regretful Wind's order, the stunned adventurer teams snapped out of their daze and fled in all directions like a flock of startled birds. Damn it! Run! Flame Feather did the same, fleeing the moment she saw Hell Rush and his companions. As she ran, a deep hatred for Demon's heart blossomed in her chest. What a joke! The enemy team had at least 6 monster-level experts, and more than 300 of them could rival Grand Lords of the same level. This was no longer a force that Demon City's powers could take on individually. They'd only have a chance of defeating these intruders if they gathered all of the combat power in the city. Anyone that tried to fight these human players on their own would be digging their own grave. Escape? Don't you think it's a little late for that? When the 3 adventurer teams began to flee, Shifeng turned to the Hell Legion and growled, "Kill them. Leave none alive." Chapter 25-27, Sweeping Victory. As soon as Shifeng gave the command, the Hell Legion pounced on the fleeing demon players like ravenous tigers. Although demonized players' physiques and basic attributes were superior to ordinary human players, and they could run much faster than humans, the Hell Legion's members were among the best in Netherworld Empire. Moreover, they had some of the best equipment available in God's domain at this stage of the game. Including their special bloodline, their basic attributes were even higher than the adventurer team's demonized members. The Hell Legion's experts caught up to the fleeing adventurer teams in no time at all. Damn it! They're too fast. You think you can bully me? I'll fight you to the death. I refuse to believe I can't defeat at least one of you. Realizing that escape was impossible, the adventurer teams turned and decided to stand up to the Hell Legion. Over 1,000 Tier 2 experts tried to meet the incoming Hell Legion experts, and although they knew they had a basic attribute advantage, they moved into defensive formations, with MTs on the front line and ranged players in the back. Their coordination was smooth, giving the Hell Legion's experts no chance to face them one-on-one. Skills and spells proceeded to fly toward the Hell Legion, adding colorful lights to the Crimson Forest. Boom! 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 As the attacks landed, countless explosions echoed throughout the forest, and thick smoke filled the area as if it had just been bombed from above. Trees caught in the crossfire were blown to smithereens. You guys might be powerful, but I refuse to believe that you can take so many attacks without taking damage. The 3 adventurer team's attacking members looked smug when they saw that they had transformed part of the forest into an empty flatland. They also grew more confident about facing the Hell Legion. When they usually worked in teams of 100 or less, they were helpless against peak experts, but with over 1,000 players attacking in formation, they could launch a continuous assault on a single point. The Hell Legion members shouldn't think they could approach so easily. Before the adventurer teams could celebrate, however, the Hell Legion's members emerged from the cloud of smoke. Not one of the human experts had lost a single HP after the bombardment, much less suffered any severe injuries. Their steady advance seemed like those attacks had meant nothing to them. How is this possible? The 3 adventurer team's offensive members were stupefied. Even peak experts would have to take cover against their frenzied attacks, yet these experts continued to advance like nothing had happened. They hadn't pushed them back in the slightest. In fact, the Hell Legion was even closer now. The adventurer team's main force members, who had long since fled, shook their heads at the scene. How can anyone think those experts would be so easy to defeat? Players that hadn't yet reached Tier 3 simply couldn't understand how terrifying Tier 3 players were. That bombardment wouldn't even have damaged the Adventurer team's Tier 3 players, much less the Hell Legion. With the extraordinary physique and basic attributes Tier 3 players had at their disposal, evading most Tier 2 players' skills and spells was a piece of cake. Even if they couldn't dodge the more flexible and accurate attacks, they could block them. Without tremendous power, Tier 2 players would have an incredibly hard time dealing damage to a Tier 3 expert. At worst, they'd only lose some stamina and concentration. In an instant, the Hell Legion's experts arrived before the Adventurer team's frontline MTs. Streaks of light struck the MTs' vitals, dealing hundreds of thousands of damages and plundering all of the MTs' HPs. From afar, it looked like the MTs had been cursed as they fell, one after another. Over 1,000 experts from the 3 Adventurer teams had fallen in just a dozen or so seconds. The remaining players, who had pondered staying for the fight, gasped. They had already known the difference between the two sides' combat power was massive, but they had never dreamed that it would be this huge. Every player that had chosen to fight had fallen in the initial clash. Only the Adventurer team's main force members weren't surprised. In truth, the Hell Legion didn't just have incredible basic attributes, their combat standards were also absurdly high. Unlike Sherfong and Fire Dance, the Hell Legion's experts made no attempt to hide their combat standards, which made it easy for the main force members to notice. Meanwhile, from what they could tell, even the weakest human player of the team had reached the Flowing Water Realm, while most of the Hell Legion had reached the Void Realm. The 3 Adventurer teams' commanders had only recently reached the Void Realm, and none of their teammates had caught up to them. The Hell Legion continued to cull the 3 Adventurer teams like the Grim Reaper himself. Their assault was unstoppable. The Adventurer teams didn't even have the chance to buy their commanders any time. At this point, only the 3 commanders and Poison Heart, who was still a Tier 4 Great Demon, had any chance of escape. However, Sherfong, Hell Rush, and the others had suppressed the 4 demon players, who rapidly lost HP. In less than 10 minutes, the forest floor was covered in several thousand demon player corpses. None of the 3 Adventurer team's members had gotten away with their lives. Demon City, Demon's Heart's residence. Commander Troubled, what do you think of the training room we've constructed? Furious Heart asked, smiling as he gestured to the marble building before him. It's amazing. The darkness energy seeping from it is already so dense. If demon players train in the building, they'll most likely climb to the Baron rank very quickly. They might even meet the conditions to reach the Viscount rank, Troubled Time surmised, shocked as he examined the training room bathed in darkness energy. Raising their nobility ranks wasn't easy for demon players. Not only did they need enough demon crystals, but they also needed to pass a test. Aside from their combat power, players would be tested on their ability to manipulate darkness energy. Unfortunately, even in demon territories, areas with dense darkness energy were incredibly rare, so demon players didn't have many opportunities to control high amounts of darkness energy. The Dark Den was a special case since many areas of the Otherworld were rich in darkness energy and helpful to demon players as they trained. However, Demon's Heart had successfully constructed its own training room, containing an abundance of darkness energy. The guild's foundations were nearly unshakable. This training room will even be helpful to those trying to secure their Count rank, not to mention Viscount rank, Furious Heart said, chuckling. However, our guild has spent most of the darkness crystals and primal darkness stones we've accumulated thus far to construct the room. I see. That's why its darkness energy is so dense. Realization dawned on Troubled Times. Darkness crystals and primal darkness stones were both far more valuable than magic crystals and mana Oregon. Both items contained high amounts of darkness energy and were significantly helpful to demon players. However, these darkness-attuned crystals and ores were immensely difficult to obtain. Players were rarely willing to invest them in a large training room's construction. We've only accomplished the feat thanks to the alliance our vice guild leader has secured. He is currently in the midst of negotiating our continued partnership, and if he succeeds, he intends to share a portion of the resources with the Sentinel Shelter. You might even be able to construct a training room for yourselves, Furious Heart said. Really? Troubled Time's eyes glowed at the prospect. If the Sentinel Shelter could construct its own darkness-attuned training room, even if it were only a small training room, he wouldn't have to worry about his shelter's development. The Sentinel Shelter might even become strong enough to rule over all of the Dark Den, not to mention becoming the #1 shelter. Emicham. Furious Heart nodded, smiling. Once you grow a little stronger, the Vice Guild leader also intends to provide enough resources for you to become a demon count. You will stand at the peak of God's domain, Commander Troubled. Elder Heart, please inform Vice Guild leader Flaming Light that he has nothing to worry about. The Sentinel Shelter will not disappoint him. I guarantee that we will become Demon's Heart's second major city, Troubled Time said. He could not help his growing excitement when he heard that Demon's Heart would help him with his promotion to Demon Count. Becoming a Demon Count wasn't an easy task. Once a Demon player earned the Count rank, their strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Like in the various NPC kingdoms and empires, players were considered high nobles once they reached the rank of Count and above, enjoying unimaginable status. As a Count, Troubled Times was sure he could even defeat Shifeng. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Just as Furious Heart was about to continue, however, a Tier 3 assassin frantically approached him. Elder Heart, we just received information regarding Zero Wing, the assassin hesitantly reported. It seems the 3 adventurer teams finally found them. Zero Wing certainly knows how to hide, Furious Heart said, smiling. Well? What's the situation? Have Zero Wing's members been dealt with? No. Windtooth, Eternal Night, and Crimson Sands teams have been annihilated, the assassin said, shaking his head. Grimly, he continued, a dozen or so medium adventurer teams and several dozen small adventurer teams have also been eliminated. Tens of thousands of players have died in the burning forest. As for the several hundred scouts we've dispatched, none have returned alive, but according to their offline reports, Zero Wing's members are nearly at Demon City's gates. They'll likely reach the city's entrance in about 10 minutes. Chapter 25-28, Commotion in Demon City. When the Tier 3 assassin ended his report, everyone present fell silent, staring at the assassin in astonishment. What did you say? Annihilated? Although the strength of those 3 adventurer teams is subpar, they should have a total of 10 demon viscounts and nearly 100 demon barons. The number of Tier 3 experts they have should also exceed 200. With them in the way, even a superpower's trump card legion shouldn't dream of gaining any advantages in the burning forest. How could a measly team of 300+ players possibly annihilate them? Tens of thousands of people got killed? Are those people idiots? The several Demon's Heart elders present instinctively refused to believe the assassin's words. Although they knew that Shifeng's team possessed extraordinary strength, Shifeng's team hadn't been in the burning forest for even a day. Despite that, they were being told that Shifeng's team had annihilated Demon City's top 3 adventurer teams along with several tens of thousands of other players. Moreover, none of the scouts that came across Shifeng's team managed to return alive. As icing on the cake, Shifeng's team was supposedly only a dozen minutes or so away from reaching Demon City. This was ludicrous. Previously, Battle Wolf's army hadn't even managed to reach Demon City's gate before getting annihilated. Now, however, a measly team of 300+ players was actually about to reach Demon City? Who would believe this? He really came. Troubled Times was stunned when he heard the assassin's report. They were currently in demon territory. This wasn't a place human players could enter casually. Back then, when Troubled Times heard that Shifeng had declared that he would come to Demon City to hunt him down, Troubled Times had taken it for a joke. After all, Shifeng simply didn't understand how frightening demon territories were. In Troubled Times' opinion, let alone reaching Demon City, Feng would be fortunate to survive in the burning forest for a few hours. After all, no matter how powerful Feng was, he was still a player. There was a limit to his stamina and concentration. In the expansive burning forest, non-demon players were subjected to the corrosion of darkness energy, which increased their stamina and concentration consumption substantially. Even with a team of 300+ Tier 3 experts, it should still be impossible for Feng to reach Demon City. Now, however, not only was Feng's team close to reaching Demon City, but he had even killed Demon City's top 3 adventurer teams along with tens of thousands of other demon players. This was simply unbelievable. However, shortly after Troubled Times and the others received this piece of news, a commotion occurred at Demon City's main entrance. This was because a group of human players had appeared a short distance from Demon City. These human players numbered over 300, and they were none other than the team Demon's Heart had placed a bounty on. In this situation, the demon players residing in Demon City could not help but panic. What's going on? How did they get here? Why wasn't there any news about them? Didn't the top 3 adventurer teams leave to hunt them just now? They must have gotten lucky and avoided detection. Otherwise, how could they get here so quickly and intact? Impossible. Even if the top 3 adventurer teams did not find them, there are still several dozen others that joined in on the hunt. At least one adventurer team should have come across them. And so long as even one did, the other adventurer teams would have received news about it right away. It should be impossible for these invaders to evade detection completely. When Feng's team suddenly appeared outside Demon City, the players standing on the city's walls were filled with both surprise and curiosity. They never thought that human players could actually cross the burning forest and get to Demon City without an invitation. This was the first time a situation like this had occurred since Demon City's construction. Of course, there's no news about these invaders, as everyone that came across them had gotten killed. A friend of mine was one of the players that joined the hunt. Despite the adventurer team he belonged to having over 1,000 members, none of them managed to make it out alive after coming across the invaders. According to what I heard, the top 3 adventurer teams also got annihilated. They're just keeping their mouths shut all this time to prevent information leaks. As the ordinary players on top of the wall were discussing the situation, a Tier 3 expert rolled his eyes at their ignorance and revealed the truth to them. Upon hearing the Tier 3 players' revelation, the ordinary players were stunned. At the same time, though, they eyed the Tier 3 expert skeptically, suspecting that this expert was playing a joke on them. It seems the rumor I heard coming from Demon's Heart's members is true, after all. These invaders really did kill tens of thousands of experts. Another Tier 3 expert, who originated from a medium-scale adventurer team and had just arrived on the wall, commented upon seeing Feng's team in the distance. This Tier 3 expert's words threw everyone present into an uproar. What? The tens of thousands of experts that joined the hunt got annihilated? Who are these invaders? They're not really here to kill Troubled Times, right? It seems Demon's Heart has met its match. I wonder which side is stronger. Do you even have to ask? It's definitely Demon's Heart. Don't forget that this place is Demon City, the main headquarters of Demon's Heart. These 300+ invaders might be amazing out in the fields, but they're asking for death if they think they can do whatever they want inside Demon City. When everyone present heard the news of Demon City's top 3 adventurer teams getting annihilated, aside from feeling surprised, they also felt excited. After all, Demon City had never been besieged before. Meanwhile, news of Feng's team appearing outside Demon City's gate spread quickly throughout the city, stunning its millions of player residents. Crap! They actually came here to hunt down Troubled Times. This is amazing. I wonder how Demon's Heart plans to deal with this situation. I doubt Demon's Heart will let these people do anything. However, these people aren't pushovers either. If even the top 3 adventurer teams are not a match for them, Demon's Heart should have a tough time too. Everyone inside Demon City discussed this matter, spreading Zero Wings fame across the city. However, everyone was more curious about Demon's Heart's response to this situation. After all, even the city's top 3 adventurer teams had suffered annihilation. Shi Feng's team might not be capable of breaking into Demon City, but it was more than capable of camping out in the fields and targeting Demon's Heart's members that were trying to grind. That would stunt Demon's Heart development. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Meanwhile, news of Shi Feng's team's arrival also quickly reached Demon's Heart's residence. And when Troubled Times heard about this, his complexion turned deathly pale. He never thought that Shi Feng would get to Demon City so soon. He had witnessed the Swordsman stopping a Demon King's hand before. If Shi Feng sneaked into Demon City and secretly took action against him, Troubled Times was almost certain to lose his life. Commander Troubled, you can rest easy. So what if Black Flame has arrived? This is Demon City. Furious Heart said when he saw the ugly look on Troubled Times' face. He then smiled and continued, however, Zero Wing has been acting arrogantly for long enough. They aren't even bothering to sneak around to take action. They are indeed very arrogant. They actually dare camp in front of our front gate and let everyone know of their arrival, a Tier 3 elder wearing black robes ranted. In my opinion, we should just deploy the city's Tier 4 demon guards and get rid of them. Otherwise, they'll really think that they can do anything they want to Demon City just because they eliminated the city's top 3 adventurer teams. Forget it. The demon guards are one of Demon City's trump cards. It costs a lot of demon crystals to dispatch them. It's not worth it just to deal with Zero Wing, Furious Heart said, shaking his head. Moreover, both the guild leader and the vice guild leader are not on the eastern continent right now. This isn't a decision we can make. Have someone notify Zero Wing's people that Demon's Heart is taking charge of this matter and that they've already caused enough of a ruckus. It's time to put an end to this fuss. If they retreat now, there will still be grounds for reconciliation and opportunities for partnership between our 2 guilds. Otherwise, this matter won't end so easily. The future god's domain no longer belongs to regular guilds. I believe they should understand this point very clearly. Alright. I'll have someone notify them. Hopefully, they know where to draw the line, that black-clad Tier 3 elder said. Inwardly, though, he felt that Furious Heart was too soft. If it were up to him, he would just annihilate Zero Wing for daring to approach Demon City so boldly. Chapter 25-29, Provoking Demon's Heart. Inside Demon's Heart's residence, after Furious Heart gave the command to take action, the black-clad, Tier 3 Viscount Elder promptly started arranging for the necessary manpower to shoo away Zero Wing's team. Meanwhile, the news of Shi Feng's arrival at Demon City also spread rapidly beyond the walls of the city and stupefied the superpowers paying attention to Demon City. What's going on? It hasn't been that long since Zero Wing's team arrived at the Burning Forest, yet it's already reached Demon City? Zero Wing actually accomplished something that Battle Wolves failed to do? Black Flame really is bold to provoke Demon's Heart. Doesn't he know that the current god's domain has changed already? The various superpowers found Zero Wing's arrival before Demon City's main entrance deeply surprising. The current god's domain was no longer the same as before. The activity of dark players in level 100 neutral maps was expanding. Moreover, the strength of dark players was growing rapidly, at a rate frightening even to the various superpowers. Meanwhile, one of the fastest developing dark powers was Demon's Heart. Not only did Demon's Heart boast a large number of experts, but its guild members were also improving at a flying pace. It was no exaggeration to say that, so long as a member of Demon's Heart reached Tier 3 as well as the rank of Demon Baron, they would instantly become an existence rivaling Tier 3 peak experts. In fact, their survivability out in the fields would be much stronger than human peak experts. Moreover, unlike regular players, dark players received rewards and improvements from killing other players. They had a much greater advantage when it came to leveling and upgrading their weapons and equipment. Even though dark players were a minority in God's domain, they were now strong enough to go up against regular guilds in level 100 neutral maps. This was why many independent players were opting to become a dark player, which, in turn, continuously increased the dark player population in God's domain. This change drove the incredibly fast growth of the various dark powers. Of course, the rapid development of dark players came with a price. Compared to regular players, the penalty dark players suffered for death was many times greater. Hence, in order to avoid death, current dark players were limiting their sphere of activities instead of rampantly clashing with regular players. Nevertheless, even the various superpowers did not dare provoke dark players casually, much less dark powers like Demon's Heart. None of the various superpowers had expected Zero Wing to provoke Demon's Heart. Moreover, Zero Wing had gone all the way to Demon City's main entrance to do so. Meanwhile, inside one of the advanced restaurants in the Ten Saints Empire's capital, Illusory Words was currently enjoying a meal. Midway through her meal, however, a Tier 3 assassin barged into her private room with a tense expression on his face. "Vice Guild Leader, we just received news that Zero Wing annihilated not only Demon City's top 3 adventurer teams but also tens of thousands of Demon City's experts. Zero Wing's team has already arrived before Demon City's main entrance. By the looks of it, Zero Wing is really intent on taking action against troubled times," the Tier 3 assassin said, astonishment writ large on his face. "They arrived already?" Illusory Words similarly felt astonished by this point. She had visited Demon City as a guest before, so she knew just how difficult it was to cross the burning forest. A large number of demon patrol squads and demon players operated within the forest. In her opinion, even with frightening strength, Shi Feng and his team should still struggle to reach Demon City. In fact, by the time they got to Demon City, the tracking mark they placed on troubled times might have disappeared already. In that case, visiting Demon City would also be meaningless. However, Shi Feng's team had actually reached Demon City less than a day after they entered the burning forest. Moreover, they didn't arrive at the city by covert means but walked straight to the city instead. "We also found out a little regarding the relationship between Troubled Times and Demon's Heart," the Tier 3 assassin said. "Troubled Times' Sentinel Shelter is Demon's Heart's most important pawn in the Dark Den. Demon's Heart is even planning to turn the Sentinel Shelter into its main headquarters. In addition, Troubled Times fought alongside Flaming Light, one of Demon's Heart's Vice Guild leaders, during the early stages of God's Domain. Although the two of them eventually chose different development paths, Troubled Times is now one of Flaming Light's trusted aides, due to his excellent strength and talents." "He's actually Flaming Light's confidant?" Illusory Words frowned at this situation. "If this really is the case, then Zero Wing will have difficulty killing Troubled Times. Flaming Light is extremely protective of his own people, especially his confidants. Moreover, Troubled Times is taking shelter inside Demon City. Hopefully, Guild Leader Black Flame doesn't act too rashly. Flaming Light was famous on the Eastern continent. A part of the reason why the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers currently feared Demon's Heart was Flaming Light's presence. In fact, Flaming Light had even wrung multiple concessions from the Super Guild's Sacred Temple regarding resources. Despite the Ten Saints Empire being the Sacred Temple's home base, the Sacred Temple still had no choice but to concede to Demon's Heart's demands. This situation had greatly confused the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers, as well as made them increasingly fearful of the Dark Guild. Setting aside whether Zero Wing could kill Troubled Times inside Demon City, even if the Guild killed Troubled Times in the outside world, it was still highly likely to anger Flaming Light. If that happened, then the efforts Zero Wing had made to ensure its smooth development in level 100 neutral maps would go to waste, and the Guild would be plagued with endless troubles once more. After all, the current God's Domain had already changed. The advantages dark players had over regular players were simply overwhelming. While the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers were secretly discussing Zero Wing, another commotion occurred at Demon City's main entrance. The reason for this commotion was Demon's Heart's members making an appearance. In the next moment, Demon City's gate opened slowly. A 1,000-man team led by Tier 3 experts then marched out of Demon City. Every one of these members from Demon's Heart sported uniform weapons and equipment. Moreover, these weapons and equipment were of considerably high quality, with even the weakest piece being level 100 fine gold rank. In addition, every member of this team was a noble. Just the number of players emitting power of darkness at the standard of demon viscounts numbered as many as 20. Standing in the head of this team was a burly man geared in exquisite armor. The spectating players present gasped in shock at the sight of this man. Crap! Rebellious Thunder, the vice commander of Demon's Heart's main force, showed up. What a powerful pressure! So, this is the strength of a demon count? When the players standing atop the city's walls saw the burly man, awe filled their eyes. The count rank was something all demon players aspired to. However, it was beyond the reach of most demon players. The reason for this wasn't just the astronomical amount of demon crystals required to challenge the test to become a demon count but also the test's great difficulty. Even now, aside from Demon City's two main guilds, no other power boasted a demon count among their ranks. The strongest person the other powers possessed was a 3-star Viscount. Players that had become demon counts were treated with respect by even great demon NPCs because Tier 3 players at the demon count rank were already strong enough to go up against great demons. Their becoming a Tier 4 great demon in the future was also only a matter of time. They actually sent a demon count out. When Regretful Wind, who was currently sitting inside a bar near the main entrance, saw Rebellious Thunder through a magic mirror, envy flashed in his eyes. It seems Demon's Heart really places great importance on troubled times. However, we ended up eating a major loss this time. Not only did we not get any bounty rewards, but we also tossed away the lives of our own teams. Fortunately, we managed to keep the matter secret. Now, all of Demon City's adventurer teams have suffered tremendous losses as well, Helpless Smile said, a bitter smile forming on his face as he gazed at Rebellious Thunder's figure. During the time Regretful Wind and the others were quietly chatting, Rebellious Thunder could be seen arriving before Shifeng's team. "Are you Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame?" Rebellious Thunder asked as he looked at Shifeng. "That's right," Shifeng replied, nodding. "Do you have business with me?" Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, we know you're here to kill troubled times, but this is Demon's Heart's territory. We won't care if you take action anywhere else, but since troubled times has already arrived in Demon City, we have a responsibility to ensure his safety. Moreover, this place does not welcome non-demon players. If you leave now, Demon's Heart will ignore your provocative behavior this time. There might even be chances for partnership between our two guilds in the future, Rebellious Thunder said sternly. "What if I refuse?" Shifeng asked, chuckling. "Then, you'll make an enemy out of Demon's Heart." Rebellious Thunder warned coldly, his words echoing throughout the main entrance. Upon hearing Rebellious Thunder's words, the spectating players standing on the city walls were silent because nobody would dare offend Demon's Heart on a demon territory. Any that did would not be able to leave with their lives. If that's the case, let's just become enemies. Chapter 25-30, Normal State. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, silence fell over the area. A provocation. This was a blatant provocation. This guy must be insane. He actually intends to become enemies with Demon's Heart. He dares slap Demon's Heart's face as well. He's dead for sure now. Even if Demon's Heart wants to let him off the hook, Rebellious Thunder definitely won't let him get away with this. The spectating demon players were flabbergasted by Shifeng's unyielding behavior. They never thought that he would react that way. In their opinion, Shifeng and his teams reaching Demon City's front door was already a plenty amazing feat. In fact, their achievement had even dragged down Demon's Heart's prestige significantly. After accomplishing all this, Shifeng should have wisely retreated instead of pushing the envelope. After all, Demon's Heart was far stronger than Demon City's top 3 adventurer teams. Even the 10 Saints' Empire's various superpowers did not dare to offend the guild. Moreover, it had always been impossible for Shifeng to fulfill his goal of killing troubled times in Demon City. Although Demon City might seem like a player-constructed city, it was, in reality, a partial NPC city. The city was protected not only by players but also by quite a number of great demon NPCs, including a great demon monarch. The demon monarch was a bona fide demon marquis and was one of the 72 great demon marquises of God's domain, only one rank below the highest rank of duke. It was not an existence that current players could hope to go up against at all. With the demon monarch protecting Demon City, breaking into the city and killing troubled times would be absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, after Rebellious Thunder heard Shifeng's words, his complexion darkened immediately. Guild leader Black Flame, it seems you are intent on challenging Demon's Heart's bottom line. Rebellious Thunder snarled as he glared at Shifeng. Since you wish for battle, I'll fulfill your wish. Suddenly, dense darkness energy flowed out of Rebellious Thunder's body, and his body started undergoing a significant transformation. Not only did he double in size, but pitch-black demonic patterns also appeared all over his body. At the same time, the intensity of the aura he radiated skyrocketed, the aura so strong that the spectating demon players gasped in shock. Amazing! So, this is the strength of a demon count? The power of darkness he radiates is so strong. It's practically denser than the great demon NPCs inside the city. Just how powerful will his demon skills become with such a strong power of darkness? Black Flame is doomed now. The spectating demon players exclaimed in shock at Rebellious Thunder's transformation. Although they had long since known that Demon City's 2 guilds possessed demon count level experts, they had never seen a demon count in action before. They only knew that the count rank was a major turning point for demon players and that players couldn't reach the rank without frightening strength and resources. Looking at Rebellious Thunder now, however, rather than calling the count rank a major turning point, calling it a leap in tears would be more apartment. At this moment, even with only ordinary identification skills, one would realize that Rebellious Thunder transcended the realm of ordinary. Just his current HP was as high as 6 million, previously, his HP was only a little more than 1 million. Aside from HP, Rebellious Thunder should have also received a similarly massive boost to his defense, basic attributes, and physique after demonification. After Rebellious Thunder activated demonification, Regretful Wind and the other spectators in the bar near Demon City's main entrance were shocked. Sure enough, a demon count really is frightening. It's no wonder those 2 guilds have been keeping all information about the rank a secret all this time. Helpless Smile looked enviously at Rebellious Thunder, who now rivaled a Tier 4 great demon in terms of strength. Now, not only has Rebellious Thunder transformed into a demon count, but he also wields Cruel Darkness, one of the demon race's 16 magic weapons. He also has Demon City's buff, which all demon players get. With all that, I'm afraid that aside from those 3 people, nobody in the entire Demon City is his match. Rebellious Thunder was originally a monster-level expert working for a super guild. However, after entering God's domain, Demon's Heart had poached him by offering a munificent package. With the help of Cruel Darkness, the magic weapon Demon's Heart had obtained, Rebellious Thunder became so strong that he was practically invincible among players of the same tier. In fact, during the war with Battle Wolves, Rebellious Thunder had single-handedly fought against 3 monster-level experts. Back then, he was still only a demon viscount. Now that Rebellious Thunder had been promoted to a demon count, Helpless Smile couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful he had become. Rebellious Thunder won't have an easy time dealing with Black Flame, though. After all, Black Flame suppressed Poison Heart even after Poison Heart had transformed into a great demon, Regretful Wind said as he looked at the demonized Rebellious Thunder. I believe it's going to be a tough battle. Regretful Wind had personally experienced Shifeng's terror. Even if Rebellious Thunder was powerful, the Elementalist did not think that Rebellious Thunder could easily defeat Shifeng. Flame Feather nodded in agreement with Regretful Wind's words. Previously, Shifeng had behaved as if Demon's Heart's existence was nothing to him. However, the swordsman indeed possessed the strength and qualifications to do so. Meanwhile, as Regretful Wind and the others were discussing Rebellious Thunder, the person in question had taken the pitch-black greatsword hung on his back in hand and swung it at Shifeng. The instant Rebellious Thunder swung his greatsword, the power of darkness enveloping his body seemed to find a vent. It surged into the greatsword, doubling the power and attack range of the greatsword. Now, the attack was so powerful that it cut apart even space, leaving a pitch-black trail behind the greatsword. In response, Shifeng unsheathed Killing Ray and executed Light Shadow. Boom! The instant the two blades collided, dazzling sparks sprang forth. The frightening impact also caused the ground beneath the two players' feet to shatter, and the sound of the impact echoed throughout Demon City. In the next moment, Shifeng stumbled half a step back, his HP decreasing by merely a few thousand. To Shifeng, who possessed over 1 million HP, this amount of damage was negligible. Impossible. That guy only lost by a little even after receiving the Vice Commander's full-powered blow? Upon seeing this outcome, both the spectating demon players and Demon's Hearts members could not help being stupefied. This was especially true for Demon's Hearts members, whose eyes very nearly fell out of their sockets at this scene. As they watched Rebellious Thunder about to clash with Shifeng, they had considered a few methods that might allow the swordsman to neutralize Rebellious Thunder's attack. For example, Shifeng could use a life-saving skill or a special tool. However, they never thought that he would receive Rebellious Thunder's attack directly and even block it with such ease. At this moment, let alone everyone else, even Rebellious Thunder himself was stunned by this outcome. What happened? Even before he had risen to the Demon Count rank, with Cruel Darkness's power, he was already invincible among those of the same tier. Now, despite being a Demon Count and activating demonification, he was actually only slightly stronger than Shifeng. However, Rebellious Thunder quickly snapped out of his daze. It seems you're not all talk, after all. Rebellious Thunder praised. But, so what if you can block my attack? You'll still lose if you only remain on the defensive. As soon as Rebellious Thunder finished speaking, however, Shifeng suddenly returned Killing Ray to its sheath. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, as expected of an expert who has reached the rank of Demon Count. Your strength has already surpassed that of ordinary mythic monsters, Shifeng said as he looked at Rebellious Thunder. It seems I really am not a match for you demon players when you have the home ground advantage and I am in my normal state. Normal state? Rebellious Thunder chuckled when he heard Shifeng's words. Do you think you can transform into a demon too? While inside demon territories, players couldn't use berserk skills. Of course, demon players were no exception to this rule. However, demon players could use demonification to elevate their strength. This was why the 10 Saints Empire's various superpowers could never do anything against Demon City. Only Battle Wolves was stubborn enough to attempt a crusade against Demon City. I can't, Shifeng said, chuckling as he looked at Rebellious Thunder. However, my doppelganger can. After saying so, Shifeng drew the pitch-black sword hanging from his waist. Chapter 2531, Black Dragon. The abyssal blade Shifeng wielded looked like a gemstone of darkness. Adorned with glowing, crimson patterns, the sword gave off a bewitching feeling. The instant Shifeng unsheathed the abyssal blade, a doppelganger appeared beside him. In terms of aura and appearance, the doppelganger was utterly identical to him. His trump card is a doppelganger? And here I thought he had something amazing saved up. He's not thinking that he can defeat Vice Commander Thunder just by relying on a doppelganger, which would have weaker basic attributes than himself, right? Upon seeing Shifeng's doppelganger, Demon's Hearts members burst into laughter. In God's domain, doppelganger skills were indeed excellent life-saving measures. They were also extremely rare skills that could drastically increase the combat power of players. However, doppelganger skills were generally useful only against monsters and ordinary experts. against experts of Rebellious Thunder's caliber, using doppelgangers was utterly meaningless. Not to mention, Rebellious Thunder had Cruel Darkness to further amplify his strength. The magic weapon grew through absorbing the power of darkness its user radiated. In return, the weapon not only provided its user with a significant boost in strength but also extended its user's attack range drastically. When Rebellious Thunder wielded it, he could achieve an attack range of roughly 20 yards, which basically transformed him into a ranged player. With such an attack range combined with Rebellious Thunder's strength and techniques, it wouldn't matter if he went up against 1 or even 5 melee players. There wouldn't be much difference, as he wouldn't give his opponents an opportunity to get close to him. Meanwhile, if a melee player couldn't approach Rebellious Thunder, they naturally couldn't attack him either. This was the reason why Rebellious Thunder was able to fight 3 of Battle Wolf's domain realm experts simultaneously without being put at a disadvantage. Since Shifeng had summoned only 1 doppelganger, this increase in numbers wouldn't affect Rebellious Thunder's performance in battle at all. Although I don't know what you're trying to pull here, you should just use whatever cards you have, Rebellious Thunder advised. Even after seeing Shifeng summoning a doppelganger, he did not hurry to attack Shifeng. Instead, he simply casually observed the swordsman before him. "I'll teach you how foolish it is for you to make an enemy out of Demon's Heart." After Rebellious Thunder said this, the power of darkness that his body radiated intensified once more. This time, it even produced a faint layer of dark fog around his body. At the same time, the magic weapon he wielded seemingly received an upgrade. Now, pale blue flames flickered around Cruel Darkness's blade. However, these flames did not increase the ambient temperature but decrease it. The temperature fell so low that the nearby plants even started freezing. He can still grow stronger. Amazing. This is truly amazing. It's no wonder even the top 3 adventurer teams do not dare defy Demon's Heart. Just Rebellious Thunder alone is more than enough to make the top 3 adventurer teams suffer. Upon seeing Rebellious Thunder's strength improving further, the demon players spectating from the city walls gained newfound recognition of Demon's Heart. Many experts even started entertaining thoughts of joining the guild. Originally, they had become dark players to avoid the restrictions of guilds. However, the strength Rebellious Thunder displayed was simply too amazing. Now, they felt that they wouldn't mind losing some of their freedom if it meant that they could become as strong as Rebellious Thunder. At this moment, let alone the demon players spectating from the city walls, even Regretful Wind and the others, who were watching inside one of the city's bars, were floored by Rebellious Thunder's sudden power-up. He still wasn't at his peak state before. As Regretful Wind goggled at Rebellious Thunder's fog-shrouded body, he had trouble keeping his mouth closed. Compared to ordinary demon players, Regretful Wind, who had already reached the demon Viscount rank, had a much clearer idea just how frightening the power of darkness Rebellious Thunder radiated was. It was no exaggeration to say that, even if he raised the density of his own power of darkness by 3 or 4 times, he would still fall short of Rebellious Thunder's standard. Since the origin of demon player Carrot's strength was the power of darkness, having denser power of darkness would improve not only one's concentration recovery but also the power of their skills and spells by a large margin. The power of darkness affected players similar to how mana did, but with much more prominent effects. To think that a demon count can grow that strong. Black Flame really is doomed this time. I'm afraid he won't last more than a few moves against Rebellious Thunder, Flame Feather muttered in shock. She was clearly a 3-star Viscount, only 1 step away from becoming a Count. However, it never occurred to her that there would be such a huge gap in strength between a 3-star Viscount and an actual Count. At this moment, let alone within Demon City's sphere of influence, even outside of demon territories, Rebellious Thunder could still operate without fear. Meanwhile, outside Demon City, when Blue Frost and the other Zero Wing members from Shelter 1, who had followed Shifeng to Demon City, saw Rebellious Thunder's transformation, grim expressions appeared on their faces. "Blue, how about advising the guild leader to stop? We've already gone this far." I believe the Dark Den's various powers will understand how strong Shelter One is. However, if we proceed with this fight, our losses will be massive, Evening Lotus said as she looked at Blue Frost. After seeing how easily their team reached Demon City, she had indeed gained newfound recognition of their guild. She never thought that Zero Wing would be this strong. However, their current opponent was no longer an existence they could deal with. Even though they had over 300 Tier 3 experts on their side, she wasn't optimistic about their chances of defeating Rebellious Thunder. After all, they were standing in the home ground of demon players. Moreover, Rebellious Thunder had the protection of Demon City. Indeed. At this rate, rather than making a statement, we'll end up becoming a laughing stock in the Dark Den instead, Blue Frost said, nodding. He, too, felt that they had done enough. Blue Frost immediately headed for Shifeng to persuade him to end this battle of attrition. However, he had just taken 2 steps forward when Shifeng suddenly raised the abyssal blade horizontal of himself and started incanting. The deafening roar of a dragon entered everyone's ears and shook the entire demon city. This dragon roar made everyone present shudder involuntarily, and they reflexively turned to look at the origin of this roar. To everyone's surprise, this roar actually came from the doppelganger Shifeng summoned. At this moment, however, the doppelganger had started disintegrating into a cloud of black fog, which continuously expanded, growing by several hundred times in size in no time at all. A short moment later, a pair of gigantic, golden eyes appeared inside the black fog, the piercing gaze of the golden eyes sending shivers down everyone's spine. What's going on? The doppelganger can actually transform? The doppelganger's aura is so strong. The spectating players promptly started discussing among themselves when they saw the transformation Shifeng's doppelganger underwent, curiosity and confusion filling their minds. It seems you weren't spouting nonsense before, Rebellious Thunder said. As he gazed at the dense cloud of fog before him, fighting spirit welled up within him. However, no sooner had Rebellious Thunder finished speaking than a gigantic claw emerged from the cloud of fog. This claw was the size of a 2-story house and densely covered in pitch-black scales. When the claw landed, it instantly shattered the ground. At the same time, everyone in the vicinity also felt the ground beneath them quaking. Before everyone could snap out of their daze, a 30-meter-tall black dragon appeared before their eyes. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, a dragon? Everyone's breath momentarily stifled as they gazed at the incarnation of death and destruction before them, unable to wrap their head around this situation. How is this possible? Why would a dragon appear here? That is fake. That must be fake. Chapter 2532, Black Dragons. Might everyone instinctively refuse to believe that a dragon had appeared before them. In God's domain, dragons were synonymous with destruction. They could easily destroy entire kingdoms and empires. Any location that had a dragon appear there would automatically be viewed as a forbidden land for players. Demon players were no exception to this rule. Only death awaited them if they came across a dragon. Hence, how could a player possibly summon a dragon? However, the powerful aura and pressure, which stemmed from a massive difference in life rating, the black dragon gave off was undoubtedly real. At this moment, aside from the demon players present, Blue Frost and the others standing behind Shifeng were likewise astonished by this situation. They never thought that their guild leader would possess such a trump card. No. Something's not right. That dragon seems to be only at Tier 3. It's not a Tier 5 adult dragon, a Tier 3 demon ranger, who had used an identification skill on the black dragon, suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this ranger's announcement, everyone immediately reacted to the situation. It really is a Tier 3 dragon. I knew it. I knew it was impossible for a player to summon an adult dragon. Even so, that black flame is still plenty amazing. I'm afraid even the vice commander will be helpless against a Tier 3 dragon. When Demon's Heart's members saw that the black dragon was merely a level 111, Tier 3 infant dragon, they breathed out a sigh of relief. As far as they knew, most dragons that appeared before players were Tier 5 adult dragons, and even the weakest among them were Tier 4 infant dragons. They were not existences that current players could hope to go up against. However, a Tier 3 infant dragon was a different story. The reason why dragons were considered the apex race in God's domain and possessed overwhelming strength was their incredibly high life rating and growth potential. They gained much more basic attributes than any other race from each level up. Every increase in their tier would also grant them a qualitative transformation. Hence, after reaching Tier 5 and becoming an adult, a dragon would possess the strength to devastate countries. A Tier 3 dragon, on the other hand, might still be invincible among those of the same tier, but it posed a much lesser threat than dragons at Tier 4 or above. "It's no wonder why you dare provoke Demon's heart," Rebellious Thunder said as he looked at the black dragon looming above him. Currently, he, too, was feeling intense pressure from the dragon. However, instead of despair rising, Rebellious Thunder's fighting spirit flared. He leaped toward the black dragon, shouting, however, "Don't even think that a Tier 3 dragon is enough to force Demon's heart to step back." Dragons indeed possessed a strength that made them unrivaled among those of the same tier. However, a demon count, like himself, also possessed such strength. Moreover, he was currently wielding Cruel Darkness, one of the demon race's 16 magic weapons. If he combined that with his techniques, he was confident he could fight even a Tier 3 dragon. In the next moment, Rebellious Thunder raised Cruel Darkness and executed a slash at the black dragon, with power of darkness wrapped around the great sword. Space split apart wherever the great sword passed. Tier 3 skill, Blazing Slash. What a powerful move. "You can definitely send a mythic monster flying with this move," Shifeng said in admiration as he looked at the pitch-black greatsword descending toward the black dragon. "Unfortunately, you made a basic mistake. What you're going up against isn't an ordinary Tier 3 dragon, but a Tier 3 dragon that I am controlling." After Shifeng said so, his doppelganger took action, sending a claw swinging at the descending greatsword. Secret technique, Lightning Flash. The gigantic claw transformed into streaks of light that clashed with the pitch-black sword. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, the pitch-black sword shattered, the frightening recoil sending Rebellious Thunder flying back like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, Rebellious Thunder's body crashed into Demon City's curtain wall, his HP instantly decreasing by more than 300,000. How is that possible? How can a summoned creature use a combat technique? For a time, everyone stared at the black dragon's proud figure in shock and confusion. In fact, the shock they felt right now was even greater than what they felt previously, when they thought Shifeng had summoned a Tier 4 or Tier 5 dragon. In God's domain, although players could summon and control powerful creatures to fight for them, after all was said and done, they weren't controlling their own bodies. Hence, they could only conduct subpar battles with their summoned creatures. Executing combat techniques that required nimble and precise movements from the physical body using a summoned creature would be beyond them. Now, however, not only did Shifeng execute a combat technique through the black dragon he summoned, but the complexity of the combat technique he executed was also extremely high. For a moment, everyone felt as if the system was playing a joke on them. What no one knew was that Shifeng had already reached the realms of Truth's Ascension realm. The control he possessed over his physical body had long since surpassed the standard of ordinary people. Although it was extremely difficult to execute Lightning Flash through the black dragon, he could, although just barely. However, the power of the technique was far inferior to when he executed the technique with his own body. Even so, combined with the power of the black dragon, it wasn't an attack Rebellious Thunder could block. Meanwhile, after landing a successful blow, Shifeng did not give Rebellious Thunder any opportunity to recollect himself. The black dragon immediately opened its maw at Rebellious Thunder. Dragon Breath. In the next moment, a dazzling beam of light devoured Rebellious Thunder, who was embedded in Demon City's wall, and brightly illuminated the area before Demon City's main entrance. The frightening shockwave of the attack vaporized all Demon's Heart members standing in the vicinity of the beam and shook the entire demon city slightly. In fact, cracks even appeared on the city's sturdy walls. Silence. Destruction. Death. For a time, shock and fear filled everyone present, particularly the Demon's Heart members who just barely survived the shockwave of the dragon breath. They could not help but goggle in stunned silence at the steaming canyon that had formed beside them. So, this is a dragon? Regretful Wind and the others who were spectating the fight from inside Demon City shuddered at this outcome. After all, the Black Dragon was simply too strong. With just one attack, the Black Dragon had instantly vaporized Rebellious Thunder, who was a demon count. The only thing left in Rebellious Thunder's place was a pitch-black blade. Earlier, despite suffering from the Black Dragon's combat technique, Rebellious Thunder still had over 5 million HP remaining. Even if Rebellious Thunder simply stood in place without defending himself, a Tier 4 mythic monster would still need quite some time to kill him. However, Shifeng's Black Dragon had used only one attack to turn Rebellious Thunder into nothing. Run! When the Demon's Heart members snapped out of their daze, their originally calm and arrogant composure instantly crumbled, and they fled frantically toward Demon City. What a joke! Aside from Rebellious Thunder, everyone else in the team was only a Demon Viscount or Demon Baron. Since the Black Dragon could kill Rebellious Thunder with one hit, it could naturally do the same to them. In fact, the Black Dragon might only need a single claw swipe to finish off the rest of them. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Upon seeing this scene, the spectating demon players were stupefied. Were these fleeing players really the same Demon's Heart experts they knew of? Normally, every one of Demon's Heart's members was an arrogant prick. They behaved as if they were entirely different creatures from other players. Even the members of Demon City's top 3 adventurer teams were afraid of Demon's Heart's experts. Now, however, these same experts from Demon's Heart were actually fleeing from Shifeng like mice that had just come across a cat. This was definitely the first time such a situation had happened since Demon City's construction. Even when going up against battle wolves, Demon's Heart's experts had not retreated even an inch. Meanwhile, the shocking news of Rebellious Thunder's death and Demon's Heart's members' frantic retreat also quickly spread throughout Demon City. Chapter 25-33, Siege. Demon City, Demon's Heart's residence. Rebellious Thunder died? How is that possible? Standing inside the darkness training room, Furious Heart was stunned when he heard his subordinates report. What happened? Previously, in order to frighten off Shifeng's team, he had specifically approved the decision to send Rebellious Thunder to meet with Shifeng to warn the Swordsman to leave Demon City and offer the possibility of a future partnership between their two guilds. Now, however, he had received news that not only had Shifeng refused their kind offer, but Rebellious Thunder had also died. There must be some kind of miscommunication. Rebellious Thunder is a demon count. With his strength, let alone Zero Wings experts, he wouldn't have any problems going up against even the 5 great super guilds' old monsters. Moreover, he was standing before Demon City's entrance. He should have still had the buff from the city's magic array. How could he possibly have been killed? The black-clad elder, who was a Tier 3 demon viscount, exclaimed in astonishment. Rebellious Thunder was one of Demon's Heart's strongest experts. While inside Demon City, he could fight even Tier 4 NPCs. It was also due to Rebellious Thunder's presence that the guild leader and vice-guild leader had left on a distant expedition without worrying about Demon City's affairs. Now, however, he was being told that Rebellious Thunder had died. How could he possibly believe this? News of this matter has already spread throughout the city. Moreover, the fight was recorded by many players. The Tier 3 assassin who had come to report on this matter said with a bitter smile as he faced Furious Heart and the other guild elders present. Previously, he had also denied the validity of this information when he received the report of his subordinate. However, after watching the battle videos going viral on the official forums, he had no choice but to believe it. He then shared one of the better videos recorded with the guild elders present. In the video, a 30-meter-tall black dragon could be seen sending the demonized rebellious thunder flying with a combat technique. Immediately afterward, the black dragon vaporized rebellious thunder and created a small canyon before Demon City using its dragon breath. When the video ended, silence fell over the entire training room. So, this thing was the cause of the previous shaking? Furious Heart's complexion turned grim as he gazed at the black dragon in the video. A dragon. Although the black dragon was only a Tier 3 infant dragon, it possessed astonishing strength. If the black dragon could kill even a monster like Rebellious Thunder in a single hit, aside from the guild leader and vice-guild leader Flaming Light, nobody in Demon's Heart posed a threat to it. Elder Heart, what should we do? If Black Flame is capable of killing even Vice Commander Thunder, I'm afraid he can kill me easily once he enters the city, Troubled Times said worriedly after witnessing the black dragon's strength. Troubled Times never dreamed that Shifeng would have such a frightening trump card saved up. He had clearly fled to a demon territory already. Non-demon players couldn't use any berserk skills here. However, Shifeng actually had the ability to transform his doppelganger into a dragon. For a moment, Troubled Times had a feeling that the main god system was playing a joke on him. Commander Troubled, you don't have to worry too much. Black Flame's trump card might be powerful, but the duration in which his doppelganger can remain in dragon form should be very limited. The transformation will last for a few minutes, at most, Furious Heart said calmly. Moreover, he can only strut around outside Demon City. Without our invitation, he shouldn't even think of entering. All you need to do is rest inside our residence and wait until the tracking mark on you disappears. That's right. He is merely a human player. Even if he can summon a dragon, it is merely a Tier 3 dragon. It might be strong against players like us, but it is far from sufficient for dealing with the demon NPCs inside the city. Not to mention, Demon City still has a defensive magic array. Non-demon players without an invitation can't enter the city. You can relax and rest here, the black-clad demon Viscount Elder said, nodding in agreement with Furious Heart's words. Once the guild leader and vice-guild leader return, Black Flame is doomed. Rebellious Thunder's death was indeed surprising. The fact that Shifeng could summon a dragon was even more shocking. However, this was only at the standard of players. Before the NPCs of God's domain, these things were nothing. Not to mention, they were currently standing inside Demon City. Demon City was far more powerful than the NPC cities found in the outside world. It had not only an army of demon NPCs defending it but also the protection of one of the demon race's 72 great demon marquises. Let alone Zero Wing, even if all of the 10 Saints Empire's superpowers joined hands, they still wouldn't be capable of taking down Demon City. All Shifeng's team could do was act arrogantly outside Demon City. Once Demon's Heart's main force returned, Shifeng's team would have nowhere to run. That's a dragon we're talking about. Can Demon City's defensive magic array really stop it? Troubled Times could not help asking worriedly. He wasn't doubting Furious Heart. It was just that Shifeng was far too frightening. After all, the swordsman had survived an attack from a demon king's hand. Troubled Times truly could not bring himself to relax in this situation. This is Demon City. A Tier 4 dragon might be a different story, but a Tier 3 dragon can, at most, roar at the city. We don't need to pay Black Flame any mind, Furious Heart assured him confidently. The other Demon's Heart members present rolled their eyes at Troubled Times' anxious behavior. The reason why demon players like themselves could establish themselves in the 10 Saints Empire was precisely the helplessness of the Empire's various superpowers against Demon City. Those superpowers could only watch from the sidelines as the city developed rapidly. Anyone who said that Shifeng could break through the city's defenses all by himself would be joking. While Troubled Times and Demon's Heart's elders were discussing this matter, the players residing in Demon City had gone into an uproar. Amazing! The Black Dragon actually managed to instant-kill Rebellious Thunder under Demon City's protection. This is the first time Demon's Heart suffered such a loss since Demon City's construction. It's no wonder Demon's Heart offered such an astronomical bounty before. Zero Wing really isn't a force to be trifled with. Even the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers are helpless against Demon's Heart. Just what kind of guild is Zero Wing? Due to Rebellious Thunder's death, the players inside Demon City grew interested in Zero Wing. Many adventurer teams had even started looking into Zero Wing in order to find out what kind of guild it was. As Demon City's resident players were making a fuss over this matter, Shifeng manipulated the Black Dragon and had it fly above Demon City and hover above Demon's Heart's residents. This situation created another stir among Demon City's resident players. What is he trying to do? He's not trying to break into the city, right? This is Demon City. How can players possibly enter it by force? He's probably trying to scare us. The players inside Demon's Heart's residence also quickly took notice of the 30-meter-tall Black Dragon. For a time, everyone there discussed the Black Dragon, wondering what Shifeng was trying to do. Elder Heart, the defensive magic array shouldn't have a problem stopping the dragon, right? Troubled Times could not help asking as he eyed the Black Dragon in the sky. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Relax. If it's only capable of executing attacks like the one before, Black Flame shouldn't even think of getting into the city, even if he attacks for an hour continuously, Furious Heart replied. Turning to look at the Black Dragon in the sky, he continued in a disdainful tone, Vice Guild Leader Light has already received the news about Black Flame. He'll be returning with his team very soon. Black Flame can only act arrogantly for now. However, as soon as Furious Heart finished speaking, Shifeng's voice suddenly came from above the city. Troubled Times, don't think that Demon City can protect you. In the next moment, a frightening amount of mana started gathering before the Black Dragon, the area within a 300-yard radius of the Black Dragon getting depleted of mana. First Sword, Light Shadow. Chapter 2534, Frightened Demons, what? He's really going to siege the city. This is Demon City we're talking about. Is he insane? When the resident players of Demon City heard Shifeng's words, they were stunned. They never thought that Shifeng actually intended to attack Demon City directly. This revelation was as if someone had just told them that there were players seeking to attack the capital city of an NPC kingdom. This had to be a joke. In the next moment, however, the Black Dragon ruthlessly smashed its claw into the magic barrier protecting the city. The instant the claw started descending, it transformed into a gigantic phantom claw that blotted out the sky. Boom! The sky thundered and the earth shook when the phantom claw collided with the translucent barrier. The intense shockwaves even shattered the surrounding space like glass. The power of this claw attack was many times greater than that of the dragon breath the Black Dragon used before. What power! Regretful Wind, who had just exited the bar he visited, was shocked as he looked at the trembling magic barrier above him. Demon City's defensive magic array doesn't react so violently even when a Tier 4 NPC goes all out. Just how strong is that Black Dragon's attack? There was nobody in Demon City that did not know how strong Demon City's defensive magic array was. When Demon City was first constructed, the Ten Saints Empire had once dispatched an NPC army to attack it. Back then, however, even when multiple Tier 4 NPCs bombarded the city's defensive magic array with everything they had, the magic array didn't vibrate at all. The NPC army broke through the city's defensive magic array only with the help of a Tier 5 divine official. The Black Dragon Shifeng summoned, on the other hand, was only Tier 3. At best, its strength should only be on par with Tier 4 NPCs. Now, however, the Black Dragon had actually made Demon City's magic barrier shake so violently with just a single attack. This situation was simply unbelievable. Insane. He must be insane. Flame Feather was confused when she saw the Black Dragon bombarding the city's magic barrier. By attacking the magic barrier, he's basically declaring his intent to siege the city. Even Battle Wolves didn't dare do such a thing. With this, Demon's Heart's members won't be the only ones taking action. Demon City's NPCs will take action as well. Does Black Flame not know this? It might be fine if Demon City were just a guild city. After all, guild cities fully belong to players. However, NPCs partially own Demon City. This was why demon players like herself were confident that there were no players capable of threatening Demon City's continued existence at this stage of the game. Back when Battle Wolves sent its army on a crusade against Demon City, it had only set out to kill the demon players operating around Demon City, which would, in turn, weaken Demon City's strength. It had never intended to attack Demon City directly. Now, however, Shifeng had actually attacked Demon City's magic barrier. He was simply tired of living. Meanwhile, inside Demon's Heart's residence, when Troubled Times saw the city's magic barrier still standing despite suffering multiple attacks from the Black Dragon, he breathed out a sigh of relief. Previously, he had very nearly thought that Shifeng would shatter the city's magic barrier. Fortunately, the Black Dragon's attacks were only making the barrier tremble. In other words, the Black Dragon's attacks were still within the barrier's range of tolerance. He really took action. Furious Heart was stunned by this situation. He never thought that Shifeng would actually attack Demon City directly. Ha ha ha. He's doomed now. By the time the Vice Guild leader returns, the city's great demon NPCs would have long since taken care of him, laughed the black-clad elder standing beside Furious Heart. Originally, their side had been helpless against Shifeng. The only thing they could do was hide inside Demon City's protection and await their Vice Guild leader's team's return. However, Shifeng had lost all reason and actually launched an attack on Demon City. With this, all they needed to do now was sit back and watch the city's great demon NPCs dispose of Shifeng. These great demon NPCs were much stronger than human NPCs. The demon monarch that ruled the city was even a frightening existence on par with the heroes of humans. Current players would be helpless against him. Guild leader? At this moment, let alone the resident players of Demon City, even Blue Frost and the others following after Shifeng were stunned by this situation. In their opinion, it would have been perfect if they could somehow sneak into Demon City and leave swiftly. They never thought that Shifeng would actually take direct action against Demon City. However, before Blue Frost and the others could react, over a dozen great demons flew out of Demon City. Not only were all these great demons at level 130 or above, but they also radiated a stifling aura. This was especially true for the dignified man flying in the lead of the group of great demons. The man wore exquisite, crimson armor and held an icy war axe in his hand. And surprisingly, he looked nothing like a demon and very much like a human. However, if one used an identification skill on this man, they would discover that he wasn't human at all but a bona fide demon. Moreover, he was a great demon with an extremely prestigious bloodline. Morpheus, Demon Monarch, Great Demon, 2-star Demon Marquis, level 135 HP 700 000 700 000. The great demons quickly surrounded the Black Dragon, leaving it with no room to escape. Dragon. This is the demon race's city. You don't belong here. Morpheus declared in a cold tone as he looked at the Black Dragon. Meanwhile, upon hearing Morpheus's words, the resident players of Demon City promptly went into an uproar. Quick, look! Our city lord is taking action. Black Flame is overestimating himself. Not only did he offend Demon's Heart, but he also dared to touch Demon City. He's doomed now. Black Flame really is courageous. However, I wonder how long he'll be able to stand up against Morpheus. NPCs rarely took action against players. Hence, many players were curious to see the strength of NPCs, especially demon NPCs. Now that there was an opportunity to watch demon NPCs fight a monster-level expert like Shifeng, everyone naturally grew excited. In response to this situation, Demon's Heart's members started smiling. With over a dozen Tier 4 great demons taking action, even a Tier 4 hero should not dream of escaping unharmed, let alone a Tier 3 player like Shifeng. However, while Demon's Heart's members were feeling elated over Shifeng's foolish behavior, a sigh came from the Black Dragon. Sure enough, it is impossible to destroy this magic barrier using only the strength of a Tier 3 dragon. It seems I have no choice but to get serious. Although Shifeng had spoken in a calm tone, when his voice was relayed through the Black Dragon, it had been loudly amplified. As a result, everyone inside Demon City heard him very clearly. What does he mean? He still hasn't gotten serious until now? An act. He's definitely putting on an act. When Demon's Heart's members heard Shifeng's words, they instinctively thought that he was putting on an act and that he was actually at his wit's end already. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. What? He still has a trump card he hasn't used? Regretful Wind, however, did not think that Shifeng was boasting. At the same time, though, he also felt that the Swordsman couldn't possess a trump card stronger than the Black Dragon. However, before anyone could deduce anything from Shifeng's words, the Black Dragon suddenly disappeared, leaving Shifeng himself in its place. At this moment, though, Shifeng held a thick, ancient tome in his hands, and this tome woke an instinctual fear in every demon player in the city. Damn it! Why is it in your hands? Morpheus's complexion changed dramatically when he saw the ancient tome that Shifeng held. Before the demon players present could react to the situation, Morpheus turned around and fled back into Demon City. Moreover, he wasn't alone. The dozen or so other great demons also revealed fearful expressions as they zoomed back to the city. Chapter 25-35, Silent Demon City. They're running? What's up with these demon NPCs? Seeing Morpheus and the other demon NPCs suddenly turning around and fleeing left Demon City's resident players confused. The NPCs had surrounded Shifeng's Black Dragon and were even prepared to take action against it. In the end, however, they had fled as soon as Shifeng himself appeared before them. What was going on here? At this moment, let alone Demon City's resident players, even Demon's Heart's members, who held actual authority over Demon City, were stunned by this situation. What did he do? Why are the demon NPCs afraid of him? Furious Heart was astounded as he stared at Shifeng, who was currently chanting an incantation in the sky. The intellect of Tier 4 demon NPCs was not the slightest bit inferior to players. It was almost impossible for players to gain any advantage over them. Before these demon NPCs, current players were nothing but a joke. These demon NPCs could squash current players like ants. Not to mention, these demon NPCs had remained calm even when fighting a Tier 5 divine official. Moreover, in the end, they had repelled the 10 Saints Empire's NPC army, allowing Demon City to establish a foothold in the Empire. Now, however, these demon NPCs actually fled like startled mice. However, before Furious Heart could figure out what was going on, Shifeng finished chanting the final verse of his incantation. His gaze then locked on to a nearby level 134, Tier 4 demon Viscount, who served as the captain of Morpheus's personal security team. In the name of the ruler of demons, submit to my will. Pitch-black chains suddenly appeared around the level 134 guard captain, giving off an indescribable pressure that made all the demon NPCs and demon players shudder involuntarily. No! Don't take away my will, the guard captain shouted as it struggled intensely to repulse the assault of the pitch-black chains. Unfortunately, all its efforts were futile, as the pitch-black chain simply ignored the guard captain's resistance and merged with its body. In the next moment, the struggling guard captain turned sluggish, and its eyes became cloudy. It was as if the guard captain had just had its soul sucked away. What did he do? He actually managed to deal with a bona fide Tier 4 demon Viscount with just one move? Every demon player present gaped in shock at this scene. This was a Tier 4 NPC of Demon City. The combat power it possessed far exceeded that of Tier 4 great demons in the outside world. Not to mention, the demon NPC in question was even a great demon that held the rank of Viscount. Its strength practically rivaled that of Tier 4 heroes. Now, however, the demon in question had actually stopped moving. It worked. Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw the guard captain stop moving. The Bible of Darkness held considerable deterrence over demons. In its current state, only Demon King-level demons could resist its power. Demons beneath Demon Kings would instinctively fear the Bible. However, using the Bible of Darkness to take control of demons was not easy. On the surface, the Bible of Darkness's demon ruler had a 12% chance of successfully controlling a demonic creature, so long as the target was not more than 30 levels and 2 tiers higher than the user. In reality, however, the stronger the targeted demon, the lower the chances of controlling it. With Shifeng's current self, if he tried to control Morpheus, who was a demon marquis, his chances of success would most likely be lower than 1%. This was why he had chosen the Viscount-ranked guard captain as his target. Even so, Shifeng never thought that he would successfully control the guard captain on the first try, hence, he had planned on multiple attempts. After all, Demon Ruler had a cooldown of only 5 minutes. If once was not enough, he could simply try a second or third time. As for the possibility of the demon NPCs of Demon City attacking him, he didn't have to worry about that at all. The Bible of Darkness held an absolute suppression over demonic creatures, although this suppression was not particularly effective against demon players. So long as he held the Bible of Darkness, all demonic creatures below Tier 6 would fear him. Tier 5 Demon Kings were no exception. Not only would these demonic creatures have their basic attributes drastically decreased, but even their intellect would be affected quite significantly. Moreover, if worst comes to worst, he still had the 7 Luminaries ring. He could escape to safety whenever he wanted to. Hence, he did not fear Demon City's NPCs at all. These factors were why he dared come to Demon City. After Shifeng took control of the guard captain, however, the other fleeing demon NPCs promptly halted their retreat and turned to glare at Shifeng and the controlled guard captain, vigilance and rage burning in their eyes. It seems these demons are aware that I can use Demon Ruler only once within a short period but are afraid of recklessly approaching me due to their hypersensitive nature. Shifeng smiled as he swept a glance at the vigilant demon NPCs. Unfortunately, you are already too late. After saying so, he controlled the black dragon and had it fly over to his side. He then had it launch another attack at Demon City's magic barrier. What? He's still trying to attack the magic barrier? I don't know why the demon NPCs are so afraid of him, but he is still 100 years too early if he thinks he can destroy Demon City's barrier. Demon's Heart's members were very surprised by Shifeng's ability to terrify the demon NPCs. However, that was it. Their emotions were limited to surprise. After all, while the demon NPCs were afraid to leave the city to deal with Shifeng, Shifeng still could not enter Demon City. However, as soon as Demon's Heart's members finished speaking, the demon guard captain that had turned sluggish suddenly started moving. And to everyone's surprise, the guard captain cast the Tier 4 Cursed Dark Star at the same point that the black dragon had attacked. In the next moment, the black dragon's claw smashed into the magic barrier's outer surface. At the same time, a gigantic, pitch-black star also smashed into the magic barrier's inner surface. Boom! Upon receiving attacks from both inside and outside, the defensive magic array instantly shattered. Cracks bloomed all over the magic barrier that protected Demon City. Pung! 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 In just a few seconds, the cracks had extended throughout the magic barrier. When looking up from Demon City right now, the spectating demon players found themselves looking at a cracked sky. Silence. Absolute silence. At this moment, as if time had frozen for Demon City, every player residing in the city was gazing at the sky in stunned silence, both their eyes and mouths wide open. Just then, a series of system notifications entered the ears of all demon players operating within the Burning Forest region, the emotionless voice of the system echoing in their minds for a long time. 2536 Slaying Troubled Times Chapter 2536 _ Troubled Times Burning Forest Region System Announcement. Human players have broken through Demon City's defensive magic array. All demon players based in Demon City will have their city reputation reduced by 10 points and city contribution, by 3,000 points. Boost to Power of Darkness will also be reduced by 20%. Burning Forest Region System Announcement. Demon City's defensive magic array has been broken. Ruling Guild of the city will have its popularity reduced by 5,000 points. All benefits provided by Demon City will be halved for 7 natural days. All quests given out in Demon City will have their rewards reduced by 30%. The system announcement repeated throughout the Burning Forest 3 times, causing a deathly silence to befall the forest. Someone broke through Demon City's defensive magic array? Didn't they say that even the 10 Saints Empire's NPC army was helpless against Demon City? How could players possibly break through the city's defensive magic array? Who did it? Could it be those people Demon's Heart placed a bounty on before? The demon players grinding and questing inside the Burning Forest were flabbergasted by the system announcement. Some players even fell into a daze in battle and nearly got themselves killed by monsters. Since Demon City's construction until now, aside from battle wolves, no power or player had truly managed to put pressure on Demon City. Now, however, not only did someone put pressure on Demon City, but they had even destroyed the city's defensive magic array. This was simply unbelievable. The shock the demon players felt upon receiving this piece of information was akin to human players hearing about some other player breaking through the defenses of a kingdom's capital. It was simply unthinkable. Meanwhile, inside Demon City, the resident players remained in a daze long after the incident. Like robots that had jammed, their mouths kept opening and closing wordlessly as they stared up into the empty sky above them. Damn it! How did he do it? This is a main city-level defensive magic array. As Furious Heart stared at Shifeng hovering in the sky, unprecedented shock filled him. He never imagined that Shifeng would actually succeed in destroying Demon City's defensive magic array. Back when the 10 Saints Empire's army had attacked, it had taken a Tier 5 divine official to destroy the city's defensive magic array. The defensive magic array had stood strong even under the bombardment of over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs. Now, however, Shifeng, a Tier 3 player, had single-handedly destroyed the city's defensive magic array. Moreover, he had accomplished this feat with just one attack. This was definitely a bug. However, it was also almost impossible for the main god system to make an error. Even if there were an error in the system, it wouldn't be on such a monumental scale. What Furious Heart did not know was that, in God's domain, all magic arrays had weaknesses. The defensive magic array of major cities was no exception. They all had mana junctions that were much more fragile compared to the other parts of the magic array. Normally, though, ordinary players couldn't locate these weak points. Moreover, with how large a city-scale defensive magic array was, trying to find these weak points was akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. However, that was not the case for Shifeng. After he became an intermediate master magician, his understanding of magic arrays had reached completely new heights. Now, let alone Demon City's defensive magic array, even if faced with a main city-level defensive magic array of a kingdom that had been in existence for over a century, he was still confident he could find the magic array's weak points. Previously, Shifeng had planned to break through Demon City's defensive magic array by having the Black Dragon attack the magic array's weak points. However, the damage tolerance of the weak points exceeded the amount of damage the Black Dragon could inflict. As a result, the Black Dragon only managed to shave off a certain amount of the magic array's energy reserves with its attacks. However, after gaining control over the Tier 4 Demon Guard Captain, he was able to have the Guard Captain and Black Dragon attack the same location simultaneously, thereby combining their strength and executing an attack that exceeded the magic array's damage tolerance. Only then did he succeed in instantly shattering Demon City's defensive magic array. If not for the guard captain falling into his control, he really would have been helpless against Demon City. Meanwhile, as everyone remained stunned by this unexpected development, Shifeng, who had Gale Domain activated, flew to the space above Demon's Heart's residence. He then quietly observed the crowded residence below him. "Troubled Times, it's your turn now," Shifeng said when he spotted Troubled Times, ignoring the tens of thousands of Demon's Heart members around. Shifeng's words were akin to a death knell. Upon hearing these words, Demon's Heart's members could not help but turn to look at Troubled Times, who stood at a corner of the residence's plaza, pity appearing in their eyes. Troubled Times should have been safe after escaping to Demon City. Now, however, that was no longer true. If Shifeng could destroy even Demon City's defensive magic array in a single attack, who could possibly stand up to him? Even if Shifeng had relied on the strength of the Demon Guard captain to accomplish this feat, this could also be considered a portion of the swordsman's strength. After all, not everyone was capable of controlling a Tier 4 Great Demon, a demon NPC, at that. Black Flame, you'd better not go too far. This is Demon's Heart's residence. Furious Heart bellowed when he saw that Shifeng was completely ignoring Demon's Heart's members. "You've already destroyed Demon City's defensive magic array and caused Demon's Heart's prestige to plummet. If you kill Troubled Times, you'll make an out-and-out enemy of Demon's Heart. You'd better think this through clearly." Shifeng's strength was indeed terrifying. However, Demon's Heart was not in existence to provoke easily. It was the first dark guild in God's domain to establish a city for demons. In an era where dark powers were flourishing, even super guilds would not dare to offend Demon's Heart casually. Demon's Heart might not have the ability to deal with a monster like Shifeng, but Zero Wing was a different story. A guild was different from an individual. A guild was an organization made up of thousands, and possibly even millions, of players. So long as Demon's Heart slaughtered Zero Wing's other members, even if Shifeng remained unharmed, Zero Wing would still fall into ruin. This was also the reason why the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers chose to take a step back when dealing with Demon's Heart. So what? Do you think Zero Wing is a guild you can casually provoke? Shifeng said as he glanced askance at Furious Heart. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The Black Dragon immediately descended from the skies and appeared above Troubled Times. It then swiped a claw at the Berserker. Light Shadow. No. When Troubled Times saw the mountain-like claw smashing down toward him, he instinctively activated demonification, followed by a life-saving skill to protect himself. Unfortunately, before a Tier 3 dragon, a Tier 3 demon player like Troubled Times was no different from an ant. When the Black Dragon's claw came into contact with Troubled Times, the Berserker got crushed into the ground and died just like that. Chapter 2536_Slaying Troubled Times Burning Forest Region System Announcement. Human players have broken through Demon City's defensive magic array. All demon players based in Demon City will have their city reputation reduced by 10 points and city contribution, by 3,000 points. Boost to Power of Darkness will also be reduced by 20%. Burning Forest Region System Announcement. Demon City's defensive magic array has been broken. Ruling Guild of the city will have its popularity reduced by 5,000 points. All benefits provided by Demon City will be halved for 7 natural days. All quests given out in Demon City will have their rewards reduced by 30%. The system announcement repeated throughout the burning forest 3 times, causing a deathly silence to befall the forest. Someone broke through Demon City's defensive magic array? Didn't they say that even the Ten Saints Empire's NPC army was helpless against Demon City? How could players possibly break through the city's defensive magic array? Who did it? Could it be those people Demon's Heart placed a bounty on before? The demon players grinding and questing inside the burning forest were flabbergasted by the system announcement. Some players even fell into a daze in battle and nearly got themselves killed by monsters. Since Demon City's construction until now, aside from battle wolves, no power or player had truly managed to put pressure on Demon City. Now, however, not only did someone put pressure on Demon City, but they had even destroyed the city's defensive magic array. This was simply unbelievable. The shock the demon players felt upon receiving this piece of information was akin to human players hearing about some other player breaking through the defenses of a kingdom's capital. It was simply unthinkable. Meanwhile, inside Demon City, the resident players remained in a daze long after the incident. Like robots that had jammed, their mouths kept opening and closing wordlessly as they stared up into the empty sky above them. Damn it! How did he do it? This is a main city-level defensive magic array. As Furious Heart stared at Shifeng hovering in the sky, unprecedented shock filled him. He never imagined that Shifeng would actually succeed in destroying Demon City's defensive magic array. Back when the Ten Saints Empire's army had attacked, it had taken a Tier 5 divine official to destroy the city's defensive magic array. The defensive magic array had stood strong even under the bombardment of over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs. Now, however, Shifeng, a Tier 3 player, had single-handedly destroyed the city's defensive magic array. Moreover, he had accomplished this feat with just one attack. This was definitely a bug. However, it was also almost impossible for the main god system to make an error. Even if there were an error in the system, it wouldn't be on such a monumental scale. What Furious Heart did not know was that, in God's domain, all magic arrays had weaknesses. The defensive magic array of major cities was no exception. They all had mana junctions that were much more fragile compared to the other parts of the magic array. Normally, though, ordinary players couldn't locate these weak points. Moreover, with how large a city-scale defensive magic array was, trying to find these weak points was akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. However, that was not the case for Shifeng. After he became an intermediate master magician, his understanding of magic arrays had reached completely new heights. Now, let alone Demon City's defensive magic array, even if faced with a main city-level defensive magic array of a kingdom that had been in existence for over a century, he was still confident he could find the magic array's weak points. Previously, Shifeng had planned to break through Demon City's defensive magic array by having the Black Dragon attack the magic array's weak points. However, the damage tolerance of the weak points exceeded the amount of damage the Black Dragon could inflict. As a result, the Black Dragon only managed to shave off a certain amount of the magic array's energy reserves with its attacks. However, after gaining control over the Tier 4 Demon Guard Captain, he was able to have the Guard Captain and Black Dragon attack the same location simultaneously, thereby combining their strength and executing an attack that exceeded the magic array's damage tolerance. Only then did he succeed in instantly shattering Demon City's defensive magic array. If not for the Guard Captain falling into his control, he really would have been helpless against Demon City. Meanwhile, as everyone remained stunned by this unexpected development, Shifeng, who had Gale Domain activated, flew to the space above Demon's Heart's residence. He then quietly observed the crowded residence below him. "Troubled Times, it's your turn now," Shifeng said when he spotted Troubled Times, ignoring the tens of thousands of Demon's Heart members around. Shifeng's words were akin to a death knell. Upon hearing these words, Demon's Heart's members could not help but turn to look at Troubled Times, who stood at a corner of the residence's plaza, pity appearing in their eyes. Troubled Times should have been safe after escaping to Demon City. Now, however, that was no longer true. If Shifeng could destroy even Demon City's defensive magic array in a single attack, who could possibly stand up to him? Even if Shifeng had relied on the strength of the Demon Guard Captain to accomplish this feat, this could also be considered a portion of the Swordsman's strength. After all, not everyone was capable of controlling a Tier 4 Great Demon, a demon NPC, at that. "Black Flame, you'd better not go too far." This is Demon's Heart's residence. Furious Heart bellowed when he saw that Shifeng was completely ignoring Demon's Heart's members. You've already destroyed Demon City's defensive magic array and caused Demon's Heart's prestige to plummet. If you kill Troubled Times, you'll make an out-and-out enemy of Demon's Heart. You'd better think this through clearly. Shifeng's strength was indeed terrifying. However, Demon's Heart was not in existence to provoke easily. It was the first dark guild in God's domain to establish a city for demons. In an era where dark powers were flourishing, even super guilds would not dare to offend Demon's Heart casually. Demon's Heart might not have the ability to deal with a monster like Shifeng, but Zero Wing was a different story. A guild was different from an individual. A guild was an organization made up of thousands, and possibly even millions, of players. So long as Demon's Heart slaughtered Zero Wing's other members, even if Shifeng remained unharmed, Zero Wing would still fall into ruin. This was also the reason why the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers chose to take a step back when dealing with Demon's Heart. So what? Do you think Zero Wing is a guild you can casually provoke? Shifeng said as he glanced askance at Furious Heart. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. The Black Dragon immediately descended from the skies and appeared above Troubled Times. It then swiped a claw at the Berserker. Light Shadow. No. When Troubled Times saw the mountain-like claw smashing down toward him, he instinctively activated demonification, followed by a life-saving skill to protect himself. Unfortunately, before a Tier 3 dragon, a Tier 3 demon player like Troubled Times was no different from an ant. When the Black Dragon's claw came into contact with Troubled Times, the Berserker got crushed into the ground and died just like that. Chapter 2537, Single-handedly suppressing Demon's Heart. When Troubled Times died, silence blanketed Demon City again as everyone stared at Shifeng hovering in the air. He killed him, just like that? The city's independent players had never thought Shifeng would dare attack a player in the middle of Demon's Heart's residence, yet he had done so without the slightest hesitation. He acted as if the Dark Guild's members were nothing of consequence. He's done it? Blue Frost and the other Zero Wing members from the Dark Den, who had watched the scene play out through a magic mirror, were especially dumbfounded. They had never imagined that Shifeng would successfully kill Troubled Times. Moreover, their guild leader had done so as Demon's Heart's members watched. Blue Frost and his comrades felt as if they were dreaming. They would have already been amazed if they managed to sneak into Demon City and assassinate Troubled Times, but Shifeng had boldly and openly slain his prey. While Zero Wing's Dark Den members were stunned, Furious Heart, who stood within Demon's Heart's residence, shot Shifeng a furious look, his rage burning clear in his eyes. Black Flame. You and your entire guild are dead. Not even our guild leader will let you get away with killing someone in our residence, let alone Vice Guild Leader Flaming Light. Furious Heart bellowed. He hadn't actually expected Shifeng to attack Troubled Times without a second thought. The attack had been so sudden that he hadn't even had the time to try to save the Berserker. A guild residence was a guild's most treasured location. If word spread that Demon's Heart couldn't even protect a single player within its residence, the Dark Guild's reputation would suffer. Is that so? Shifeng asked, indifferently glancing down at Furious Heart. Feel free to test us. Zero Wing is ready for whatever you can throw our way. If you have nothing else to say, I'll be taking my leave. Every player in the residence went into an uproar after hearing Shifeng's blatant disregard for their guild. Crap. This bastard is too arrogant. Elder Heart, let's attack him together. I refuse to believe that we can't end his miserable life. The guild elders in the residence were incensed, and they tried to persuade Furious Heart to move against the Swordsman as a unit. Troubled Times' death was humiliating for Demon's Heart, and if they allowed Shifeng to leave safely, nothing would remain of the guild's reputation. No. Let him go. Furious Heart growled through gritted teeth, gesturing for the guild elders to back away. When Shifeng realized that none of the Dark Guild's members intended to strike, he turned and flew away from the residence and Demon City. "Are you just going to let him go, Hart?" the black-clad Viscount Elder demanded as he watched Shifeng fly off. "Do you really think that I don't want to take his life right this instant?" Furious Hart hissed, glaring at the black-clad Elder. "Rather, do you think that any one of you is strong enough to kill him?" Rebellious Thunder was the strongest player in Demon City right now, but if Shifeng could even slay Rebellious Thunder, what could they, who hadn't even reached Demon Count rank, possibly achieve by fighting that swordsman? "Don't we have the Demon Guards? I refuse to believe that he can survive a battle against over a dozen Tier 4 Demon Guards," the black-clad Elder argued. The Demon Guards in question weren't like the demon NPCs that had surrounded and subsequently fled from Shifeng. Demon's Heart didn't have any control over the city's NPCs, but its Demon Guards were a different story. If they paid the appropriate price, their Demon Guards would do everything in their power to take Shifeng down. The black-clad Elder had also estimated that Shifeng could only control one demon NPC with whatever means allowed him to do so. Controlling multiple Tier 4 demons should be impossible. If they sent over a dozen Tier 4 Demon Guards to surround Shifeng, he wouldn't stand a chance, even with the Demon Guard captain on his side. Ending the swordsman within Demon City was entirely possible. "Do you assume that I haven't thought of that?" Furious Hart shot back, rolling his eyes at the Elder. Grimly, he continued, "I considered mobilizing the Demon Guards the moment Black Flame arrived above the residence, but when he did, the Demon Guards' basic attributes fell by 30%. They wouldn't even be able to deal with Black Flame in such a state, much less the Demon Guard captain under his control." Shifeng was already as powerful as a Tier 4 being, which he had proven in the fight against Rebellious Thunder when they had clashed as equals. With 30% less basic attributes, the Demon Guards had no chance against Shifeng. Shifeng was a domain realm expert. Sending a bunch of dumb monsters with inferior attributes to take him out would be nothing more than a joke. "But it's so frustrating watching him go unscathed," the black-clad Elder hissed, gnashing his teeth as he watched Shifeng's figure move farther away. Demon's Heart had gone to great lengths to earn the prestige it had enjoyed in Demon City only minutes ago. Now that Shifeng had dealt such a severe blow, restoring their reputation would take ages if they simply allowed him to leave. So what if he leaves? "I've already notified the guild leader and vice guild leader Light. Black Flame won't enjoy this victory for long," Furious Hart said, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Shifeng's departing figure. At the moment, Demon's Heart was indeed helpless before Shifeng, but once the guild leader and vice guild leader Flaming Light returned, it would be a different story. Those two individuals were the guild's true pillars of strength. Even the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers feared those two players' strength and the foundation they'd created for the Dark Guild, going as far as to form alliances in secret with Demon's Heart. Since Shifeng had shredded Demon's Heart's reputation, the guild leader and vice guild leader wouldn't rest until the matter was settled. While Shifeng flew away from Demon's Heart's residence, another commotion broke out among the city's residents. What? Demon's Heart actually let him get away? Weren't there quite a few Tier 4 Demon Guards stationed in Demon's Heart's residence? Why didn't the guild mobilize them? Is he even human? Shifeng's safe departure from the Dark Guild's residence stunned Demon City's players. None of them had expected the invasion to end like this. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Demon's Heart was one of the top dark powers in God's domain, yet not only had Shifeng single-handedly broken into Demon City, Demon's Heart's main headquarters, but he had also slain troubled times within the guild's residence. To top it all off, Shifeng had flown away from the residence unharmed. No one would believe this story if they told it. And yet, they had all watched it happen. Even more astonishing, Demon's Heart had remained silent during the entire process. Not one of the guild's members had tried to attack Shifeng. They were all demon players, absolute dark players. Starting a fight with someone over the slightest offense was normal for them, especially for Demon's Heart's members. However, even the Dark Guild's members seemed afraid of a single human player. It was unbelievable. While Shifeng departed from Demon City, news of the encounter spread like wildfire throughout the Ten Saints Empire. Chapter 2538, Ten Saints Empire Shaken, Correct Decision. Ten Saints Empire, Heavenly Saint Capital City, Battle Wolves Residence. A man in crimson armor and covered in illusory flame sat quietly before a crimson greatsword with his eyes closed in the top-floor lounge of a guild hall that was nearly 100 meters tall. Although this man didn't make the slightest move, the sword and flames around it circled the man as if they had a life of their own. Divine runes began to appear in the air, one after another, attracting all of the ambient fire-type mana and suffusing it with the man. As more mana filled him, his aura grew more intense. After a few seconds, the man's aura was as intense as that of a Tier 4 being. He felt as he had transformed into a fire demon as brilliant flames filled the room. If Shifeng saw this, he'd certainly be surprised. The man bathing in the crimson flames was none other than Sirius, one of Battle Wolves' old monsters. Not only did Sirius command Tier 4 strength, but his control of fire-type mana was also greater than Shifeng's, who had mastered a mana technique. Sirius manipulated the mana like an extension of his own body, with utter and delicate control. Now, he could even control the flow of different streams of fire-type mana. When Sirius finally reopened his eyes, the crimson fire around him took on a white-blue hue, and the room's temperature instantly rose by several hundred degrees. Not even ordinary Tier 2 players could approach the man before they burned to death. I've finally finished absorbing this Fire Saint bloodline. It's about time I paid Demon City another visit, Sirius said, smiling as he examined the blue divine runes on his arms. During the battle in the Burning Forest, Demon's Heart's Vice Guild leader, Flaming Light, had defeated him. He had initially given up hope of defeating Flaming Light anytime soon, but the guild had been fortunate enough to find an extremely rare advanced bloodline, the Fire Saint bloodline. At first, he had assumed the Fire Saint bloodline would only increase his strength by a fraction, but now that he had fully unified with it, he understood how terrifying it was. He was even confident that he could now barge into Demon City and walk out with his life, let alone exact his vengeance against Flaming Light. As Sirius prepared to leave the lounge, however, a tall, middle-aged man with an imposing aura burst in. This man was Everlasting War, who had previously served as the Glorious Lions battle team's leader. Commander, we've just received an update regarding Demon City. The report states that not only has Black Flame broken into the city, but he's also slain Troubled Times, who had hidden within Demon's Heart's residence, Everlasting War announced. Troubled Times died inside Demon's Heart's residence? The news stunned Sirius, and for a moment, he wondered if he had misheard. He was already amazed that Shifeng and his team had made it to Demon City. Despite dispatching an army of over 100,000 experts, Battle Wolves hadn't even caught a glimpse of the city's gate. But now, he learned that Shifeng had broken into the city and killed Troubled Times within Demon's Heart's residence. It was astounding. Demon's Heart has lost most of its prestige in Demon City and now poses much less of a threat to the various superpowers. Should we still head to Demon City, Commander? Everlasting War asked Sirius, who wore a strange expression. News of Troubled Times' death had already spread throughout the Ten Saints Empire. Keeping the matter under wraps was impossible for Demon's Heart. Meanwhile, the situation had robbed Battle Wolves of the revenge it sought for the humiliation it had suffered. If the guild targeted Demon's Heart now, it would only earn the label of bully, tarnishing the guild's reputation further. We no longer need to visit Demon City. Instead, we should visit Zero Wing, Sirius said. To achieve such a feat, Black Flame is indeed impressive. Unfortunately, Demon's Heart isn't a trivial opponent, and Flaming Light is particularly troublesome. If that weren't the case, the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers would never have willingly allied with the Dark Guild. Understood. I'll take care of the necessary preparations, Everlasting War said. After giving the matter some thought, he agreed with his commander's decisions. 2 or 3 days ago, Everlasting War would have thought Zero Wing had just won a major victory, but based on what information Battle Wolves had gathered, Demon's Heart had more power in level 100 neutral maps than Zero Wing could imagine. All Shifeng had done was yank on the tiger's whiskers by tarnishing Demon's Heart's reputation. The act was both ignorant and foolish. Meanwhile, all of the various superpowers that learned of Shifeng's accomplishments were similarly astonished. None of them had thought that Shifeng would shake Demon City to its very foundations. The swordsman's strength was simply inhuman. Surprisingly, however, the Ten Saints Empire had remained extraordinarily calm despite the news. None of the various superpowers, which deeply hated demon players, had shown any movement. Not one of them had tried to kick Demon City while it was down. Rather, the Empire's superpowers had sent a large number of experts to Zero Wing's territories. This turn of events was indescribably strange. Have these superpowers gone mad, Vice Guild Leader? They're not taking advantage of the situation to put pressure on Demon's Heart and are aiming for Zero Wing instead, the Tier 3 black-clad assassin beside Illusory Words said after examining the details the Guild's information network had gathered. Did they miss the system announcement in the Burning Forest? The demon player's development speed in that area has substantially decreased. This is the perfect opportunity to strike. They haven't gone crazy, Illusory Words, who was busy sifting through the reports, replied, shaking her head. They've only made the correct decision. Correct decision? The statement confused the Tier 3 assassin. He didn't understand what Illusory Words meant by that. Since Shifeng had destroyed Demon City's defensive magic array, all of the city's demon players have suffered a 20% strength reduction. This was the best chance the various superpowers had to eliminate those demon players. Demon's Heart had stopped the Empire's various superpowers from acquiring as many resources from level 100 neutral maps. Those superpowers would only secure more if they suppressed the Dark Guild now. That's right, Illusory Word said, her lips twisting into a bitter smile. Very few of the various superpowers members are aware of how frightening Demon's Heart truly is. The Dark Guild has already allied with mythology, one of the 5 great superpowers. Both its overall strength and its foundations are far superior to Zero Wing's. Naturally, the various superpowers want to take advantage of Zero Wing, not Demon's Heart. Demon's Heart has actually partnered with mythology? Realization immediately dawned on the Tier 3 assassin. He was also surprised by how formidable Demon's Heart was. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU mythology was one of the 5 major titans in God's domain and far stronger than ordinary superpowers like Crimson Emperor. Ordinary super guilds couldn't even compare. If mythology were supporting Demon's Heart, the Dark Guild wouldn't have to worry about its development, even after the recent events. While the Ten Saints Empire's superpowers were busy attacking Zero Wing, a handsome man in white arrived at a mana-rich location outside of the Fire Dragon Empire. This man was Flaming Light, Demon's Heart's famous Vice Guild leader. Not long after his arrival, 2 level 107, Tier 3 peak experts intercepted him. What business do you have here? A Tier 3 shield warrior demanded, flashing Flaming Light a contemptuous look. I have something I need to discuss with Vice Guild leader Cold Shadow. May I know if she has time to spare? Flaming Light cordially asked. Chapter 2539, Abyssal Blades Fragment. Cold Spring Forest, Stone Forest City. With troubled times dead, Shifeng returned to Stone Forest Town with the Hell Legion. He didn't linger in the Ten Saints Empire for a moment longer. The moment Hell Rush and his comrades entered Stone Forest City, the sight that greeted them left them stunned. Stone Forest City was a guild city, and normally, only players visited guild cities in level 100+ neutral maps. NPCs rarely visited such guild cities, yet Stone Forest City was full of them. There was even a long line of NPC merchants waiting to enter the city at the main entrance. Calling the city an NPC city wouldn't be an exaggeration. Hell Rush was also stupefied when he saw the number and quality of players visiting Zero Wing City. He spotted several dozen Tier 3 players with a casual glance around the main street. Although the various superpowers had over 100 Tier 3 players at this stage of the game, and some even had several hundred, Tier 3 players were still a rarity as a whole. No matter where they went, they attracted a lot of attention. However, Tier 3 players in Stone Forest City were just as common as ordinary, Tier 2 experts. So, this is Zero Wings Guild City? Thunder Beast muttered, looking around him in astonishment. The Hell Legion had a total of 300 Tier 3 experts, which was a staggering number no matter where they went, but it was nothing in Stone Forest City. From what he could see, there were easily more than 1,000 Tier 3 experts wandering the city's main street alone. Even Blue Frost and Zero Wings Dark Den members were stunned. Shelters in the Dark Den didn't even have more than 100 Tier 3 experts at this stage. They were still highly sought after in the Dark Denver. And yet, even a random street on Stone Forest City had more Tier 3 players than any of Dark Den's shelters. Blue, you bastard, you kept us in the dark this. If we knew our guild had such a magnificent city, we would 1v join Zero Wing long ago. A Tier 3 Cursemancer, who had just joined Shelter 1 Zero Wing, scolded the Vice Guild leader as he admired the crowd of Tier 3 players. The Cursemancer estimated that Stone Forest City easily had multiple times more Tier 3 players than all of the Dark Den. Ordinary players might not care how many Tier 3 players a town or city had, but it was a significant matter to someone who played a management role in Shelter 1. Every player's value was different, especially in towns and cities. A city could benefit from a Tier 3 expert far more than from a Tier 2 expert, particularly when it came to resources. Tier 3 experts simply had access to more and better, quality resources than Tier 2 players because they could explore locations that were too dangerous for the weaker players. In a city full of Tier 3 experts, players unwittingly added resources to the town, even if they weren't a member of the ruling guild, which, in turn, attracted more experts. Another benefit came in the form of leveling. God's Domain's mainstream players had already reached level 100 and beyond, and after level 100, players needed far more EXP to reach each subsequent level. Players also needed to defeat much stronger monsters. Thus, they would need Tier 3 players' help if they wanted to level up quickly. This was also why the Dark Den's players preferred to develop in powerful shelters. With how many Tier 3 experts wandered Stone Forest City streets, these players' leveling speed would be incredible. The Dark Den's various shelters couldn't even imagine how fast these players reached their next level. If the Dark Den's players knew that Zero Wing ruled a guild city like this, every one of them would immediately try to join the guild. Blue Frost, however, did not have a good response for the Cursemancer's complaint. Although he had always known that Zero Wing was extraordinary, he had never dreamed that it was this powerful. However, Blue Frost and his companions didn't know that many superpowers had sent their experts to Stone Forest City precisely because of Shifeng's recent performance in Demon City. In fact, the Ten Saints Empire's superpowers had been some of the first. Not only had they sent a large number of scouts, but they had also sent quite a few guild upper echelons. Because of this, Stone Forest City's player population had reached an all-time high, and there was an unprecedented number of Tier 3 experts in the city. Meanwhile, 3 level 108 plus Tier 3 experts enjoyed Stone Forest City's specialty cuisine in a high-class restaurant's top-floor VIP room not far away from Zero Wing's residence, quietly observing Shifeng's group as they entered. 2 of the 3 were Xianxia and Purple Jade from the secret pavilion, while the third was a young woman in her mid-20s. If Shifeng had known about this gathering, he'd be surprised. Xianxia and Purple Jade were showing the woman deference. Even as she spoke to her companion, Purple Jade's eyes glowed with reverence and respect. Although she was the secret pavilion's #1 genius, she displayed no arrogance before the woman. So, he's Black Flame? He really is something. It's a pity he has offended Demon's heart. With his presence and Stone Forest City's assistance, it wouldn't have been long before Zero Wing had joined the realm of God's Domain's superpowers. Otherwise, the young woman with long, icy blue hair said as she watched Shifeng disappear into Zero Wing's residence, smiling softly. Are you certain that you won't reconsider, Vice Guild Leader Dawn? Stone Forest City is now the #1 city in the Cold Spring Forest and several neighboring level 100 neutral maps. If you step forward, I'm sure Demon's Heart will hold back against the city, Yuan Tiexin respectfully pleaded with the young woman. The woman before him was Dawn Jade, and he had nothing but respect for her. Dawn Jade was most likely to succeed the Secret Pavilion's guild leader in the future, and her current position was only second to the guild leaders. Before his assault on Demon City, I could understand why the guild leader had such an optimistic opinion of Zero Wing, but Elder Yuan, you know times have changed. The dark powers have far more influence over God's domain than they used to, especially Demon's Heart, which stands at the peak of the many dark powers. But Black Flame mercilessly killed someone Flaming Light was protecting, and the various dark powers think this is a good opportunity to set an example for God's domain's various superpowers, Dawn Jade said. Sighing, she continued, Zero Wing has provoked far too many superpowers. Based on recent reports, aside from mythology, Flaming Light has begun to negotiate a partnership with Beast Emperor, who currently occupies the Ore Empire. Not even the guild leader can prevent Zero Wing's fall at this point. Black Flame only has himself and his stubborn nature to blame. I doubt even Netherworld Empire's Hell Legion can save his guild. Your people should prepare, as well. I'm sure it won't be long before Demon's Heart makes it move. But don't worry too much. I'll think of a way to retain our shares of Stone Forest City. Once Dawn Jade finished speaking, she made a cutting gesture with a hand, summoning a spatial gate. She then walked through the gate, vanishing from the restaurant. Silence dominated the room for a long time after the young woman's departure. Uncle Yuan, what should we do? If the Vice Guild leader won't help us, we won't have enough forces to defend Stone Forest City, even if we gather all of our players, Purple Jade asked. Few knew of the true terror of Demon's Heart. Once the Dark Guild took action, Cold Spring Forest would become a nest for dark players. Flaming Light possessed the means to open a portal to a dark world, allowing the other world's players to flood onto the main continent. This was the true reason that even super guilds were afraid of Demon's Heart. Only, Flaming Light wanted Demon's Heart to establish a stable foothold in God's domain, so he hadn't actually used this card. Once he did, he'd lose it, and he'd have to wage war against whichever superpower or superpowers his actions affected. Unfortunately, Flaming Light wouldn't hold back against Zero Wing now that Shifeng had damaged Demon's Heart's reputation so severely. With the guild's current strength, it would find threatening Zero Wing quite difficult. Thus, the chances of Flaming Light activating the portal in Cold Spring Forest were very high. The Dark World was far stronger than many other major otherworlds, and it easily had a player population that could rival 2 or 3 empires. Moreover, every player in the Dark World was a dark player. Once Flaming Light activated the portal in Cold Spring Forest, Stone Forest City would have to face a storm of dark players. Its chances of surviving were practically non-existent. In fact, the portal's activation would also have an unprecedented impact on the nearby kingdoms and empires. I don't know. Let's just take one step at a time, Yuan Tiexin replied, and he couldn't help but glance in Shifeng's direction, rolling his eyes. Rather than quietly developing Zero Wing, Shifeng had gone through God's domain, making one enemy after another. Now, even the Secret Pavilion could save the guild. They could only watch as Zero Wing burned to the ground. During Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade's meeting in the nearby restaurant, Shifeng had made his way to the second underground floor in Zero Wing's guild hall. After entering the core room, he activated the room's defensive magic array and sealed off the entire floor. He then carefully pulled a pitch-black blade from his bag, placing it on the central platform. The blade was none other than Rebellious Thunder's cruel darkness. Initially, Shifeng hadn't paid the magic weapon Rebellious Thunder had dropped much mind. He had been utterly focused on killing the man at the time. However, while the Black Dragon had bombarded Demon City's defensive magic array, he had offhandedly collected Cruel Darkness from its previous wielder's ashes. When he had picked the magic weapon up, he had discovered that Cruel Darkness resonated with his Abyssal blade, which he had found endlessly exciting.